Hello, my little sleepy friends. You finally made it to the end of the day with me, so why don't we get snuggled up and let me tell you a story here tonight, through time to meet a man whose life spanned nearly the entire 20th century, a journey that took him from a tiny Illinois apartment above a bakery to the most powerful office on earth. This is the story of Ronald Reagan, told not through the noise of politics and headlines, but through the quiet moments that reveal who someone really is. If you're new here, joining the community is super quick and easy. Just tap subscribe and like the video, and let me know where in the world you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, find your comfy spot for sleeping, and let's begin. Imagine the Midwest in 1911, before the world knew about world wars or television or the atomic age. The air in Dixon, Illinois, smelled like fresh bread from the bakery downstairs and honest dirt from farms that stretched to every horizon. This was a town where people knew their neighbours' business not from social media, but from actually talking over backyard fences, where the biggest entertainment might be a travelling salesman's stories or a Saturday picture show. Into this world came Ronald Wilson Reagan on February 6, 1911. In a small apartment where winter drafts snuck through window frames and summer heat made sleep difficult. His mother, Nell, called him her little Dutchman because of his chubby face and the way his dark hair stood up in the morning. The nickname stuck, shortened eventually to just Dutch, a name that would follow him through childhood, through lifeguard summers, and into his early career. Dutch's father, Jack, was an Irish Catholic shoe salesman with dreams that always seemed just slightly out of reach, like trying to catch dandelion seeds on the wind. Jack had the gift of storytelling, that particularly Irish ability to make even a failed sales call sound like an adventure. But he also had a weakness for whiskey that would shape young Dutch's understanding of both compassion and disappointment. You have to picture Dutch as a boy, maybe 9 or 10 years old, coming home from school on a February afternoon when the Illinois cold could freeze your breath into visible clouds. He found his father passed out on the front porch, smelling of alcohol and failure. Most children might have run for help or broken down crying. Dutch grabbed his father under the arms and dragged him inside, away from the neighbours' eyes and the killing cold. That moment, choosing dignity over shame, action over despair, would become a pattern. Dutch learned early that you could love someone despite their failings, that kindness didn't require approval, and that some situations demanded quiet competence rather than dramatic gestures. His mother, Nell, provided the counterbalance to Jack's unreliability. She was a woman of fierce Protestant faith who saw goodness as something you practiced daily, like scales on a piano. Nell volunteered at hospitals, visited prisoners, and somehow stretched Jack's irregular paychecks to feed her family while occasionally helping even poorer neighbours. She also loved amateur theatre with the passion that some people reserve for religion. Nell would take Dutch to church performances and community theatre productions in venues that smelled of old wood and dusty velvet curtains. She taught him to memorise passages from the Bible and poems by heart, training his memory the way athletes train muscles. Without knowing it, she was preparing him for a life where words and their delivery would become his greatest tools. Dutch's eyesight was terrible. He was profoundly nearsighted in an era before vision problems were routinely tested in children. The world beyond a few feet was a colourful blur, which meant he learned to navigate life by reading people's tones and body language rather than their facial expressions. When he finally got glasses at 13, the sharp clarity of the world startled him. Trees had individual leaves, buildings had texture, people had detailed faces. This experience of seeing the world transform from an impressionistic blur to sharp detail created a peculiar way of perceiving reality. Dutch learned that sometimes the big picture, the shapes and movements and general impressions, mattered more than obsessive focus on small details. It was a mindset that would serve him well as an executive, though it would frustrate those who wanted him to dive into policy minutiae. The Rock River ran through Dixon like a liquid promise, its current swift enough to make swimming a genuine challenge. Dutch spent 7 summers working as a lifeguard at Lowell Park, stationed on a high wooden chair that gave him a view of the beach and the swimmers. He kept a log of every rescue, 77 people over 7 years, each one marked with a notch carved into a fallen log. Picture those long summer days, the sun heating the wooden platform beneath his feet, the smell of suntan lotion and river water, and the constant scanning of the swimming area for signs of distress. Being a lifeguard taught Dutch to watch for trouble before it became a crisis, to project calm authority even when your heart was racing, and to understand that preventing disaster was better than heroically responding to it. The work also taught him something about recognition and gratitude. Some people he rescued thanked him profusely. Others seemed almost resentful that they'd needed help. Most forgot about him within days. It was an early lesson that doing the right thing didn't guarantee appreciation, and that you had to find satisfaction in the action itself rather than in other people's responses. Dixon was small enough that everyone knew everyone, but diverse enough to teach Dutch that America wasn't a single story but a collection of them. There were immigrant families who spoke with accents, black families who faced discrimination that troubled Dutch even as a boy, working-class labourers and prosperous merchants, devout churchgoers and skeptics. This small town contained multitudes, and Dutch absorbed them all. You know that moment when you discover the thing you're genuinely good at? Not just competent, but naturally gifted in a way that makes difficult tasks feel effortless. For Dutch Reagan, that moment came in front of a microphone at a small radio station in Iowa. After graduating from Eureka College, a tiny school where he'd played football with more enthusiasm than skill and performed in school plays with growing confidence, Dutch needed a job in the depths of the Great Depression. Work was as scarce as compassion in a collection agency, but Dutch had an idea. Radio was exploding across America, bringing voices into living rooms from farms to cities, and Dutch believed he could be one of those voices. His first break came at WOC in Davenport, Iowa, where a station manager gave him a test. Recreate a football game from memory, making it exciting enough to hold listeners' attention. Dutch closed his eyes and described a game he'd watched at Eureka, his voice rising and falling with the action, painting pictures with nothing but words and enthusiasm. The manager hired him on the spot. From there, Dutch moved to WHO in Des Moines, a larger station with a stronger signal that reached across the Midwest. His specialty became broadcasting Chicago Cubs baseball games. But here's the thing that makes you smile. He usually wasn't at the games. Instead, he sat in a studio while an assistant received telegraphed updates of plays as they happened. Dutch would take those bare-bones facts, ground to shore out at first, and turn them into vivid narratives. Imagine sitting in that studio with him. The telegraph machine clicks out its spare information. Dutch leans into the microphone, his voice warm and confident, describing the crack of the bat, the trajectory of the ball, the shortstop's athletic dive, and the desperate throw to first base that beats the runner by half a step. He's making up the details, but they're the details that make the game come alive in listeners' imaginations. Once, the telegraph line went dead during a critical at-bat. Without missing a beat, Dutch had the batter foul off pitch after pitch after pitch, describing each one with creative variation, stalling for what must have felt like forever until the line came back. When it did, he learned the batter had popped out on the first pitch, but his listeners never knew about the technical difficulty. They just remembered an exciting at-bat. This wasn't dishonesty exactly. It was storytelling. Dutch was learning that the emotional truth of a story sometimes mattered more than its granular accuracy. He was discovering that communication was about creating shared understanding and feeling, not just transmitting data. These were lessons that would shape his entire approach to public speaking. The radio years taught Dutch to use his voice like an instrument. He learned which words had weight and which ones needed to be touched lightly. He discovered that pauses could be more powerful than speech, that enthusiasm was contagious through airwaves, and that you could make people see things they weren't looking at and feel things they weren't experiencing. Working in radio also gave Dutch a peculiar relationship with fame. People across the Midwest knew his voice intimately. It came into their homes, accompanied their meals, and provided company during lonely evenings. But they didn't know his face. He could walk down streets in towns where thousands knew him, and nobody would recognise him. It was a kind of fame that felt both real and phantom. Des Moines in those days was a city of tree-lined streets and a slower pace of life than the coasts. Dutch would walk to work in the mornings, watching the city wake up, and walk home in the evenings as streetlights flickered on. He was successful enough to afford a nice apartment and a car, solid middle-class achievements during the Depression when many people were struggling to survive. But Dutch had Hollywood dreams scratching at the back of his mind like a persistent itch. He'd grown up watching movies in that Dixon theatre, and later at Eureka he'd discovered he enjoyed performing. Radio had taught him about voice and timing, but he wanted to see if he could translate those skills to the screen. The Cubs' spring training in California gave him the excuse he needed. Picture Los Angeles in 1937, a city of palm trees and possibility, where swimming pools reflected impossibly blue skies, and the dream of stardom was as common as smog. Dutch arrived in Southern California with the Cubs for spring training and decided to take his shot at the movies. Through a contact from his radio days, he got a screen test at Warner Brothers. The studio system back then was like a dream factory designed by accountants. Warner Brothers had hundreds of actors under contract churning out movies with the efficiency of an automobile assembly line. Most contract players would appear in dozens of films without ever becoming stars. They'd be the second detective, the friend of the lead, or the handsome background figure in crowd scenes. Dutch's screen test went well enough that Warner Brothers offered him a contract, though they insisted on one change. Dutch Reagan didn't sound like a movie star. He'd need to use his actual first name, Ronald. And so, Ronald Reagan was born as a public identity, though friends and family would continue calling him Dutch for decades. His early movies were what Hollywood called B-pictures, low-budget productions that filled out the bottom half of double features. Ronald would film multiple movies in quick succession, learning his craft the way apprentices once learned trades, by doing the work over and over until competence became instinct. He played reporters, soldiers, small-town heroes, occasionally a villain, and once even portrayed George Gipp, the legendary Notre Dame football player, in a scene with Pat O'Brien that would follow him the rest of his life. The Gipper scene, where Reagan's character gives a dying pep talk asking his team to win one for the Gipper, became the role most associated with his Hollywood career. It's ironic that this brief scene in a modestly successful film would become more famous than anything else he did in movies. Reagan himself would later use the Gipper reference in political speeches, fully aware of its emotional resonance even as he gently mocked his own myth-making. Hollywood life had its own rhythm. Reagan would wake before dawn, drive to the studio while the city was still quiet, spend hours in makeup and wardrobe, film scenes that might last seconds on screen, and then repeat the process day after day. It was less glamorous than audiences imagined, more like factory work with better lighting, but there were compensations. Reagan earned good money, enough to support his parents and save for the future. He met interesting people from around the world who'd been drawn to Hollywood's gravitational pull. He learned about lighting and camera angles, discovering how the lens could make someone appear heroic or vulnerable, confident or uncertain, simply through positioning and illumination. He also met Jane Wyman, an actress with talent and ambition, who was determined to become a serious dramatic performer. Their marriage in 1940 seemed like the natural progression of two young people building careers in the same industry. They had a daughter, Maureen, and adopted a son, Michael, creating what looked from outside like a picture-perfect Hollywood family. World War II interrupted Reagan's Hollywood ascent. His terrible eyesight kept him from combat duty, but he spent the war years making training films for the Army Air Corps, remaining stationed in California, but wearing a uniform and contributing to the war effort through his particular skills. It was a strange kind of service, playing soldier while real soldiers fought overseas, but the training films he helped create served genuine purposes in preparing air crews for combat. Those war years showed Reagan something important about the power of film as communication. A well-made training film could teach complex procedures more effectively than manuals. It could prepare men for the psychological challenges of combat. It could save lives by helping people visualize dangerous situations before encountering them. Film wasn't just entertainment, it was a tool for education and persuasion. After the war, Reagan returned to making movies, but Hollywood was changing. The studio system was beginning to crack. Television was starting to eat away at movie audiences. Reagan found himself increasingly interested in the business side of the industry, serving as president of the Screen Actors Guild and negotiating with studios over contracts and working conditions. The SAG presidency introduced Reagan to a different kind of performance: labour negotiations, political manoeuvring, and building coalitions among people with competing interests. He discovered he was good at it. The same skills that made him effective on camera translated surprisingly well to conference rooms and negotiating sessions. His marriage to Jane Wyman ended during this period, not with dramatic confrontation, but with the slow dissolution of two people growing in different directions. She wanted to focus on serious dramatic roles, and resented the time Reagan spent on guild business. He was increasingly engaged with politics and industry issues that didn't interest her. The divorce was civilized but painful, leaving Reagan with another experience of failure that he handled with the same quiet dignity he'd shown dragging his father inside years before. Sometimes the right person arrives exactly when you need them most, though you might not recognize it immediately. For Ronald Reagan, that person was Nancy Davis, a young actress who came to him with a problem. Her name was appearing on communist-sympathising petitions she'd never signed, threatening her career in an era when such accusations could be professionally fatal. Reagan, still serving as SAG president, helped sort out the confusion. It was a different Nancy Davis, and suggested dinner to explain the situation. That dinner led to another, and then another, and what began as professional courtesy transformed into something deeper. Nancy saw in Reagan something many people missed. Beneath the easy charm and ready smile was a man of genuine kindness and surprising depth. They married in 1952, in a small ceremony so low-key that Reagan's best man had to be pulled from the restaurant where they planned to have their wedding lunch. Nancy brought to the marriage a fierce protectiveness and a clarity about what mattered. She wasn't interested in Reagan's continuing acting career or his guild activities. She was interested in him, in building a life together, and in creating the home that had always felt slightly provisional in his first marriage. Picture their life in Pacific Palisades, a ranch-style house with a view, 2 children, Patty, born in 1952, and Ron, born in 1958, and the comfortable routines of successful upper-middle-class life in 1950s California. Reagan was making decent money hosting General Electric Theatre on television, a job that paid better than most of his movie roles, and required far less time on set. The GE job came with an unusual requirement. Reagan would tour GE factories and facilities around the country, giving talks to employees about free enterprise, the dangers of excessive government regulation, and the virtues of American individualism. It was ostensibly corporate cheerleading, but it became Reagan's political education by immersion. Imagine Reagan walking through factory floors, the smell of machine oil and hot metal, the noise of production lines, and the faces of workers taking their lunch breaks to hear some TV personality talk about economic philosophy. He gave these talks hundreds of times, refining his message with each repetition, learning what resonated and what fell flat, and discovering that he could connect with audiences through humour and storytelling rather than abstract theory. Those factory talks transformed Reagan's understanding of politics. He'd been a Democrat his entire life, a supporter of Franklin Roosevelt and the New Deal. But repeated exposure to workers who complained about taxes, regulations and government inefficiency began shifting his perspective. He was learning conservatism not from books but from conversations, absorbing it through experience rather than ideology. His political evolution was like a photograph developing in solution, gradual, irreversible, and eventually undeniable. By the early 1960s, Reagan had re-registered as a Republican, though many of his old Hollywood friends viewed this as either betrayal or delusion. How could someone who'd grown up in the Depression, who'd seen poverty firsthand, and who'd been a union president embrace conservative politics? Reagan's answer would have been that he hadn't changed. The world had. The liberalism of Roosevelt had been about helping the struggling middle class. Modern liberalism, in Reagan's view, had become about expanding government for its own sake, creating dependency rather than opportunity. Whether this analysis was accurate is debatable, but Reagan believed it sincerely. In 1964, Reagan gave a televised speech in support of Barry Goldwater's presidential campaign. The speech, which Reagan had been polishing during his GE years, laid out a vision of limited government, individual freedom, and American exceptionalism that electrified conservative audiences. Goldwater lost the election badly, but Reagan's speech raised over $8 million and made him instantly visible to Republican power brokers. Within months, California Republicans were asking Reagan to consider running for governor. The state was facing budget problems, campus protests, and a sense that things were spinning out of control. Reagan, they thought, could bring the same calm authority he projected on screen to the governor's office. Reagan was 54 years old, late to begin a political career but young enough to sustain the energy it would require. Nancy was sceptical, worried about trading their comfortable life for the scrutiny and stress of politics. But Reagan was intrigued by the challenge, by the possibility of translating his ideas into actual governance. The ranch Reagan bought in the mountains north of Santa Barbara became his retreat during the campaign and throughout his political career. It was 688 acres of California landscape where he could ride horses, clear brush, and rebuild stone fences with his own hands. The physical labour grounded him, provided escape from the artificial world of politics and performance, and reminded him that he'd come from people who worked with their hands. Picture Reagan on that ranch, wearing jeans and a work shirt faded from sun and washing, sweat on his forehead, building a fence post by post. This wasn't recreation. He genuinely enjoyed the work, the way some people enjoy crossword puzzles or woodworking. Nancy would watch from the porch, shaking her head at her 60-year-old husband hauling rocks like a ranch hand. Reagan won the California governorship in 1966 by nearly 1 million votes, riding a wave of middle-class frustration with campus protests, rising taxes, and a sense that traditional values were under assault. His inauguration took place shortly after midnight on January 2, 1967, because astrologers had advised Nancy that this was the most auspicious moment, a detail that would have seemed quaint if it hadn't foreshadowed Nancy's reliance on astrological advice throughout Reagan's political career. Governing California turned out to be considerably more complex than hosting a television show or negotiating actor contracts. The state was massive, diverse, and fractious, with problems that resisted simple solutions. Reagan approached the job with the same practical pragmatism he'd learned as a lifeguard. Identify the problem, take action, and don't obsess over perfect solutions. His early governorship was marked by learning mistakes. Reagan had campaigned on cutting taxes and reducing government, but he quickly discovered that California's budget problems required tax increases, not cuts. He proposed the largest tax increase in state history, explaining to frustrated supporters that sometimes you have to make choices based on reality rather than preference. This pragmatic conservatism, the willingness to compromise when necessary while maintaining core principles, would characterize Reagan's entire political career. His critics called it hypocrisy or flexibility depending on their perspective. Reagan simply saw it as governing rather than posturing. The issue that most tested Reagan as governor was the conflict at California universities, particularly Berkeley. Student protests against the Vietnam War, racial discrimination, and traditional authority were transforming campuses into sites of confrontation. Reagan had campaigned promising to clean up the mess at Berkeley, and many supporters expected him to crack down hard. What actually happened was more nuanced. Reagan did support using force when protests turned violent, but he also met with student leaders, toured campuses, and tried to understand the sources of discontent beneath the theatrical protests. He realized that while he disagreed with protesters' tactics and many of their conclusions, some of their concerns about discrimination and access were legitimate. This ability to separate methods from grievances, to oppose someone's tactics while acknowledging their underlying concerns, became characteristic of Reagan's approach. He could be friendly with people he disagreed with politically, could find common ground while maintaining differences, and could negotiate without feeling like compromise meant surrender. Reagan's daily routine as governor revealed his personality. He arrived at the office around 9, late by political standards, and left by 6, almost never taking work home. He preferred concise memos to lengthy briefings, wanted policy options presented as stories rather than data, and made decisions based on what felt right rather than elaborate analysis. This approach drove policy experts to distraction. They'd prepare detailed briefings only to have Reagan ask for a one-page summary. They'd present complex statistical analyses, and Reagan would want to know how it affected specific individuals. His aides learned to translate policy into narrative, to present information the way Reagan processed it, through stories and examples rather than abstractions. Critics called this intellectual laziness. Reagan's defenders argued it was a different kind of intelligence, the ability to see patterns and principles rather than getting lost in details. The truth was probably somewhere in between. Reagan wasn't detail-oriented, but he was genuinely thoughtful about big questions, even if his thinking didn't look academic. His working relationship with the legislature required him to negotiate with Democrats who controlled both houses. Reagan discovered he enjoyed this aspect of governing: the deal-making, the trading of priorities, and the conversations over drinks where political enemies could become temporary allies. He treated politics less as warfare than as a competitive game where opponents today might be partners tomorrow. One of Reagan's more successful initiatives was welfare reform, where he worked with Democratic legislators to create a program that reduced caseloads while increasing benefits for those who genuinely needed help. It was exactly the kind of practical accomplishment that validated Reagan's approach. Focus on outcomes rather than ideology, compromise where necessary, and take credit for success while sharing blame for failure. The ranch remained his escape throughout 8 years as governor. Every chance he could, Reagan would fly to Santa Barbara and drive up into the mountains, leaving behind the political pressures of Sacramento. He'd ride his horses along trails he knew by heart, cut firewood with a chainsaw, and work on projects that had nothing to do with polling or legislation. After 2 terms as California governor, Reagan was constitutionally barred from seeking a third, which was probably fine with Nancy, who'd never loved political life. Reagan was 64 years old, an age when most men would have been contemplating retirement. Instead, Reagan was thinking about the presidency. His first serious attempt came in 1976, challenging incumbent President Gerald Ford for the Republican nomination. It was an audacious move, challenging a sitting president from your own party, and it nearly worked. Reagan won several key primaries and went to the convention with enough delegates to force a fight, ultimately losing by the narrowest of margins. The loss was disappointing, but it also proved something important. Reagan's appeal extended far beyond California. He'd connected with voters across the country, particularly in the South and West, who responded to his message of limited government, strong defence, and traditional values. The defeat in 76 set up the victory in 80. The 4 years between those campaigns saw Reagan consolidating his support, giving speeches, writing radio commentaries, and building relationships with party activists. He was essentially running for president for 4 years straight, though in the low-key manner that characterised his approach. There were no dramatic announcements or revolutionary strategies, just steady, persistent effort to build support. The 1980 campaign began with Reagan as the frontrunner, which brought its own pressures. George H.W. Bush emerged as his strongest challenger, winning the Iowa caucuses and creating doubt about Reagan's inevitability. But Reagan's campaign learned from the setback, and by the time they reached New Hampshire, he'd regained momentum. There was a debate moment in Nashua that captured Reagan's ability to seize unexpected opportunities. When the moderator tried to shut off Reagan's microphone during a dispute over debate rules, Reagan grabbed the microphone and declared, "I am paying for this microphone, Mr. Green." The moderator's name was actually Breen, but nobody cared about the error. Reagan's forceful assertion of his right to speak became the moment everyone remembered. He won New Hampshire decisively and never really looked back, securing the nomination and choosing Bush as his running mate. A practical decision that unified the party, even though the two men weren't particularly close. Reagan then faced President Jimmy Carter, who was struggling with a hostage crisis in Iran, high inflation, and a general sense of national malaise. The campaign between Reagan and Carter was less about policy details than about contrasting visions of America. Carter spoke of limits, of difficult choices, and of managing decline. Reagan spoke of possibility, of renewal, of America's best days being ahead rather than behind. It wasn't that Reagan ignored problems. He simply insisted that American ingenuity and freedom could solve them. Their single debate, held a week before the election, became a masterclass in Reagan's political skills. When Carter tried to attack Reagan's record, Reagan responded with a gentle, "There you go again," dismissing the criticism with humour rather than anger. When Carter brought up his daughter Amy's concerns about nuclear weapons, Reagan asked viewers a simple question. Are you better off than you were 4 years ago? That question, simple, direct, personal, cut through all the policy debates and economic statistics to something fundamental. Most Americans felt worse off than they had 4 years earlier, and Reagan's question gave them permission to vote based on that feeling rather than party loyalty or policy analysis. Reagan won decisively, carrying 44 states, and beginning a political realignment that would reshape American politics for a generation. On Inauguration Day, January 20th, 1981, as Reagan took the oath of office, Iran released the American hostages it had held for 444 days. Whether as a final insult to Carter or a gesture of respect for Reagan remains debated. Picture the Oval Office on a typical morning during the Reagan presidency. Sunlight streaming through the tall windows, the presidential seal woven into the carpet, and Reagan sitting at the desk reviewing his schedule. He'd joke that he was the only person who had to get permission from his wife to stay late at work, and it was only partly a joke. Reagan brought to the presidency the same approach he'd used as governor. Arrive around 9, work through a structured schedule, and leave by 6. His aides learned to accommodate this routine, condensing briefings and scheduling important meetings during his most alert hours. Critics saw this as evidence of laziness or lack of engagement. Reagan saw it as maintaining the energy and focus necessary for a job that could easily consume you. The early months of his presidency focused on 2 priorities: cutting taxes and increasing defense spending. The combination seemed mathematically impossible. How do you cut revenue while increasing expenses without exploding the deficit? Reagan's answer was that economic growth from tax cuts would generate enough revenue to cover the spending increases. Whether this theory worked remains debated among economists, but Reagan sold it with such conviction that Congress passed his program. His communication skills proved invaluable. Reagan didn't just present policies, he told stories about people affected by them. He didn't cite statistics about poverty. He talked about welfare queens driving Cadillacs. The stories were sometimes exaggerated or even fabricated, but they conveyed emotional truths that resonated with audiences who'd stopped listening to policy wonks years ago. Then came March 30th, 1981. Reagan was walking to his limousine outside a Washington hotel when John Hinckley Jr. opened fire. The Secret Service agent pushed Reagan into the car and initially thought the president hadn't been hit. But Reagan was coughing blood. A bullet had ricocheted off the limousine and struck him under his left arm, puncturing a lung and stopping less than an inch from his heart. Reagan's behaviour during the assassination attempt and its aftermath became legendary. As he was wheeled into surgery, he reportedly told the doctors, "I hope you're all Republicans." When Nancy arrived at the hospital, terrified, he quoted an old W.C. Fields line, "Honey, I forgot to duck." Even seriously wounded, Reagan was performing, not out of dishonesty, but because humour was how he processed fear and pain. The assassination attempt transformed Reagan's presidency in subtle ways. Surviving a bullet that nearly killed him created a sense that Reagan was somehow protected, that he had a destiny to fulfill. It also showed Americans a more human side of their president, the man who joked with doctors while his life hung in the balance, who recovered with remarkable speed for a 70-year-old, and who seemed genuinely gracious rather than bitter toward his attacker, recovery took longer than Reagan initially admitted. For weeks after returning to work, he tired easily and struggled to maintain his schedule. But he was determined not to appear weak, so he pushed through fatigue with the same discipline he'd shown as a lifeguard scanning the water for hours. The image most people have of the Reagan presidency involves grand speeches and dramatic gestures. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. But the reality of governing was mostly quieter moments in smaller rooms, where decisions were made over coffee and complex problems were reduced to choices between imperfect options. Reagan's relationship with his staff revealed a lot about his management style. He hired competent people, gave them broad authority, and trusted them to handle details. This delegation sometimes led to problems. The Iran-Contra scandal emerged partly because Reagan's hands-off approach allowed subordinates to pursue policies he might not have fully approved. But it also allowed Reagan to focus on what he did best: setting direction, communicating vision, and making final decisions on major questions. His cabinet meetings followed a pattern. Reagan would listen to presentations, ask occasional questions, and then make decisions that often surprised experts by being shrewder than his relaxed demeanour suggested. He didn't pretend to know more than specialists, but he trusted his instincts about people and politics in ways that formal expertise couldn't match. The economic challenges of his first term were significant. The Federal Reserve's efforts to control inflation by raising interest rates plunged the country into recession. Unemployment hit double digits. Family farms failed across the Midwest. Reagan's approval ratings dropped below 40%, and Republicans worried he might be a one-term president. Reagan's response was to stick with his program and bet that economic recovery would eventually vindicate his approach. It was either confidence or stubbornness, depending on your perspective. By late 1983, the economy was growing again, inflation was dropping, and Reagan's approval ratings were climbing. Whether this vindicated Reagan's policies or simply proved that economies eventually recover from recessions remains disputed. His greatest foreign policy challenge was managing the Cold War with the Soviet Union. Reagan had spent decades criticizing Soviet communism, calling the USSR an evil empire, and predicting that freedom would ultimately triumph over tyranny. But when Mikhail Gorbachev emerged as Soviet leader, Reagan recognized someone he could work with. Their relationship developed slowly, through multiple summits in cities like Geneva and Reykjavik. Picture these two men, Reagan with his sunny optimism and genial manner, Gorbachev with his intellectual intensity and reformer's energy, walking together, sitting by fireplaces, negotiating arms reductions while their aides scrambled to keep up. Reagan's approach to Gorbachev combined ideological firmness with personal warmth. He never pretended to accept communism, but he treated Gorbachev as someone who might genuinely want to reform the Soviet system. This combination of principle and flexibility allowed negotiations that more doctrinaire leaders might have torpedoed. The Strategic Defense Initiative, which critics called Star Wars, perfectly captured Reagan's approach to Cold War strategy. The idea was to develop space-based weapons that could intercept Soviet missiles, making nuclear weapons obsolete. Scientists argued it was technologically impossible. Critics called it destabilizing and expensive. Reagan thought it was worth pursuing, partly because he genuinely believed in the possibility, and partly because Soviet attempts to match American technology were bankrupting their economy. Whether SDI was a brilliant strategy or an expensive boondoggle depends on who you ask. What's undeniable is that the threat of an American technological leap forward worried Soviet leaders enough to bring them to the negotiating table, leading to arms reduction treaties that would have seemed impossible a few years earlier. To understand Ronald Reagan's presidency, you have to understand Nancy's role, which was far more significant than traditional First Lady activities. She wasn't just the president's wife. She was his closest advisor, his protector, and the person most willing to tell him difficult truths that others feared to mention. Nancy's influence operated mostly behind the scenes, in private conversations that nobody else witnessed. She'd call staff members to share concerns about Reagan's schedule or the people around him. She'd suggest personnel changes, pushing out advisors she thought were damaging Reagan's interests. She'd plan his daily schedule to maximise his energy and minimise stress. This influence sometimes created resentment among Reagan's staff, who found themselves dealing with both the president and his protective wife. Nancy's interventions could be subtle or blunt, depending on circumstances. She once got a chief of staff fired essentially by making his position untenable through a campaign of whispered criticisms and pointed questions. Her reliance on astrological advice from Joan Quigley struck many observers as bizarre, even dangerous. Nancy would consult Quigley about timing for important events, avoiding certain dates that astrology deemed unfavourable. While this didn't determine policy, it did affect scheduling in ways that occasionally created logistical challenges, but Nancy's protectiveness came from genuine love and fear for Reagan's safety, especially after the assassination attempt. She'd nearly lost him, and she was determined to keep him safe even if it meant being seen as controlling or paranoid. Her Just Say No anti-drug campaign gave her her own policy focus, though it was criticised as simplistic and ineffective at addressing the complexity of drug addiction. The quiet moments between Ronald and Nancy, breakfast together most mornings, holding hands when they thought nobody was watching, the notes he'd write her even after decades of marriage. These revealed a relationship that was genuinely loving rather than political convenience. Whatever you thought of their politics, the affection between them was real. Reagan's second term brought both triumph and trouble. The economy continued growing, his relationship with Gorbachev produced historic arms reduction agreements, and his approval ratings remained solid. But the Iran-Contra scandal revealed that subordinates had been selling weapons to Iran and using the proceeds to fund Nicaraguan rebels in direct violation of congressional prohibitions. Reagan's response to Iran. Contra showed both his strengths and weaknesses as president. He took formal responsibility while genuinely seeming unclear about exactly what had happened. His hands-off management style, which usually worked well, had allowed subordinates to pursue policies that damaged his presidency. Critics accused him of either lying or being dangerously disengaged. Supporters argued that taking responsibility for subordinates' mistakes was the mark of true leadership. The televised hearings where Oliver North testified in his Marine uniform, defending his actions with patriotic fervour, became a spectacle that overshadowed the constitutional questions about circumventing Congress. Reagan survived the scandal with his personal popularity largely intact, though his political capital was diminished. It was a reminder that even the great communicator couldn't spin his way out of every problem. By 1988, Reagan was 77 years old and constitutionally barred from seeking another term. His vice president, George H.W. Bush, won the election to succeed him, promising to continue Reagan's policies, while adding his own kinder, gentler approach. Reagan left office with approval ratings near 60%, remarkably high for a president after 8 years in office. The farewell address Reagan gave in January 1989 captured his essential message. He spoke of America as a shining city on a hill, a place of possibility and freedom that remained a beacon for the world. It was vintage Reagan, optimistic, aspirational, and deliberately vague enough that people could project their own meaning onto his words. Retirement brought Reagan back to California, to a new home in Bel Air and regular trips to the ranch. He wrote his autobiography, gave occasional speeches, and enjoyed a quieter life than he'd known for decades. Nancy remained protective, carefully controlling access to Reagan and managing his public appearances. But something was changing. Reagan began forgetting things, not the normal forgetfulness of aging, but something deeper and more troubling. He'd repeat stories he'd told moments before. He'd forget names of people he'd known for years. He'd lose track of conversations mid-sentence. In 1994, Reagan wrote a letter to the American people announcing that he'd been diagnosed with Alzheimer's disease. The letter was characteristically gracious, expressing gratitude for the opportunity to serve, and optimism that his openness might increase awareness of the disease. He was entering, he wrote, the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. The letter's publication was a final act of public service, using his diagnosis to educate Americans about a disease that affected millions of families, but remained poorly understood and stigmatized. Reagan was giving a face to Alzheimer's, making it something that could affect even presidents, removing some of the shame that prevented families from seeking help. The decade that followed was a long goodbye. Reagan's condition deteriorated slowly but inexorably. He eventually stopped recognizing even Nancy, though she visited him daily. The man who had made his career through communication lost the ability to speak coherently. The president, who had survived an assassin's bullet, was defeated by tangled proteins in his brain. Reagan died on June 5, 2004, at age 93. His state funeral drew former presidents, foreign leaders, and thousands of ordinary Americans who felt they'd lost someone they knew personally, even if they'd never met him. The procession through Washington and the final burial at his presidential library in California became a week-long national commemoration of not just Reagan, but of the era he'd embodied. Understanding Reagan's legacy requires separating the man from the mythology that's grown around him. To conservatives, Reagan is nearly a secular saint, the president who restored American confidence, defeated the Soviet Union, and proved that limited government and traditional values could triumph over liberal welfare states. To liberals, Reagan is the president who exploded federal deficits, ignored the AIDS crisis, and began the concentration of wealth among the already wealthy. Both versions contain truth, but both miss the more complex reality. Reagan's economic policies did coincide with recovery from stagflation and significant economic growth. They also coincided with growing inequality and the beginning of deindustrialization in the Midwest. Whether these outcomes were caused by Reagan's policies or simply occurred during his presidency remains debated. His role in ending the Cold War is similarly complex. Reagan's military build-up and rhetorical confrontation with the Soviet Union certainly pressured a system that was already economically failing. But Soviet reform was driven more by internal contradictions and Gorbachev's courage than by American policy. Reagan deserves credit for recognizing opportunities when they appeared, but claiming he single-handedly defeated communism ignores the agency of people in Eastern Europe and the Soviet Union who actually overthrew their governments. The political realignment Reagan represented proved more durable than specific policies. He transformed the Republican Party from the party of business and foreign policy elites into a coalition of business interests, social conservatives, and working-class whites who felt left behind by cultural changes. This coalition dominated American politics for a generation, though it's now fragmenting into new alignments that Reagan wouldn't recognize. Reagan's communication style, the use of simple stories, the optimistic tone, and the ability to connect with audiences through emotion rather than argument, became the template for modern political communication. Every president since Reagan has been compared to him in terms of communication skills, usually unfavourably. Political consultants still study Reagan's speeches, looking for techniques they can adapt to new contexts. But Reagan's style also contributed to a coarsening of political discourse. His use of anecdotes that were sometimes false but emotionally resonant. The welfare queen story, claims about Social Security's fiscal soundness, set precedents for prioritizing narrative over accuracy. Reagan didn't invent political lying, but he demonstrated that you could get away with significant factual errors as long as your overall story felt true to audiences. The personal Reagan, the man his friends and family knew, was apparently as genuinely kind and gracious as his public persona suggested. People who worked with him consistently described someone who was thoughtful, courteous, and surprisingly humble, despite enormous accomplishments. He didn't nurse grudges, didn't humiliate subordinates, and treated everyone from foreign leaders to White House janitors with the same basic respect. Yet this same man could be curiously detached from people, even family members. His children sometimes felt they never really knew him, that his warmth was real but somehow impersonal, directed at them but not specifically for them. It was as if Reagan had learned to perform kindness so well that it became indistinguishable from genuine connection, leaving even those closest to him unsure which they were receiving. His relationship with Nancy was the exception, the one relationship where Reagan seemed fully present and emotionally available. Their dependence on each other, especially in later years, suggested that Nancy provided something essential that Reagan couldn't get from anyone else: unconditional acceptance of who he actually was rather than who he appeared to be. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps noticing how the room has grown quieter around you, let's spend our final moments together thinking about what Ronald Reagan's improbable journey from Dixon, Illinois, to the White House tells us about America, about leadership, and about the strange alchemy that transforms ordinary people into historical figures. Reagan's life spanned most of the 20th century, from horse-drawn carriages to space shuttles, from radio to television to the beginning of the internet age. He witnessed and participated in transformations that would have seemed impossible to his parents' generation. Yet in fundamental ways, Reagan remained rooted in the values and assumptions of the small-town Midwest where he'd grown up. This combination, living through massive change while maintaining connection to traditional values, made Reagan particularly effective at communicating with Americans who felt disoriented by the pace of social transformation. He offered them reassurance that change didn't require abandoning what they valued, that America could modernize while remaining recognizably American. Whether this reassurance was genuine or illusory depends partly on your political perspective and partly on which aspects of American life you value most. Reagan's America was more prosperous for some and more precarious for others. It was more confident internationally but more divided domestically. It celebrated individual success while weakening collective support systems. The ranch in the mountains remained Reagan's true home throughout his political career and into retirement. Those hours spent clearing brush, mending fences and riding horses weren't just recreation. They were how Reagan maintained connection to physical reality in a career built on images and words. The ranch represented something authentic in a life that was otherwise performed, even if the performance was sincere. Picture Reagan in his final years at the ranch, before Alzheimer's made such visits impossible. An old man on a horse, moving slowly along familiar trails, perhaps not entirely certain where he was, but comfortable in the movement and the landscape. Nancy, watching from the house, worried about him falling, but understanding that these rides provided something necessary. Those images of Reagan on horseback became iconic, used in campaign materials and presidential portraits. But the real significance wasn't political, it was personal. The ranch represented Reagan's understanding that no matter how high you climbed or how much you accomplished, you needed something that kept you grounded, something that reminded you of who you were before you became who everyone thought you were. Reagan's ability to maintain optimism through personal setbacks, political defeats, and eventual cognitive decline says something about either the depth of his faith or the effectiveness of his self-protective mechanisms. Even as Alzheimer's eroded his memory and personality, the essential cheerfulness reportedly remained longer than most other traits. It was as if optimism was so fundamental to Reagan's character that it persisted even as other aspects of personality dissolved. The letter announcing his Alzheimer's diagnosis contained a line that captured Reagan's essential approach to life. "I now begin the journey that will lead me into the sunset of my life. I know that for America, there will always be a bright dawn ahead." Even facing the cruelest of diseases, Reagan was framing his experience as part of America's larger story, maintaining the optimistic narrative that had characterized his entire public career. Whether you find this inspiring or maddening probably depends on your own temperament and politics. Critics might argue that Reagan's relentless optimism blinded him to genuine problems that required more than positive thinking. Admirers would counter that optimism itself was a form of leadership, that belief in positive outcomes helped create them. The truth, as usual, is probably more nuanced. Reagan's optimism was partly genuine disposition, partly calculated political strategy, and partly a protective mechanism against disappointments and fears. It worked for him personally and professionally, helping him accomplish things that more cynical or analytical leaders might not have attempted. In the years since Reagan's death, his influence has grown in some ways and diminished in others. Republican politicians still invoke his name like a protective charm, claiming his legacy even when pursuing policies he'd never have recognized. Democrats have mostly made peace with Reagan, acknowledging his political skills while critiquing his policies. a remarkable shift from the fierce opposition he faced during his presidency. The Reagan Presidential Library in Simi Valley, California, contains the usual artifacts of presidential history: documents and photographs, gifts from foreign leaders, and a piece of the Berlin Wall. But it also contains Reagan's Air Force One, the actual airplane that carried him around the world, now permanently grounded and open for tours. There's something poignant about that plane. This machine that once represented ultimate power and mobility, now static and nostalgic, an artifact from a time that seems both recent and impossibly distant. Visitors walk through it, seeing the presidential office and bedroom, imagining Reagan working and sleeping 30,000 feet above the earth, temporarily free from the gravity that eventually pulls everyone down. The view from the library overlooks mountains and valleys that Reagan would have recognized, a landscape that changes with seasons but remains essentially itself. It's a fitting location for commemorating someone whose entire career was built on the idea that America, despite its changes, remained essentially itself, a place of possibility, freedom and renewal. Reagan's gravesite, a simple marker next to Nancy's, she died in 2016, faces west toward the Pacific Ocean and the sunset he'd referenced in his Alzheimer's letter. The symbolism is obvious but effective. The westward orientation, the connection to American expansion and California dreams, and the journey into the sunset that every life eventually takes. Visitors to the gravesite are often struck by its simplicity. For someone who lived such a public life and who commanded such power and attention, Reagan's final resting place is remarkably unpretentious. Just names, dates, and a view. Nothing that insists on his importance or achievements. It's as if Reagan trusted that history would remember what mattered and saw no need for elaborate declarations. As you prepare for sleep, carrying with you the story of this small-town boy who became president, consider what Reagan's life tells us about American possibility and limitation. He proved that someone from modest circumstances could reach the highest office through talent, persistence, and fortunate timing. But he also demonstrated that even presidents are ultimately human, subject to illness, aging, and the same final journey we all must take. Reagan's optimism, whether you shared it or not, contained a kind of grace. The ability to look at difficult circumstances and believe that improvement was possible, that tomorrow might be better than today, and that the American experiment hadn't exhausted its potential. In an age of cynicism and declining faith in institutions, that optimism seems almost quaint, a relic from a simpler time. Yet maybe every time needs people who believe in tomorrow, who insist that problems have solutions, and who refuse to accept that decline is inevitable. Reagan was that kind of person, for better and worse, in ways that helped millions and harmed others, with a sincerity that was sometimes naive and sometimes profound. The lights in your room have probably grown dimmer as you've read, or perhaps you've adjusted them yourself to create the perfect atmosphere for sleep. Outside your window, the world continues its rotations and revolutions, indifferent to individual stories yet somehow made meaningful by them. Ronald Reagan is gone now, his voice silenced, his optimism extinguished, and his body returned to the California earth he loved. But the questions his life raises about leadership and character, about optimism and denial, about the relationship between individual talent and historical circumstance, these remain as alive as ever. Sleep well, knowing that history is not just the grand sweep of events, but the accumulated choices of ordinary people who sometimes accomplish extraordinary things. Reagan was one of those people. Remarkable, not because he was perfect, but because he demonstrated what was possible when talent, timing, and temperament aligned. Tomorrow brings its own challenges and opportunities, its own need for whatever combination of optimism and realism, confidence and humility, and vision and pragmatism that circumstances require. Reagan's story is over, but yours continues. And that ultimately is the most American thing of all. Rest now. The ranch is quiet, the horses are sleeping, and even presidents need their sleep. Picture England in the 1500s, a damp, sheep-filled kingdom sitting off the coast of Europe, watching Spain haul shiploads of gold back from the Americas. While Spain was becoming incredibly wealthy from its New World adventures, the English were still trying to figure out basic matters, such as not executing so many of their monarchs. But sometimes underdogs are just getting warmed up. Elizabeth I, a woman sat on the throne, capable of engaging diplomatically in the morning and authorising a pirate raid by tea time. She looked at Spain's treasure fleet sailing past and thought the English deserved a share of that wealth. Enter the Sea Dogs, which sounds innocent, but was actually England's cheeky name for their officially unofficial pirates. These were men such as Francis Drake, who had the audacity to sail around the entire world just to prove it could be done, stopping along the way to liberate Spanish treasure. When Drake came home with a ship so loaded with stolen Spanish gold that it nearly sank, Elizabeth didn't arrest him. She knighted him. The Spanish, understandably, were getting tired of this behaviour. So in 1588 they decided to send a little reminder called the Spanish Armada, 130 ships packed with soldiers, heading straight for England's shores. You might expect this to be where England gets its comeuppance. David versus Goliath, except Goliath has cannons and centuries of naval experience. But here's where geography becomes destiny, and where England's terrible weather finally worked in their favour. Picture the Spanish admiral who had spent months planning this invasion, his ships loaded with troops, feeling confident. Then he hits the English Channel and discovers that English weather isn't just unpleasant, it's actively hostile. The wind starts howling, the seas turn nasty, and suddenly those massive proud warships are being tossed around violently. The English, meanwhile, had smaller, more nimble ships that danced around the Spanish fleet. They dart in, fire their cannons, and zip away before the Spanish could respond. It was naval guerrilla warfare, and the Spanish weren't ready for it. But the real hero of this story wasn't English bravery or cunning, it was the weather. A massive storm scattered the Spanish fleet, sending ships crashing into rocks, running aground, and generally having the worst day in naval history. The Spanish called it El Viento Protestante, the Protestant wind. Even God, it seemed, had picked sides. When the dust settled, Spain's seemingly invincible navy was in tatters, and little England had proven that sometimes, being small and scrappy beats being big and powerful, your underweight friend somehow winning an arm wrestling contest against the gym's bodybuilder, improbable, but undeniably impressive. This victory not only protected England from invasion, but also signalled the arrival of a new player in the global arena. The Spanish Empire, which had seemed as permanent as the sunrise, suddenly looked vulnerable. And England, that soggy little island that nobody had taken seriously, started getting some intriguing ideas about what it might accomplish on the world stage. The age of Spanish dominance was beginning to crack, and through those cracks English ambition was starting to grow. Persistent, unstoppable, and surprisingly resilient. The foundation was being laid for what would become the largest empire in human history. After beating the Spanish Armada, England had confidence but still relatively little money compared to its European neighbours. They needed a business plan, and unfortunately, the business plans of the 1600s often involved what we'd politely call morally questionable practices. Enter the merchant companies, organisations with grand names such as the Company of Merchant Adventurers. These weren't your typical corner shops. They were massive trading corporations with royal charters that basically said, go forth and make money, and don't ask too many questions about how. The East India Company was the crown jewel of these operations, and calling it just a trading company understates its true nature. Founded in 1600, it started as a simple idea: sail to Asia, buy spices and silk, and sell them back home for enormous profits. It became the world's first global corporation, except with more cannons and fewer HR departments. You have to understand, spices back then weren't just about making food taste better, they were incredibly valuable. Pepper was literally worth its weight in silver, and nutmeg was so precious that wars were fought over tiny islands that grew it. The Dutch had monopolised much of the spice trade, charging whatever they wanted, and the English decided they should get in on that business. But the East India Company wasn't content to just trade. They started hiring their own armies, making their own treaties, and essentially running their own foreign policy. A modern corporation deciding to start conquering countries, that's basically what happened, except with sailing ships and elaborate uniforms. The company's expansion into India perfectly demonstrates how ambition can snowball beyond anyone's original intentions. They'd started by just wanting to set up trading posts along the coast, little fortified compounds where they could store goods and conduct business. But India in the 1600s was a complex patchwork of competing kingdoms, and the Mughal Empire, which had been holding everything together, was starting to weaken. Into this power vacuum stepped the East India Company. They'd make alliances with local rulers, provide military support, and gradually become indispensable. Before anyone quite realised what was happening, the company wasn't just trading in India, it was running large chunks of it. The Battle of Plassey in 1757 was one of those moments that seemed minor at the time but changed everything. Robert Clive, a company official who'd started as a clerk and worked his way up to general, defeated the Nawab of Bengal with a much smaller force. This unexpected victory paved the way for unprecedented power. But victory came with consequences nobody had thought through. Suddenly the East India Company was responsible for governing millions of people across vast territories. They'd gone from being merchants to being rulers, and they were completely unprepared for this transformation. The wealth flowing back to Britain was staggering. Bengal alone was generating revenues that dwarfed many European kingdoms' entire budgets. The taxes that had previously benefited local rulers were now contributing significantly to British coffers, and the company's shareholders were experiencing unprecedented wealth. Naturally, the foundation of this wealth rested on systems that were fundamentally extractive and frequently cruel. The company exploited their territories, prioritising profit margins over the well-being of the people under their control. Famines became more common and more deadly when local resources were diverted to company profits rather than local needs. Back in London, people were starting to notice that their little trading company had somehow acquired an empire. The British government wasn't entirely sure what to do with this situation. The company was generating enormous wealth for the country, but it was also making decisions that affected international relations and the lives of millions of people. This was the beginning of a pattern that would define the British Empire for centuries. Private ambition leading to public responsibility, commercial ventures growing into political control, and a small island nation finding itself responsible for governing vast populations across the globe, often without any clear plan for how to do it ethically or effectively. The stage was set for an empire that would span continents and reshape the world, built not through grand strategy, but through the accumulated decisions of merchants, soldiers and administrators, who often had no idea what they were creating. By the 1700s, Britain had stumbled into something resembling a strategy. Though calling it a strategy might be generous, it was more organised opportunism with excellent naval support. Britain had discovered that if you controlled the seas, you could control global trade, control the highways, and you don't need to own every town. You just need to control how people and goods move between them. This is where the Royal Navy enters our story with full force. By the mid-1700s, Britain was building ships constantly, everywhere, with the assumption that you could never have too many. They had honed their naval warfare skills to such an extent that any potential enemy found encountering a British fleet to be highly unwelcome. This naval strategy truly demonstrated its effectiveness during the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763. While European powers engaged in land battles, Britain pursued a distinct strategy. They'd swoop in, capture strategic ports and islands, disrupt enemy trade routes, and generally make life miserable for anyone who depended on maritime commerce. Take the capture of Quebec in 1759, which sounds straightforward but was actually extraordinarily daring. General Wolfe and his troops had to scale supposedly unclimbable cliffs in the middle of the night, surprise the French defenders, and capture one of the most important cities in North America. It was the kind of plan that should have failed spectacularly, but somehow worked perfectly, though both Wolfe and the French commander died in the battle. The result of all this naval dominance was that Britain started accumulating territories at an unprecedented rate. Gibraltar controlled access to the Mediterranean. Malta was perfectly positioned for Middle Eastern trade routes. The Cape of Good Hope controlled the sea route to Asia. It was strategic positioning on a global scale, with each acquisition making the next one more valuable. From a logistical perspective, governing a global empire with a sailing ship as your fastest communication method presents unique challenges. Messages between London and India took months, which meant that by the time headquarters heard about a problem and sent back instructions, the situation had usually either resolved itself or gotten spectacularly worse. This communication delay created a dynamic where British officials on the ground had enormous autonomy. They couldn't ask London for permission every time they needed to make a decision, so they often just made it and hoped it would be approved retroactively. Some officials used this freedom responsibly. Others discovered that power exercised 8,000 miles away from any oversight can corrupt absolutely. You'd have company officials essentially running their own kingdoms, making treaties, waging wars and collecting taxes, all while technically being employees of a trading company based in London. The system worked when these officials were competent and honest, but it created opportunities for abuse that were difficult to control from such distances. The American colonies served as a prime illustration of the potential pitfalls of this system. Strapped for cash after the costly 7 Years' War, the British government decided that the Americans should contribute to their own defence costs. This seemed reasonable from London's perspective. After all, British troops had just spent years protecting American colonists from French and Indian attacks. But the colonists had gotten used to managing their affairs, and suddenly being asked to pay taxes they'd had no say in imposing felt fundamentally unfair. The famous "no taxation without representation" wasn't just a catchy slogan. It was a fundamental complaint about the impossibility of governing an empire when communication took months and local conditions changed daily. The British response to American complaints was essentially, "We've been doing this successfully all over the world. Just go along with it." But North America was different from India or the Caribbean. The colonists were mostly British descended, shared British legal traditions, and had enough economic independence to cause real trouble if they organised. When that trouble finally came, Britain discovered that naval supremacy, while excellent for controlling trade routes and capturing islands, was less useful for fighting a land war against people who knew the terrain and had the support of the local population. You could control the coasts, but controlling the interior required different tactics entirely. The loss of the American colonies was Britain's first major imperial setback, but it wouldn't be the last. The lesson was clear. Empires built on naval power and commercial advantage were vulnerable when local populations decided they no longer wanted to be governed by distant foreigners, no matter how powerful those foreigners might be at sea. After losing the American colonies, Britain was hurt and embarrassed, but determined to prove they could do better elsewhere. They were lucky to have India, which was becoming their most lucrative relationship, even if it was unexpectedly complex. By the 1800s, calling India the jewel in the crown wasn't just poetic language, it was an economic reality. The wealth flowing from the subcontinent was extraordinary. Cotton, spices, tea, opium, and manufactured goods were generating revenues that made Britain one of the wealthiest nations on earth. But this wealth came with responsibilities and complications that nobody had really planned for. The thing about governing 300 million people across a subcontinent is that it's incredibly complex. You're managing people who speak dozens of different languages, follow different religions, and have centuries of complicated relationships with each other, and you're expected to make a profit while doing it. The East India Company had grown from a trading organisation into essentially a parallel government, complete with its own armies, tax systems and legal codes. Company officials lived lavishly, building elaborate mansions and hosting parties that would have impressed European royalty. But they were also dealing with famines, rebellions, and the constant challenge of maintaining control over territories larger than most European countries. The Indian Rebellion of 1857 served as a significant awakening. A mutiny among Indian soldiers escalated into a widespread uprising throughout northern India, thereby forcing the company to fight for its own survival. The immediate trigger was rumours about ammunition cartridges being greased with cow and pig fat, offensive to both Hindu and Muslim soldiers. But the real causes went much deeper. The company had been gradually taking over more and more aspects of Indian life, raising taxes, changing traditional arrangements, and generally making life more difficult for local populations while getting richer themselves. Eventually, the changes created enough resentment to explode into open rebellion. The rebellion was brutal on both sides, with atrocities that shocked even people accustomed to colonial violence. When British forces finally regained control, the response was swift and decisive. The East India Company was dissolved, and the British government took direct control of India. Someone responsible needed to take charge. The new arrangement, known as the British Raj, was supposed to be more professional and less extractive than company rule. The idea was that government officials, unlike company employees, would prioritise beneficial governance over pure profit. In practice, it was more a change in management structure than a fundamental reform of a system designed to benefit outsiders at the expense of locals. This period saw the construction of massive infrastructure projects, railways, telegraphs, irrigation systems, and administrative buildings that still dot the Indian landscape today. The British built these not out of altruism, but because effective extraction requires effective infrastructure. Better roads and railways made everything work more efficiently, but the primary beneficiary was still Britain. The railway system perfectly demonstrates this dynamic. By 1900, India had one of the largest railway networks in the world, which was genuinely impressive and useful. Trains connected remote regions, facilitated trade, and made travel easier for millions of people. But the network was designed primarily to move raw materials from the interior to coastal ports and finished goods from ports to markets, a pattern that benefited British manufacturers much more than Indian ones. Imperial wealth was simultaneously transforming British society. Bengali fortunes enabled the construction of grand mansions in the countryside. Entire families could live comfortably on the pensions of relatives who'd served in India. Indian textiles, foods, and ideas were influencing British culture, despite Britain maintaining strict hierarchies that kept Indians subordinate within their own country. Everyone recognised the irony. British officials in India lived in luxury while promoting the civilising mission of empire, whereas back in Britain, industrial cities were filled with workers enduring conditions often worse than those faced by many Indians. The wealth that made Britain a global power was unevenly distributed even among the British themselves, but perhaps the most significant long-term impact was educational. The British introduced English language education partly to create a class of Indians who could serve as intermediaries between British administrators and the local population. The unintended consequence was creating a generation of Indian intellectuals who could read British political philosophy, including ideas about democracy, individual rights, and self-governance. This educated class began to ask uncomfortable questions. If these principles were beneficial enough for Britain, why weren't they beneficial enough for India? Ironically, the British were sowing the seeds of independence through the very educational system they had established to enhance the effectiveness of their rule. By the mid-1800s, Britain had achieved something unprecedented in human history. They had become so globally dominant that they were essentially playing geopolitics alone at the top. But success brought its own problems. When you're the world's dominant power, everyone else starts looking for ways to knock you down. Enter Russia, with all the subtlety of a freight train. The Russians were expanding south and east, methodically acquiring Central Asian territories. From Britain's perspective, such activity was deeply concerning, because Russian expansion toward Afghanistan meant Russian expansion toward India, and nobody was allowed to threaten the jewel in the crown. Thus began what Rudyard Kipling called the Great Game, a decades-long strategic competition between Britain and Russia that played out across some of the most inhospitable terrain on Earth. It was expensive, dangerous geopolitics with real consequences measured in empires. The problem was geography. The distance between Russian territory and British India was filled with mountains, deserts, and tribal territories that nobody really controlled. Afghanistan was the key piece. Whoever controlled Afghanistan could threaten India, but Afghanistan had an inconvenient habit of being completely unconquerable. The first Afghan War, 1839 to 1842, was Britain's attempt to install a friendly ruler in Kabul, and it went disastrously wrong. The plan involved marching an army through mountain passes to impose a government on people who really didn't want one. The retreat from Kabul became legendary for all the wrong reasons. Of the roughly 16,000 people who began the retreat, only one British officer made it back to tell the story. It was a military disaster that should have made everyone reconsider their entire approach to foreign policy. But here's the thing about imperial momentum. Once you're committed to defending everywhere, you can't really afford to look weak anywhere. So despite the Afghan disaster, Britain kept expanding, building naval bases, signing treaties with local rulers, and getting drawn into conflicts that seemed to multiply endlessly. The Crimean War, 1853 to 1856, was officially presented as a conflict to protect the Ottoman Empire from Russian expansion. However, its true purpose was to maintain the balance of power that secured Britain's global position. Fighting in the Crimean Peninsula was difficult and messy, and nobody looked particularly competent. This was also the war that introduced the world to Florence Nightingale and modern nursing. which tells you something about how badly things were going that the most memorable outcome was improvements in medical care for wounded soldiers. The charge of the Light Brigade became famous poetry, but it was famous because 600 cavalry charging directly into cannon fire was such a spectacular example of military incompetence that people couldn't stop talking about it. Meanwhile, the cost of maintaining this global empire was becoming astronomical. Britain's imperial commitments were accumulating steadily, and each one required its army and navy to maintain. The Royal Navy alone was larger than the next two navies combined, and maintaining that supremacy meant constantly building new ships to keep up with technological advances. When ironclad warships replaced wooden ones, Britain had to replace its entire fleet. When steam power became standard, they had to build coaling stations around the world. It was a never-ending cycle of expensive upgrades. On land, Britain was maintaining garrisons from Gibraltar to Hong Kong, and each garrison needed supplies, reinforcements, and local support. The logistics of empire were mind-boggling. Coordinating military operations across multiple time zones when your fastest communication was still limited by the speed of telegraph cables that could be cut by anyone with determination and basic tools. When local populations decided they'd had enough of foreign rule, the Indian Mutiny had demonstrated how quickly things could go wrong. Every British colony now needs enough troops to maintain order, but not so many that the cost becomes prohibitive. It was a delicate balance that required constant attention and enormous resources. Back home, British society was dealing with the contradictions of empire in increasingly uncomfortable ways. While the wealth from India and other colonies funded British prosperity, it also raised moral questions that were difficult to dismiss. How do you reconcile believing in liberty and justice with ruling over hundreds of millions of people who had no say in their governance? Some British intellectuals convinced themselves that empire was actually beneficial for colonised peoples, a civilizing mission that brought progress and enlightenment to backward societies. Others were more honest about the economic motivations but argued that the benefits justified the costs. Still, others began questioning whether the whole enterprise was sustainable or ethical. These debates were mostly academic for ordinary British people, who enjoyed imperial prosperity without having to think too deeply about where it came from. But they were becoming very real for the growing number of educated Indians, Africans, and others who were beginning to organise and demand changes to the colonial system. By 1900, Britain's empire covered roughly a quarter of the Earth's land surface and ruled over 400 million people, which sounds impressive until you realise that managing that many people across that much territory was extraordinarily difficult. Trying to conduct an orchestra where half the musicians are in different buildings and none of them can hear the conductor. The first major crack in the imperial facade came from an unexpected direction. White settlers in South Africa who had the audacity to fight back. The Boer War, 1899 to 1902, was supposed to be a quick demonstration of British power, but it turned into a grinding conflict that revealed some uncomfortable truths about imperial warfare. Fighting Dutch farmers who knew the terrain and had good rifles turned out to be much harder than anyone had anticipated. The British response was to invent concentration camps, not the Nazi death camps, but the original version, where civilian populations were confined to control guerrilla warfare. It worked from a military standpoint, but the international criticism was severe, and the cost was enormous. Britain spent more money fighting a few thousand Boer farmers than they'd spent on most previous colonial wars combined. More troubling was what the war revealed about British society itself. Physical examinations of army recruits showed that a shocking percentage of young British men were unfit for military service, malnourished, diseased, and physically underdeveloped. The empire was so busy extracting wealth from other countries that it had neglected the health of its own population. World War I was supposed to demonstrate the empire's strength and unity, and in some ways it did. Troops from India, Canada, Australia, New Zealand and South Africa fought alongside British forces, and the combined imperial effort was genuinely impressive. But the war also accelerated changes that would ultimately undermine imperial authority. The thing about asking people to die for your cause is that it gives them certain moral authority to question it afterward. Indian soldiers who fought in Europe and Mesopotamia returned home with new perspectives on British power and new expectations about political rights. It's difficult to tell someone they're not ready for self-governance after they've spent 4 years fighting Germans in the trenches. The economic cost of World War I was staggering. Britain went from being the world's largest creditor to being deeply in debt, particularly to the United States. Running a global empire is expensive under the best circumstances, but trying to do it while simultaneously fighting the most destructive war in human history was financially devastating. The interwar period saw Britain trying to maintain imperial prestige on a reduced budget, which worked about as well as you'd expect. Although the Government of India Act of 1919 promised Indians greater self-governance, its actual reforms were so limited that they failed to satisfy almost anyone. Meanwhile, a lawyer named Gandhi was developing new methods of resistance that were specifically designed to make British rule look illegitimate and brutal. Gandhi's genius was understanding that the moral foundation of empire was already shaky. Most British people wanted to believe they were governing other countries for those countries' benefit, not just for British profit. By organising peaceful resistance that provoked violent responses, Gandhi made it impossible to maintain that comfortable fiction. When British authorities beat peaceful protesters with clubs or opened fire on unarmed crowds, the civilizing mission started looking more like organised theft. In many ways, World War II was Britain's greatest achievement. Standing alone against Nazi Germany in 1940 required genuine courage and determination. But fighting that war required mobilising every possible resource, including the empires, and it became increasingly difficult to justify denying political rights to people whose contributions were essential to British survival. The Bengal famine of 1943, which killed between 2 and 3 million people, was a particularly dark moment. While Britain was fighting for freedom and democracy in Europe, imperial policies were contributing to mass starvation in India. It's challenging to maintain that you're fighting for universal human rights, while simultaneously presiding over preventable famine in your most important colony. By 1945, Britain had won the war, but lost the economic foundation of the empire. The country was exhausted, broke, and dependent on American aid. The Royal Navy, which had been the backbone of imperial power for centuries, was increasingly obsolete in an age of air power and nuclear weapons. Maintaining global military supremacy was no longer affordable and, frankly, no longer possible. The people running Britain weren't stupid. They could see that the old system was unsustainable. The question wasn't whether to end the empire, but how to do it in a way that preserved British influence and prevented complete chaos in former colonies. Some British politicians hoped they could transition to a new kind of relationship, informal influence instead of formal control, economic partnerships instead of colonial extraction. The idea was to maintain the benefits of empire without the costs and moral complications of direct rule. It was an attractive theory, but it assumed that newly independent countries would want to maintain close ties with their former colonial masters, which turned out to be questionable. The end of the British Empire wasn't sudden. It was more a very long, very complicated process involving dozens of countries, hundreds of treaties, and countless opportunities for things to go spectacularly wrong. Britain had spent centuries acquiring territories. Giving them back would prove to be almost as challenging as taking them in the first place. India's independence in 1947 was both the inevitable beginning of the end and a case study in how decolonisation could go horribly wrong despite everyone's best intentions. Partition, the division of British India into India and Pakistan, was supposed to solve the problem of religious tensions between Hindus and Muslims. Instead, it created one of the largest forced migrations in human history, with millions of people fleeing their homes and somewhere between 200,000 and 2 million people dying in communal violence. The British government's role in partition was problematic. Lord Mountbatten, the last Viceroy of India, was given the impossible task of drawing borders that would satisfy everyone, which was roughly equivalent to being asked to divide a pizza in a way that makes everyone happy when some people want pepperoni and others are vegetarian. The irony is that Britain's departure from India was probably about 50 years too late to be graceful, and about 5 years too early to be properly planned. By 1947, British authority had already collapsed in much of the subcontinent, but the timeline for independence was so rushed that nobody had time to work out the practical details of creating 2 new nations from scratch. Meanwhile, other regions of the empire were coming to similar conclusions about British rule, albeit through different means. In Palestine, Britain found itself trying to balance promises made to the Jewish and Arab populations while dealing with increasingly violent resistance from both sides. The solution was to give up and hand the problem over to the newly created United Nations, which worked about as well as you'd expect. The Suez Crisis of 1956 was the moment when Britain discovered that being a former superpower means you still think you deserve special treatment, but nobody else agrees. When Egypt nationalised the Suez Canal, Britain and France invaded to retake it, assuming they could still act unilaterally on the world stage. The United States essentially told them to sit down and behave themselves, and Britain discovered that their special relationship with America didn't include permission to start wars without asking first. The humiliation of Suez marked the psychological end of empire, even though formal decolonisation would continue for decades. Britain could no longer pretend to be an independent global power. They were now a regional power with global interests. The process of decolonisation accelerated through the 1960s, with African territories gaining independence in rapid succession. Some transitions were relatively smooth. Guyana's independence in 1957 was managed by Kwame Nkrumah, who had been educated in British universities and understood how to work within British political systems. Others, like Kenya, experienced brutal conflicts that left lasting scars on both sides. The challenge for Britain was figuring out what came next. Having spent centuries telling themselves that they governed other countries for those countries' benefit, how do you maintain any influence once those countries are free to choose their relationships? The answer was the Commonwealth, a voluntary association of former colonies that would maintain cultural and economic ties with Britain. The Commonwealth was an attempt to preserve relationships after the formal empire ended. Some countries, such as Canada and Australia, were pleased to maintain close ties. Others, such as Ireland, wanted nothing to do with Britain beyond basic diplomatic relations. Still others had more complex relationships that varied depending on who was in charge and what Britain had done lately. By the 1970s, the transformation was largely complete. Britain had gone from ruling a quarter of the world to being a medium-sized European country with some overseas territories and a lot of historical baggage. The economic benefits of empire had been replaced by the costs of managing decline, dealing with immigration from former colonies, maintaining expensive military commitments that no longer served clear purposes, and figuring out Britain's role in a world where they were no longer automatically important. We are still working out how the legacy of empire continues to shape both Britain and its former colonies. In Britain, imperial history remains a source of both pride and discomfort, pride in the achievements and global influence, and discomfort with the methods and consequences. In former colonies, the impacts vary enormously, but they include everything from legal systems and languages to borders and ethnic tensions that can be traced directly to colonial policies. Perhaps the most lasting legacy is the English language itself, which became the global lingua franca partly because the British Empire spread it across the world. Today, more people speak English as a second language than as a first language, and the internet has made English fluency essential for global participation in ways that the builders of empire never could have imagined. So, there you have it. The rise and fall of the British Empire, from a soggy island with big ambitions to a global superpower to a modern nation still figuring out its place in the world. It's a story about how geography, technology and human ambition can combine to create something unprecedented, and how even the most powerful systems eventually face the limits of their own contradictions. Sweet dreams, and remember, empires may come and go, but the really good stories about them tend to stick around. You know how sometimes you look at historical paintings and wonder what people actually smelled like? Well, tonight you're going to find out, and trust me, it's not always pleasant. We're going to walk the cobblestone streets of Constantinople, peek into workshops where artisans created marvels that still make our jaws drop, and discover why Byzantine citizens had bathroom habits that would make a modern germaphobe weep with despair. It's dawn in the year 975 CE, and you're about to experience a day in the life of the most sophisticated city in the world, a place where East truly met West, where silk was worth its weight in gold, and where the emperor's morning bathroom routine was considered a matter of state importance. The first thing that would hit you as you opened your eyes in medieval Constantinople wouldn't be the sight of the magnificent Hagia Sophia's dome catching the morning light, though that was certainly impressive. No, it would be the smell. A complex bouquet of wood smoke, baking bread, horse manure, incense from a dozen different churches, and the unmistakable aroma of a city where 1 million people were doing their best to stay clean, with limited soap and even more limited privacy. You're lying on what passes for a bed in your modest apartment, and yes, apartment buildings existed in Constantinople, rising 4 and 5 stories high like ancient New York tenements. Your mattress is stuffed with straw that you really should have changed last month, but quality straw doesn't come cheap. The wealthy folks up the social ladder are sleeping on feathers, but you're making do, just like most people in this sprawling metropolis. As you stretch and yawn, you can already hear the city waking up around you. There's the clip-clop of horses' hooves on stone, the creak of wooden cartwheels that desperately need oil, and the distant sound of church bells beginning their morning symphony. Constantinople had more churches per square mile than anywhere else in the Christian world, and each one seemed determined to outbell the others in announcing the dawn. Your apartment, really just 2 small rooms, sits on the 3rd floor of a building that houses about 20 families. The ground floor is reserved for shops and workshops, because in Byzantine cities, you lived where you worked, and you worked where you lived. The smell of fresh bread wafts up from the baker's shop below, mixing with less pleasant odours from the fuller's workshop next door, where they're already hard at work cleaning cloth with what can only be described as industrial-strength urine. Yes, urine. It was the ammonia of the ancient world, and fullers collected it like liquid gold. You swing your legs over the side of your bed and immediately feel the cold of the wooden floor through your thin shoes. Central heating is still about 800 years in the future, so your morning routine starts with shivering and trying to coax some life back into the embers in your small brazier. Fire is both your best friend and your greatest fear in this wooden-framed, tightly packed city. Everyone's heard stories of entire neighbourhoods going up in flames faster than you could say Byzantine bureaucracy. The water in your ceramic basin has a thin layer of ice on top. It's November, and Constantinople's winters are nothing to joke about. You break through the ice and splash the shockingly cold water on your face, which wakes you up better than any amount of caffeine ever could. Coffee won't reach Europe for several more centuries, so your morning pick-me-up consists of bread, perhaps some watered-down wine, because the water isn't always trustworthy, and the sheer excitement of trying to make it through another day in one of history's most vibrant cities. As you pull on your tunic, a simple, practical garment that's seen better days but still has some life in it, you can hear your neighbours beginning their own morning routines. There's the family next door arguing about whose turn it is to fetch water from the public fountain down the street. The woman upstairs is already at her loom, the steady thwack, thwack, thwack of her weaving providing a rhythmic soundtrack to the morning. And somewhere below, a small child is crying, probably because they've just discovered that breakfast is going to be yesterday's bread again. You're not rich, let's be honest, you're nowhere close to rich, but you're not desperately poor either. You're what we might call middle class, though that term wouldn't be invented for several centuries. You work as a craftsman, perhaps making leather goods or working metal, and you earn enough to afford your own apartment, some decent clothes, and food that isn't just bread and water. You might even own a book or two, which makes you practically an intellectual by medieval standards. Now comes the daily challenge of breakfast, and this is where Byzantine life gets interesting in ways that might surprise you. You see, the Byzantines had some rather peculiar ideas about when and what people should eat. The official Christian position was that really devout people should fast until noon every day, eating only one main meal. Of course, this rule was about as universally followed as speed limits on a highway, which is to say, honoured more in the breach than in the observance. Your breakfast is simple but satisfying. You have bread, not the fluffy white stuff we're used to, but a dense, dark loaf that could probably double as a weapon if necessary. This bread is your constant companion throughout the day. Byzantines ate bread with everything, dipped it in everything, and used it as plates when they ran out of actual plates. It was the smartphone of the medieval world, ubiquitous, essential, and impossible to imagine life without. With your bread, you might have some olive oil for dipping, perhaps a handful of olives themselves, and if you're feeling fancy, a small piece of cheese. The cheese is hard and salty, designed to last weeks without spoiling in your unrefrigerated apartment. Fresh milk is almost impossible to come by unless you happen to live next door to someone who keeps goats, and even then, you'd better drink it fast before it turns into something resembling cottage cheese with attitude. If you're lucky enough to have some wine left from yesterday, you'll mix it with water. Not because you're trying to be moderate, but because undiluted wine is considered barbaric. The Byzantines inherited this custom from the ancient Greeks and Romans, and they took it seriously. Drinking straight wine was something that barbarians did, right up there with wearing pants instead of proper tunics, and speaking languages that didn't sound like music. As you eat, you're mentally preparing for the day ahead. Your workshop waits, along with the customers who will try to haggle down your prices, the guild officials who will inspect your work to make sure you're not cutting corners, and the tax collectors who seem to appear with the same regularity as sunrise and twice as much enthusiasm. Byzantine bureaucracy was legendary in its complexity and thoroughness. They had forms for forms, and tax categories that would make a modern accountant weep with frustration. The sound of the city grows louder as more people venture onto the streets. You can hear merchants setting up their stalls, their voices already rising in the sing-song cadences of salesmanship that sound remarkably similar to modern market vendors. Fresh fish, caught this morning. Translation, caught sometime this week and still mostly edible. Silk from the Orient. Translation, probably silk, definitely expensive, origin negotiable. Your neighbours are emerging from their apartments now, each beginning their own version of the Byzantine daily dance. The woman from upstairs nods as she passes your door, carrying her water jugs toward the public fountain. She's dressed in a long tunic with a cloak wrapped around her shoulders, her hair covered with a scarf as modesty demands. Her husband follows a few minutes later, heading toward his job at one of the silk workshops that make Constantinople famous throughout the known world. When you finally step outside, you're immediately immersed in sensory overload that makes modern city life seem peaceful by comparison. Constantinople in its heyday was home to somewhere between 400,000 and 1 million people. Historians argue about the exact number, but everyone agrees it was enormous by medieval standards. All those people are packed into a space smaller than modern Manhattan, and they're all trying to make a living, raise their families, and get through their daily routines without getting trampled, robbed, or inadvertently involved in one of the political riots that break out with the regularity of thunderstorms. The street you live on is typical of Constantinople's residential areas, narrow, paved with stone when the city treasury has money for repairs, and lined with buildings that seem to lean toward each other like old friends sharing secrets. The ground floor's house shops and workshops, their owners already busy with the day's work. There's the baker you smelled earlier, his oven producing a steady stream of loaves that will feed half the neighbourhood. Next door, a blacksmith is already heating his forge, the glow visible through his open doorway and the ring of hammer on anvil adding percussion to the morning symphony. The street itself is a river of humanity flowing in all directions. Merchants are leading pack animals loaded with goods from every corner of the known world. A train of mules passes by, loaded with silk that might have travelled the entire Silk Road from China. Behind them, a cart filled with amphorae of wine from Greece creaks along, the driver shouting at pedestrians to clear the way in language that would make a sailor blush. Water carriers move through the crowd with large ceramic vessels balanced on their shoulders or loaded onto donkeys. Clean water is precious in a city this size, and the public fountains, fed by massive aqueducts that are marvels of engineering, are always busy. You can see people lined up at the fountain at the end of your street chatting with neighbours while they wait their turn. The fountain is more than just a water source. It's a social hub, the place where news spreads, gossip flourishes, and marriages are sometimes arranged between families who meet while their children splash in the overflow. As you walk toward your workshop, you navigate around piles of refuse that won't be collected until the city's sanitation workers make their rounds later in the day. Medieval cities had waste management systems, but they were primitive by modern standards. Most people simply threw their garbage out their windows, aiming for the street rather than their neighbours' heads, though accuracy wasn't always guaranteed. The lucky ones had access to public latrines, while others made do with chamber pots that were emptied into designated areas outside the city walls. The smell of cooking food mingles with less pleasant odours, horse manure, rotting vegetables, and the distinctive aroma of the tanners' workshops, where animal hides are processed, using methods that haven't changed much since ancient times. Tanning requires urine, oak bark, and animal fat, combined in proportions that create a stench capable of stopping conversations 3 blocks away. Tanners always set up shop downwind of residential areas, which tells you something about medieval city planning priorities. Your workshop sits on a side street that specialises in metalworking. This isn't coincidence. Byzantine cities were organised by trade, with similar craftsmen clustering together like modern business districts. It made sense economically and socially. You shared techniques, borrowed tools, and competed for customers while maintaining the kind of professional camaraderie that comes from facing the same challenges every day. The guild system governs every aspect of your working life, and it's both a blessing and a bureaucratic nightmare. Your guild sets quality standards, regulates prices, controls who can enter the trade, and provides a social safety net for members who fall on hard times. It also tells you exactly how many apprentices you can have, what hours you can work, where you can set up shop, and probably what you should eat for lunch if they could get away with it. Today you're working on a commission from one of the city's wealthy merchants, a set of bronze fittings for a shipping vessel. Bronze work requires skill, patience, and the ability to work near a forge that turns your workshop into a sauna even in winter. You heat the metal until it glows like a small piece of the sun, then shape it with hammers and tools that your grandfather probably used and that your grandson might inherit someday. Your apprentice arrives shortly after you do, a boy of maybe 14 who's been with you for 2 years now. He's past the stage of being completely useless and has progressed to being only occasionally useless, which represents significant improvement. He tends the fire, organises tools and practices the basic techniques that will eventually make him a craftsman in his own right. The apprentice system works well. It provides skilled workers for the future, while giving young men a path out of poverty and into respectable trades. The work is steady and satisfying in a way that's hard to explain to people who've never created something beautiful and functional with their own hands. Each piece of bronze you shape will outlast you by centuries. Some of your work might end up in churches, where it will be touched by thousands of worshippers. Other pieces will travel on ships to distant ports, carrying a small piece of Constantinople to places you'll never see. As the morning progresses, customers begin arriving. There's the ship captain who needs repairs to his vessel's fittings before his next voyage to Alexandria. He's a weathered man with hands like leather and stories that grow more fantastic with each telling. Today he's describing a storm off the coast of Cyprus that was apparently sent by Poseidon himself. Judging by his dramatic gestures and increasingly creative profanity, a wealthy woman arrives with her servant, looking for decorative bronze work for her mansion. She's dressed in silk so fine it seems to move like liquid, and her jewellery probably costs more than you'll earn in 5 years. But she pays well and doesn't argue about prices, so you treat her with the respect due to valued customers everywhere. She wants something unique, something that will impress her friends at dinner parties, where the wine flows like water and the gossip is more valuable than gold. By noon, the sun has warmed the stones of the street, and the city has reached its daily crescendo of activity. This is when Constantinople truly comes alive, when the morning's tentative commerce explodes into the full-throated roar of one of the world's great trading centres. The main boulevards are packed with people from every corner of the known world, merchants from Venice and Genoa, traders from Russia carrying furs and amber, spice dealers from India and Ceylon, and diplomats from kingdoms so distant their names sound like poetry. You take a break from your work to venture out for the day's main meal. Lunch as we know it doesn't really exist. Byzantines eat their big meal in the early afternoon, after the morning's work is done, but while there's still plenty of daylight left. You head toward one of the tavernas that cater to working people like yourself, places where the food is simple, filling, and reasonably priced. The taverna you choose sits near the Hippodrome, that enormous arena where Constantinople's citizens gather for chariot races, political demonstrations, and the occasional riot. The Hippodrome is quiet now, but you can see vendors setting up for tonight's races, arranging their wares and preparing for the crowds that will pack the arena. Chariot racing is more than entertainment in Constantinople. It's a passion that divides the city into competing factions with the fervour of modern sports fans. Inside the taverna, the air is thick with the smell of cooking food and animated conversation. The proprietor, a stout man with arms like tree trunks, greets regular customers by name and somehow remembers exactly how everyone likes their food prepared. Today's offerings are written on a wooden board in letters large enough to be seen through the smoky interior. Lamb stew with vegetables, fish caught in the Bosphorus this morning, bread that's still warm from the oven, and wine from vineyards outside the city walls. You choose the fish. Fresh seafood is one of Constantinople's great advantages. The city sits where 2 continents meet, surrounded by water that provides an endless supply of fish, shellfish, and other seafood that makes its way to tables throughout the city. The fish is grilled over charcoal and seasoned with herbs that grow wild on the hills outside Constantinople. It's simple food prepared well, the kind of meal that sustains working people and keeps them coming back. While you eat, you listen to the conversations swirling around you. At the next table, 2 merchants are arguing about trade routes to the Black Sea, their voices rising as they debate whether overland or sea transport offers better profits. Behind you, a group of artisans from the silk workshops are complaining about new regulations from their guild, regulations that apparently make no sense, and were obviously written by people who have never actually worked with silk in their lives. The taverna serves as an unofficial news centre where information spreads faster than wildfire. Today's hot topic is a rumour that the Emperor is planning new taxes on imported goods, news that has merchants calculating profit margins and ordinary citizens wondering how much more expensive everything is about to become. Someone mentions that there's trouble brewing with the Bulgarians again, which draws knowing nods from veterans who remember previous conflicts with Constantinople's northern neighbours. After your meal, you return to work refreshed and ready for the afternoon's challenges. This is typically the most productive part of the day for craftsmen. You're well fed, the light is good, and you've had time to plan your approach to whatever project demands attention. The bronze fittings are taking shape nicely under your experienced hands, each piece fitting perfectly with its neighbours in the complex assembly that will help keep a trading vessel seaworthy. Your apprentice has returned from his own meal and is eager to continue learning. Today you're teaching him the delicate art of finishing work, the patient filing, polishing and adjusting that transforms rough bronze into pieces worthy of a merchant's ship. It's tedious work that requires attention to detail and steady hands, qualities that separate true craftsmen from mere labourers. The afternoon brings a steady stream of visitors to your workshop. There's the guild inspector, a thin man with sharp eyes who examines your work for any deviation from established standards. The guild takes quality control seriously. Their reputation depends on maintaining standards that customers throughout the Mediterranean can trust. A single shoddy piece bearing the guild's mark could damage relationships that took decades to build. A fellow craftsman stops by to borrow a specialised tool, and you spend a few minutes discussing techniques and sharing professional gossip. He tells you about a new method for creating decorative patterns in bronze that he learned from a visiting artisan from Damascus. In return, you share a tip about heat treatment that produces a particularly attractive finish. This kind of professional exchange is how techniques spread and improve over the centuries. Late in the afternoon, you receive an unexpected commission from a church official who needs repairs to bronze fixtures in one of Constantinople's smaller churches. Church work is prestigious and pays well, but it also comes with the pressure of creating something worthy of divine service. The official examines some of your previous work and nods approvingly before describing what he needs. Replacements for decorative elements that were damaged when part of the church roof collapsed during a recent storm. As the sun begins its descent toward the western hills, you start thinking about closing up shop for the day. But first, there are tools to clean and organise, materials to secure against theft, and plans to make for tomorrow's work. Your workshop is more than just a place of business. It's your professional identity, the space where your skills transform raw materials into useful and beautiful objects. The transition from afternoon to evening in Constantinople is a daily spectacle that never gets old. As the sun angles lower in the western sky, it transforms the city's white marble buildings into golden jewels that catch and reflect light in constantly changing patterns. The great dome of Hagia Sophia seems to glow from within, while the waters of the Golden Horn turn the colour of the molten bronze, a sight that makes even the most jaded residents pause in their daily routines. You secure your workshop and begin the walk home through streets that are taking on their evening character. The urgent pace of midday commerce gives way to something more relaxed and social. People have time to chat with neighbours, children play in the spaces between buildings, and the tavernas begin preparing for their evening customers. The smell of cooking food drifts from windows and doorways, a mixture of roasting meat, baking bread, and the herbs and spices that make Byzantine cuisine distinctive. Street vendors appear with goods targeted at the evening crowd, hot food for people walking home from work, oil for lamps that will soon be needed as darkness falls, and small luxuries that make the end of a working day feel special. A man with a portable brazier is roasting chestnuts that fill the air with their distinctive aroma. A woman sells honey cakes from a basket balanced expertly on her head, her voice calling out their virtues in the rhythmic chant that street vendors have probably used since cities were invented. As you walk, you notice the subtle changes that mark the approach of evening. Shutters are being pulled closed on ground-floor shops as merchants secure their wares against theft. Public fountains become gathering places where people linger to chat while filling their evening water supplies. Churches begin preparing for Vespers, their bells calling the faithful to evening prayers with the same insistence they showed at dawn. The residential streets take on a cosy atmosphere as families gather for their evening meal. Through open windows you can see women preparing food, while children help with simple tasks or play with toys carved from wood or fashioned from scraps of cloth. Men return from workshops and markets, their faces showing the satisfaction of honest work completed and the anticipation of home-cooked food and family conversation. Your own evening meal awaits, and it's the social highlight of the day. If you're unmarried, you might join other craftsmen at one of the neighbourhood tavernas, where the food is hearty, the wine flows freely, and the conversation ranges from professional gossip to philosophy. If you have a family, the evening meal is a time for connection, for sharing the day's experiences, and for maintaining the bonds that hold households together. Tonight's meal reflects the abundance and diversity that make Constantinople a culinary crossroads. There's fresh bread, of course. No Byzantine meal is complete without it. The bread is accompanied by olive oil that was pressed from trees growing on Greek hillsides, oil so pure and flavourful it seems to capture sunshine in liquid form. There are olives themselves, some small and black, others large and green, each variety offering its own distinct flavour. The main course might be fish stew made with the day's catch from the Bosphorus, seasoned with herbs and vegetables that grow in the gardens outside the city walls, or perhaps lamb that was raised on the Anatolian plains and butchered this morning, prepared with the spices that flow through Constantinople's markets from India, Persia and Arabia. The variety of available ingredients is staggering compared to what people in Western Europe can obtain. Constantinople sits at the crossroads of trade routes that bring flavours from 3 continents to a single marketplace. Wine accompanies the meal, mixed with water according to proper custom. The wine might come from vineyards in Greece, Macedonia, or even from vines that grow on the hills surrounding Constantinople itself. It's served in cups that range from simple pottery to elaborate metalwork, depending on the household's wealth and the formality of the occasion. Conversation during the meal covers the day's events, neighbourhood gossip, and topics of broader interest. People discuss the quality of this year's harvest, the latest news from the imperial court, and the prospects for trade with distant lands. Politics inevitably enters the conversation. Byzantines are passionate about politics the way others are passionate about sports, and everyone has opinions about the emperor's policies, the competence of his advisors, and the empire's relationships with neighbours both friendly and hostile. As the meal progresses and the wine takes effect, the conversation becomes more animated and wide-ranging. Philosophy enters the discussion, along with theology, literature, and the kind of speculative thinking that emerges when people have enough leisure time to consider questions beyond immediate survival. This is one of the great advantages of living in Constantinople. The city's wealth and sophistication provide space for intellectual pursuits that would be impossible in smaller, poorer communities. As darkness settles over Constantinople, the city doesn't go to sleep. It transforms. Oil lamps begin flickering to life in windows and doorways, creating pools of warm light that push back the darkness. The wealthy neighbourhoods are better lit than the poor ones, but even modest areas maintain enough illumination to allow limited nighttime activity. Public areas like major streets and markets have torches or larger oil lamps that burn through the night, maintained by the city authorities as a public service. The night brings its own sounds and rhythms. Church bells mark the hours with their bronze voices, calling the faithful to night prayers and providing a temporal framework that helps people navigate the darkness. Night watchmen begin their rounds, their footsteps echoing off stone walls as they patrol neighbourhoods and marketplaces. Their calls of "all's well" or warnings of fire or thieves become part of the nighttime soundscape. Tavernas that cater to the evening crowd come alive with music, conversation, and the kind of social interaction that helps people unwind from the day's labours. Musicians with lyres, flutes, and drums provide entertainment, performing traditional songs alongside newer compositions that reflect the cultural mixing that makes Constantinople unique. The music blends Greek melodies with influences from the Arab world, Persia, and the Slavic lands to the north. For those who can afford it, the evening offers sophisticated entertainment. Wealthy households host dinner parties where guests enjoy elaborate meals, while discussing literature, philosophy, and politics. These gatherings might feature professional entertainers, musicians, storytellers, or even scholars who can discourse eloquently on subjects ranging from theology to mathematics. The conversation at such gatherings is both intellectual and social, serving to reinforce relationships within Constantinople's elite, while providing forums for the exchange of ideas. The night also has its dangers and its less respectable activities. Constantinople after dark can be dangerous for the unwary. Thieves operate in poorly lit areas, drunken arguments can escalate into violence, and the city's maze-like street layout provides plenty of places for criminals to disappear. Most respectable citizens avoid unnecessary travel after dark, and those who must venture out often travel in groups or hire guards. As the evening deepens into night, Constantinople gradually settles into quieter rhythms. The last customers leave the tavernas, craftsmen extinguish their workshop fires, and families gather around their own hearths for the final activities of the day. This is the time for intimate conversation, for reading if you're literate and can afford books, or for the simple pleasure of sitting quietly while reflecting on the day's events. In your apartment, you prepare for sleep with the same practical rituals that people have followed for millennia. Oil lamps are extinguished one by one, leaving perhaps a single light burning for safety. The brazier that provided warmth during the day is banked carefully. Fire is too precious to waste, but also too dangerous to leave unattended. Windows are shuttered against the night air and potential thieves, though in summer they might be left partially open for ventilation. Your bed awaits, with its straw mattress and wool blankets that provide warmth against the November chill. The blankets are heavy and practical rather than luxurious, but they're clean and sufficient for comfort. A chamber pot sits nearby for nighttime necessities. Indoor plumbing exists in Constantinople, but it's limited to public buildings and the homes of the very wealthy. As you settle into bed, the sounds of the city continue outside your shuttered windows, but they're muted now, transformed into the nighttime symphony of urban life. Distant church bells mark the passage of time, night watchmen call their reassurances, and occasionally you might hear the rumble of a late cart carrying goods through the streets, or the voices of people walking home from evening entertainments. The darkness that surrounds you is different from modern darkness, deeper and more complete, broken only by occasional flickers of artificial light. There's no electric glow on the horizon, no constant hum of machinery, no digital displays marking time in glowing numbers. The night is truly dark, making the stars above Constantinople shine with intensity that city dwellers today rarely experience. Sleep in the Byzantine world comes with its own rhythms and challenges. Without artificial lighting, people naturally follow patterns more closely aligned with sunrise and sunset. They tend to sleep longer in winter when days are short, and wake earlier in summer when dawn arrives with the birds. Your sleep might be interrupted by the night watch calling the hours, by church bells marking midnight prayers, or by the sounds of your neighbours dealing with crying children or sick family members. Dreams come easily in this world where the boundary between the spiritual and material seems thinner than in modern times. Byzantines take dreams seriously. They're considered messages from God, warnings of future events, or communications from deceased relatives. A particularly vivid dream might influence important decisions or send someone to consult with a priest about its meaning. The dream world is as real and significant as waking life, perhaps more so. The night passes quietly, marked by the subtle sounds that indicate a city at rest but never completely asleep. Guard dogs bark occasionally at real or imagined threats. A baby cries in a neighbouring apartment, quickly soothed by a mother's lullaby. Somewhere in the distance, a drunk staggers home singing a song that might be romantic or patriotic or simply incomprehensible. As morning approaches, the city begins its gradual awakening. Church bells start their dawn chorus earlier now, calling the faithful to morning prayers. Bakers fire up their ovens to begin the day's bread production, filling the air with the smell of yeast and flour transforming into sustenance. Water carriers begin their rounds, and the clip-clop of hooves announces the arrival of farmers bringing fresh produce from the countryside. You stir in your bed as familiar sounds signal the beginning of another day. The cycle is about to begin again. The same routines, the same challenges, the same small pleasures that make up daily life in the greatest city of the medieval world. But each day also brings its own possibilities, its own small adventures, its own opportunities to create something beautiful or useful or meaningful. This is how life unfolds in Constantinople, day after day, season after season, year after year. The rhythms are ancient and comforting, connecting you to generations of people who have followed similar patterns of work and rest, creation and community. Your grandfather lived this way, and your grandchildren will likely continue these same essential patterns long after you're gone. There's something deeply satisfying about this continuity, this sense of being part of something larger and more enduring than individual lives. Your work contributes to the city's prosperity. Your taxes support the empire's administration. Your participation in community life helps maintain the social fabric that holds everything together. You're not just surviving, You're contributing to one of history's greatest civilizations. The Byzantine Empire will endure for centuries after your lifetime, maintaining traditions and innovations that influence the entire medieval world. The techniques you use in your workshop will be passed down through generations of craftsmen. The goods you create will outlast your memory, carrying your skills into a future you'll never see. The community you help sustain will continue to thrive, adapt, and evolve long after individual lives have ended. Yet for all its grandeur and historical significance, daily life in Constantinople comes down to the same fundamental human experiences that people have always shared: the satisfaction of work well done, the pleasure of sharing meals with family and friends, the comfort of familiar routines, and the hope that tomorrow will bring its own small improvements and opportunities. As you drift off to sleep in your modest apartment, surrounded by the quiet sounds of a city at rest, you're part of something magnificent, a civilization that bridges east and west, ancient and modern, the practical and the sublime. Constantinople in its golden age represents humanity at its most creative and ambitious, a place where different cultures meet and mingle to create something entirely new. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the distant sound of church bells marking midnight, their bronze voices carrying across the sleeping city like a blessing. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges and opportunities, but tonight all is well in the Queen of Cities. The great empire sleeps peacefully under its canopy of stars, secure in its strength and confident in its future. And in this moment, drifting between waking and sleeping in a civilization that would influence the world for 1,000 years, you're exactly where you belong, part of the magnificent, complicated, endlessly fascinating tapestry of human experience that we call daily life in Byzantium. The bells fade into silence, the city settles into deeper rest, and another day in the life of the Byzantine Empire draws to its gentle close. Tomorrow the cycle will begin again, as it has for centuries, as it will for centuries more, carrying forward the dreams and ambitions of ordinary people who built something extraordinary with their daily labours and their shared hopes for the future. Sleep well, citizen of Constantinople. Your city endures, your work matters, and your life, however modest it might seem, is part of something truly magnificent. The empire rests peacefully tonight, sustained by the efforts of people like you, protected by walls built by hands like yours, and enriched by the daily miracle of human creativity and community that makes civilization possible. The end. Rest well, dear listener. Until tomorrow's journey through time, may your dreams be filled with the sounds of ancient bells and the satisfaction of work well done in humanity's greatest adventure, the simple, extraordinary experience of being alive in history. Imagine being in a very old Japanese forest, the kind that used to cover these islands long before anyone thought to build anything. These trees are different from the ones you might see in your area. These trees are Cryptomeria and Hinoki cypress. They can live for 1,000 years and grow straight and tall. Their wood smells a little like lemon and is resistant to rot, like nature's own preservative. Japanese architecture doesn't start in quarries or brick kilns. It starts in these old forests where there was a lot of wood that was easy to work with and seemed to last forever. Building with stone makes things last, whether you want them to or not. Stone says, "I will be here long after you're gone, unchanged and unmoved." Wood, on the other hand, says something else. Wood says, "I used to be alive, and in a way, I still am." The first people who lived in Japan knew that the islands they lived on were always moving, and this would affect how they built things for thousands of years. Earthquakes shook the ground too often, making buildings made of solid stone into death traps. It seemed like the earth itself liked movement over stillness and flexibility over rigidity. So the Japanese learned how to build buildings that could sway with the earth instead of fighting it. These buildings danced with disaster instead of standing against it. But before we talk about real buildings, we should talk about Shinto, the native religion of Japan that sees divine presence in nature. Shinto says that kami, or spirits or gods, live in everything, from huge mountains to tiny streams, from old trees to interesting rocks. This wasn't just a religious belief, it was a basic way to think about how you fit into the landscape. Your approach to building changes completely when you think that nature is sacred. You don't take over the land, you work with it. You don't cut down all the trees in a forest. Instead, you cut down certain trees with thanks and ceremony. The first Shinto shrines weren't really buildings. They were just areas that were set aside as sacred, maybe with a special tree or rock in them, and simple fences made of branches and rope around them. The Grand Shrine at Ise is one of Japan's most sacred places. It shows how people in Japan interact with nature in a way that might seem strange to people from the West. Every 20 years, the whole shrine complex is rebuilt from the ground up with new cypress wood and traditional methods. The old buildings are carefully taken apart and new ones that look just like the old ones go up in their place. This has been going on for more than 1,000 years, which makes Ise both old and always new. Consider this for a second. A building that is both 1,300 years old and only 20 years old. It's like the ship of Theseus paradox in architecture. This is a philosophical question about whether something stays the same after all of its parts have been replaced. The Japanese knew right away that the shrine's essence wasn't in the materials it was made of, but in its shape, its traditions, and its spiritual continuity. Because of this tradition of rebuilding, people had to learn about architecture by teaching each other, instead of just looking at old buildings. For decades, master carpenters taught apprentices everything they needed to know about how buildings worked, how they breathed, and how they stood up to wind and earthquakes. They didn't just teach them how to cut joints or choose wood. Japanese people used to treat wood with a lot of respect. Carpenters learned to read the grain of wood like you would read someone's face, getting to know its personality, strengths, and oddities. They knew that wood from the north side of a tree was thicker and should be used in a different way than wood from the south side. They knew that the way a tree grew determined how to cut and put its wood in a building. People cared for the tools and treated them with respect. It was important to take care of and eventually pass down a master carpenter's saw. Japanese saws cut on the pull stroke instead of the push stroke, which gives the carpenter more control and makes cleaner cuts. It's one of those little things that shows a whole new way of doing things, working with the tool's nature instead of forcing it to do what you want. The joinery techniques that developed in Japan are still amazing in how clever they are. Master carpenters made connections between wooden parts that were stronger than the wood itself, like interlocking joints that got tighter when they were loaded, corners that could bend without breaking, and connections that let buildings absorb seismic energy instead of breaking under it. Imagine a master carpenter in ancient Japan picking a tree to cut down as you drift off to sleep. He puts his hand on the bark and maybe says a short prayer to the kami of the forest, thanking them for the life he's about to take and the purpose it will serve. The tree will fall, but it will also rise again. It will become pillars and beams, and it will continue to exist in a new form, protecting people as it once protected birds and insects. The basis of Japanese architecture is a deep respect for materials, the idea that buildings are not separate from nature but part of its ongoing cycle, and the willingness to accept change instead of fighting it. The palaces, temples, castles, and tea houses that come after this all come from these roots, just like the cypress trees grow from the ground. Japanese architecture changed in a big way around the 6th century CE. Buddhism came from China and Korea, and it brought with it not only new spiritual ideas, but also a whole new way of building. It was like someone suddenly giving you a whole new way to say things you only sort of understood before. In many ways, Chinese architecture was the opposite of what Japan had made. Japanese buildings were low to the ground, while Chinese buildings had many stories and fancy rooflines that went up. Japanese design used natural materials in their raw form, while Chinese architecture used bright colours, intricate decorations and complicated symbols. Japanese architecture was about blending in with the landscape, while Chinese architecture was about imposing geometric order and cosmic meaning. The Japanese reaction to this cultural exchange shows something important about their character. They didn't just copy Chinese models, and they didn't completely reject them either. Instead, they did what you could call architectural translation, which means taking Chinese ideas and slowly and carefully adapting them to Japanese tastes and needs. Japanese architecture didn't really need large interior spaces for congregational worship before. Buddhist temples did. Shinto ceremonies took place outside or in small private places, but Buddhism needed big rooms where monks could meet, chant sutras, and do complicated rituals. This meant learning how to build on a scale that Japanese architecture hadn't done before. The pagoda, which is a unique multi-tiered tower found in Buddhist temples, is actually a brilliant piece of earthquake engineering that the Japanese perfected through trial and error and careful observation. A shinbashira, a huge central pillar, runs through the middle of a traditional Japanese pagoda. It is held up from the top and barely touches the ground. The building shakes when an earthquake hits, but the central pillar keeps the whole thing stable by acting as a counterweight and dampener. Modern seismologists who studied ancient pagodas found something amazing. This design, which was developed through years of observation, predicts principles that structural engineers didn't understand mathematically until the 20th century. Some pagodas have been around for more than 1,400 years and have withstood many earthquakes that have destroyed newer buildings nearby. Old-time carpenters didn't need computer models. They had patience, careful observation, and years of experience. The Horyuji Temple, which was built in the early 7th century, has the oldest wooden buildings in the world that are still standing. It's like stepping into a time machine when you walk around its grounds, but you're not really there. You're in bed, imagining what it would be like. The wood has darkened over time to a deep brown that looks like it absorbs light. The pillars have a slight curve called entasis that comes from Greek architecture through Chinese middlemen. This makes them look more like living things than rigid shapes. It's interesting how quickly these early Buddhist temples began to look more Japanese than Chinese. The rooflines got less fancy but more elegant. The colours changed from the bright reds and greens of Chinese temples to softer, more natural tones. The connection with the garden around it became more integrated, less about symbols and more about real sensory experience. Buddhist architecture also brought new skilled workers to Japan, tile makers who could make the unique curved roof tiles that directed rainwater, metal workers who could make the beautiful bronze decorations that went on doorways and roofs, sculptors and painters who made statues of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas that filled temples. There were different traditions and techniques for each craft that had to be changed to work with Japanese materials and weather. The changes in temple architecture over the next few hundred years show a slow process of creative digestion. Each generation of builders learned from the ones before them, but they also tried new things, changed things, and sometimes came up with new ideas that were less like Chinese models. By the Heian period, which lasted from the 9th to the 12th centuries, Japanese Buddhist architecture had developed its own unique style. It was clearly based on Chinese models, but it was clearly Japanese in how it was built. The covered corridor, or roka, is one new idea that stands out. In Japan, where it rains a lot, these wooden walkways connected different buildings in a temple or palace complex. They made sure that people could move between buildings without getting wet. The corridors weren't just useful. They made a rhythm of walking through covered and open spaces, switching between light and shade, the sound of rain on wooden roofs, and the sight of gardens glistening with water. As you get more comfortable in your blankets, picture yourself walking down one of these hallways on a rainy day. The wooden floor is smooth under your feet because it has been used for hundreds of years. Rain is falling in sheets outside, making a curtain between you and the garden. The sound is everywhere. Rain on the roof tiles, rain on the stone paths, and rain filling the stone basins. But you're dry and moving through this protected space that connects you to the life of the buildings, while keeping you safe from the weather. The hallway is not completely inside or outside. It's a space in between, a threshold, and Japanese architecture would come to love these unclear areas very much. The aristocratic architecture of the Heian period Japan, from the 9th to the 12th centuries, is one of the most refined domestic traditions in human history. This was the time of the tale of Genji, a great work of world literature that shows us how the nobility lived, loved, and thought about the places where they lived. The Shindenzukuri style that was popular in aristocratic homes at this time was based on a simple idea. Build rectangular buildings around a central courtyard garden, connect them with hallways, and let the spaces flow into each other with as few barriers as possible. It sounds simple, but when you compare it to European or Middle Eastern palaces from the same time, you can see how radical this idea was. Picture a mansion for a nobleman from above. The main hall, or shinden, always faces south because of Chinese geomantic ideas about good directions. To the east and west, smaller buildings hold family members, servants, and other household tasks. Covered hallways connect everything, making a safe way for people to get around. And in the middle, the courtyard garden, which is more than just a decoration, it's the heart of the whole thing. There are almost no walls inside, which is what makes this so different from, say, a medieval European manor. The buildings are basically roofed platforms with screens and curtains that can be moved around. Not solid walls, but how you arrange your furniture and fabric gives you privacy. You don't define space by closing it off. Instead, you do it by carefully placing screens, blinds, and hanging textiles to suggest boundaries. This meant that homes of the rich were very adaptable. During the day, the rooms could be open and bright. Screens and curtains made private rooms at night. When you had guests over, rooms could easily become bigger spaces. The house could change completely with the seasons. In the summer it was very open to let in breezes, and in the winter it had screens placed just right to keep warmth from braziers. The floors of these buildings were made of famous hinoki cypress wood platforms that were about 2 feet off the ground. It wasn't just about height, it was also about making a separate space from the ground below. You took off your shoes before stepping up onto these platforms. This was a sign that you were moving from the outside world to the more refined space of the home. The space under the floor also let airflow, which is important in Japan's humid climate, and kept moisture from the ground from rotting wooden buildings. During the Heian period, tatami mats, which are rectangular floor mats covered in rushes, were not yet common. They were expensive things that were only put where people sat. Eventually they grew so big that they covered whole floors, and their standard size became a way to measure things. Rooms were described by how many tatami they had. People still use the terms 6-mat rooms and 8-mat rooms to describe Japanese apartments today. This is a tradition that goes back hundreds of years. If you're used to walls being walls and doors staying closed, the way the inside and outside of these palaces work together might make you feel uneasy. On nice days, the wooden shutters that surrounded the buildings could be lifted and stored, which meant that an entire wall could be taken down and the rooms could be opened directly to the garden. The aristocrats didn't just look at their gardens, they were always able to see and hear them. You might not expect this openness to mean a different way of thinking about privacy. Because anyone could see into rooms, privacy was kept by using layers of semi-transparent fabrics, cultural rules about where you could look, and the careful placement of screens and furniture. The privacy of the architecture was not physical but social, and it was enforced by manners instead of locks. You should meditate on the gardens you can see from these palaces. They weren't botanical collections or vegetable gardens. They were carefully planned landscapes that brought nature close to people. You could change the course of a stream so that it flows through the garden, with carefully chosen stones lining the way. People picked trees based on how they looked in different seasons, like cherry blossoms in the spring and maples in the fall. Islands in fake ponds stood for cosmic ideas or famous places from Chinese poetry. Walking through these gardens meant reading between the lines and finding hidden meanings. That arrangement of rocks could be a reference to a famous Chinese landscape. That tree might remind people of a poem they all knew. The gardens were like 3-dimensional books that only educated people could fully enjoy. You could enjoy them sensually, which you could do, but you were also supposed to understand their cultural and philosophical meanings. The idea of ma, which is often translated as negative space, or interval, was very important to how these buildings and gardens worked. Ma isn't just empty space, it's space that gets meaning from the things around it. The empty space between the buildings wasn't wasted space, it was the organising principle that made the buildings work together. The space between stones on a garden path wasn't empty, it was full of hope. As you drift off to sleep, imagine yourself as a Heian nobleman or woman, relaxing on the raised wooden floor of your home. The wooden shutters are gone now that it's spring, and your room is completely open to the garden. The cherry blossoms are falling like snow in the light breeze. Like Heian nobles did all the time, you're writing poetry to try to capture the bittersweet beauty of these flowers that bloom and die in just a few days. The architecture around you isn't separate from the natural world. It's a carefully framed stage for seeing how nature changes all the time. Japanese history took a violent turn after hundreds of years of living in elegant palaces. Feudal lords fought all the time in the Middle Ages, and suddenly architecture had to deal with a problem it had never had to deal with before. How to build beautiful buildings that could also survive a military attack. The Japanese castle is an interesting mix of useful military engineering and artistic ambition. These weren't just rough fortifications meant to keep people out. They were also signs of power, displays of wealth, and architectural feats that just happened to be good places to defend. Let's begin with the most important rule: height. Japanese castles made good use of the land by building them on hills or mountains whenever they could. The main tower, or tenshu, would rise from the highest point, making a layered defence that attackers would have to fight through multiple fortified zones, going up before they could reach the keep. It's like playing chess in 3 dimensions, but the board is tilted to the defender's advantage. The stone bases of these castles are examples of engineering that still impress people today. Without mortar, huge stones, some of which weighed tons, were put together to make walls that were 30 to 40 feet high and curved slightly outward so that they couldn't be climbed. These walls were not only strong, but they were also beautiful. The different colours and textures of the stone made abstract patterns that changed with the weather and light. When using rough, natural stones, the method for making these stone bases is called Nozurazumi. When using more processed stones, it is called Uchikomi-hagi. The best castles used a method in which each stone was carefully chosen and shaped to fit perfectly with the ones next to it. The walls were so well fitted that you couldn't slip a knife blade between the stones. It was like high-level craftsmanship in architecture, where practical needs turned into chances for virtuoso display. The wooden castle buildings themselves, like towers, gates, living quarters and storehouses, rose above these stone foundations. This is where the unique style of Japanese castle architecture really shone through. Japanese castles were mostly wooden buildings with stone pedestals underneath, while European castles were made of solid stone throughout. The towers could be 4, 5, or even 7 stories tall, with each story being a little smaller than the one below it. This made the towers look like wedding cakes with a tapered profile. But here's where it gets interesting. The floors inside don't match the stories you see from the outside. A 5-story tower might really have 7 floors inside, or a 3-story building might look like it has 5 floors inside. This wasn't just to confuse enemies, it was smart engineering that let the defensive floors have lower ceilings, while still looking great from the outside. The beautiful white plastered walls of Himeji Castle, also known as the White Heron Castle, make it the best example of Japanese castle architecture. It feels like you're in a 3-dimensional maze with defensive passages that were made by someone who really didn't want you to get to the centre. Paths make turns at strange angles. Doorways are set up so that attackers have to put themselves in dangerous situations. There are traps on the floors. Every choice made in architecture has 2 purposes: to look good and to kill. The defensive features of castles are very clever. Sama, or small windows, were put in place so that defenders could shoot arrows or guns without being shot back. Defenders on the upper floors could attack anyone who got past the lower defences through drop-down hatches in the ceilings. People could pour boiling oil or water on attackers through holes in the walls. The decorative curved roof lines also had a purpose. They made it harder to judge distances and aim accurately. Japanese castles always looked good, even though they were very useful for military purposes. The white plaster walls did more than just reflect heat and keep fire from spreading. They also made a striking contrast with the dark wood and grey stone, making castles visible from miles away, and turning them into landmarks that stood out in the landscape. The ornate roof decorations, which usually had fierce animal designs, protected the building from lightning and showed the lord's power. The inside of the castle's living quarters showed that even warlords cared about how things looked. There were painted screens by famous artists in the rooms, alcoves for displaying valuable items, and windows that looked out on gardens. The strongest lords hired the best painters, carpenters, and gardeners to make places that were good for both siege warfare and poetry parties. During the time of castles, there was one new thing: hidden rooms and passages. There were often rooms in castles that could only be reached through hidden doors. These rooms were used to store treasures or for guards to hide in to keep the lord safe. Some castles had whole networks of hidden corridors in their walls that let defenders move between floors without being seen. Sometimes during restoration work hundreds of years later, people found these hidden spaces, which still had old equipment or forgotten supplies in them. During the Edo period, the shift from war to peace turned castles from military bases into government buildings and symbols of power. Lords still owned them, but they were more like government buildings than fortresses. They added more detailed gardens. The reception rooms got bigger. The martial parts stayed, but they became more decorative than useful. As you sink deeper into your pillow, picture yourself standing on the top floor of a castle tower at dusk. You can see the countryside around the castle through the small windows. The town is built around the base of the castle. The fields are beyond that, and the mountains are in the distance. The castle's many defensive rings go down in layers of stone and wood below you. The wind whispers through the intricate wooden structure, giving the whole building a life of its own. The castle is calm and watchful tonight, a mountain of human intention rising from the natural landscape. Tomorrow may bring battle. Japan entered the Edo period in the early 1600s under the Tokugawa shogunate. After centuries of war, all that military architecture became mostly useless. Japan didn't need castles or fortifications right now. It needed cities, neighbourhoods, and daily life. And out of this long peace came city buildings that changed the way millions of people lived. In just a few decades, Edo, which would later become Tokyo, grew from a small castle town to one of the biggest cities in the world. By the early 1700s, it was home to more than 1 million people, making it bigger than London or Paris. Rethinking everything about how cities are built and planned was necessary to handle that many people living in wooden buildings in a city that caught fire often. The typical townhouse or machiya from the Edo period had ideas about how to live in a city that still affect Japanese architecture today. These buildings were long and narrow, usually only 15 to 20 feet wide and going back from the street for 60 feet or more. Property taxes were based on how much of the street front there was, so people built deep and narrow to save money. The buildings that came out were like caves in the city, with dark areas in the middle and light coming in through the front door and back garden. The front of a machiya was a shop or workshop, a semi-public space where the household's business and street life came together. A few steps up from the street level marked the start of the buildings inside. You could do business in this threshold zone without actually entering the house. As with many other parts of Japanese architecture, the line between public and private wasn't a straight line, but a gradual change. The building stretched toward the back behind the shop area. It was divided into rooms by sliding fusuma panels that were covered in thick paper or fabric. These rooms had many uses. During the day they were living spaces, and at night futons were put out for sleeping. There wasn't much furniture, and it was often easy to move. A low table for eating that could be moved out of the way. Chests for storage that could be stacked or moved around. The space itself could be changed in any way, depending on the time of day or year. A small courtyard garden at the very back of the machiya let in light and air to the building's deepest parts. These gardens were very small, sometimes only 8 or 10 feet square, but they were very important for making the long, narrow buildings livable. That little bit of sky, that one tree, and those few carefully placed stones changed the whole character of the space, making it feel like it was connected to nature even though it was in a busy city. The whole neighbourhood of machiya gave the city a texture that Western cities don't have. Because the houses were so narrow, the streets were lined with different versions of the same thing, which made the streets look more interesting instead of boring. Because it was so small, everything was easy to get to on foot. The fact that there were shops on the ground floors and homes above them meant that neighbourhoods were busy all day and night. Fire was always a threat to Edo's wooden buildings. The city was hit by big fires all the time, and sometimes they destroyed tens of thousands of buildings in just one day. The Japanese didn't build in stone because it was more expensive and less comfortable. Instead, they came up with a complicated system for preventing and responding to fires. There were volunteer fire brigades in neighbourhoods. Buildings had thick-walled storehouses called kura that were fireproof and had heavy doors. Fire breaks were built into the streets. You always knew that fire would happen, so you built quickly and cheaply enough that it wouldn't be a disaster to rebuild. The kura is worth paying special attention to because it shows a completely different way of building in the larger wooden city. These storehouses were basically boxes with thick earthen walls that were covered in plaster and had small windows that were sealed with heavy shutters. Families kept their most valuable things inside, like documents, heirlooms, and expensive fabrics. The kura's thick walls might keep their contents safe, even when the main house burned down around them. Families would come back after the fire to find their storehouses standing like white islands in a sea of ash. But the pleasure quarters and tea houses that thrived during the long peace might be Edo's most unique architectural contribution. These entertainment districts created their own style of architecture, with buildings that had more detailed facades, bigger windows, and rooms that were meant for gathering and performing instead of just living. The ukiyo, which was captured in prints and literature, was a famous floating world in Edo. It had its own unique architecture and spaces made just for a culture of high-class entertainment. During the Edo period, the tea house itself, which we'll talk about in more detail soon, became very popular. But the tea houses in cities were not the same as the ones for tea ceremonies. These were places where people could meet and talk about business, where artists could gather, and where samurai could forget about their status for a night. The architecture showed this flexibility by having rooms that could be opened or closed, and spaces that could go from private to public depending on what was needed. During the Edo period, townhouses also saw the full development of the tokonoma, an alcove that may have become the most important part of the Japanese home. The tokonoma was a small raised area with a slightly different floor level and a decorative backing. The family would put a scroll and maybe a flower arrangement or a treasured object there. The tokonoma wasn't for sitting or storing things, it was just for showing off, a sign of the family's taste and refinement. What you put in your tokonoma said a lot about who you were and what you cared about. During this time, tatami changed in a way that made floor plans the same all over Japan. Tatami mats came in standard sizes, which made it easy to guess how big a room would be. A room with 6 mats was a room with 6 mats. Whether it was in Edo or Kyoto, the sizes of the mats did differ slightly by region, of course. Because of this standardization, it was possible to make a lot of architectural parts like screens, doors and alcove pieces that could fit in any building that followed the rules. As you move around in bed to find the perfect spot, picture yourself in a townhouse from the Edo period on a summer night. The shutters in the front are open to let in any breeze from the street. People who live nearby walk by and talk to each other. The small garden at the back of the house is in the shade, and the single maple tree is a dark shape against the deep blue sky. You're sitting close to the tokonoma, where a scroll shows a mountain landscape and a simple flower arrangement that together make a small world of meaning. The city with 1 million people is outside. Inside is this carefully planned space that isn't too big, but has everything you need to live a civilized life. To really get to know Japanese architecture, you have to go into a tea room, or chashitsu. These small buildings, which usually have only 4.5 tatami mats of floor space, are the best example of how Japanese design ideas can be turned into buildings. Before we talk about the building's architecture, we should learn about the tea ceremony, which is what these buildings are for. You do drink tea, but that's not really the point. It's about making a temporary world of refined interaction, where the usual rules and worries of daily life don't matter anymore. Instead, there is only the pure present moment that the host and guests share. The architecture's job is to set the stage for this experience and make it easier to have. Sen no Rikyu, a tea master from the 16th century who wrote down many of the rules for tea ceremonies, changed tea architecture by moving it away from fancy buildings that were influenced by Chinese styles and toward buildings that were almost radically simple and focused on natural materials and rough textures. Rikyu's ideas about Japanese taste go far beyond tea. Almost every modern idea of Japanese taste can be traced back to what he said. Before you even walk in, a tea room starts to work. You walk through a garden path called a roji, which is meant to help you switch your mind from the outside world to the tea room. You might walk through a garden gate, over stepping stones, past a bench where someone is waiting, and then to a stone basin where you can wash your hands and mouth. Each part has both practical and psychological uses. You're not just walking to a building, you're slowly breaking your ties to the outside world. The entrance to the tea room is meant to make you feel small. The Nijiriguchi, or crawling in entrance, is only about 2 feet square, so even the most important guests have to bow low and crawl through. The samurai had to leave their swords outside because the opening was too small for them to go in with them. This forced humility set the mood for the rest of the events. There were no social hierarchies in the tea room that were outside of it. There were only the host and the guests drinking tea. At first glance, the inside of a tea room looks almost like a cave. The walls of rough clay mixed with straw show their texture well. Wooden posts keep their bark or have irregularities that are meant to be there. The ceiling might be made of a mix of materials like bamboo, reeds and wood, to make a patchwork that looks random but is actually carefully planned. Small windows with translucent paper on them let in natural light, which makes the room softly lit from the side. But this look of being rustic is actually very sophisticated. Every part has been chosen with great care. There were hundreds of pieces to choose from, and that one with the bark still on it was chosen. We looked at its slight curve, its unique texture, and how light hits its surface, and we decided that all of these things were just right for this spot. The rough texture of the walls may look random, but it creates a specific visual effect that master plasterers spend years learning to make. The tokonoma is the main organising principle of the tea room, and it is even more important here than in residential architecture. There is a scroll in the alcove that was chosen just for this gathering. It could be a piece of calligraphy or a landscape painting. The scroll is more than just a decoration. It sets the spiritual tone for the whole tea party. When guests come in, they look at the tokonoma right away and read the scroll to find out what this gathering is all about. Everything in a tea room is there to help with tea. The hearth that is sunk into the ground is where the water is heated, and it is set up so that the host can perform the ceremony while sitting down. The door that the host uses to get in is separate from the door that the guests use to get in, so the host can bring in tea supplies without bothering the guests. The windows are placed just right so that the tea bowl gets the right amount of light at the most important times during the ceremony. Nothing is random. Every size, material and surface has been thought about. Tea rooms' aesthetic ideas slowly spread to all of Japanese architecture. The idea of wabi, which means finding beauty in simple things and materials, changed how people thought about designing homes. People liked worn wood and weathered stone because of the idea of sabi, which means appreciating the patina of age and the marks of use. Japanese architecture became known for using natural materials in their natural state without paint or other decorations. Tea rooms also perfected the idea of shake, or borrowed scenery, which is when a building is designed to include views of the landscape around it, as part of its interior space. A window that is carefully placed might frame a certain tree in the garden, making that tree a part of the room's design. The room's character changes when the tree blooms or changes colour with the seasons. The line between architecture and landscape becomes less clear and more temporary. The famous Taian tea room, which was designed by Rikyu himself and is still standing, is only 9 feet by 9 feet. In this small space, all of Japanese aesthetic philosophy is shown. The rough clay walls, the carefully uneven posts, the small window that looks out onto a perfectly framed garden view, and the tokonoma with its subtle proportions all work together to make a space that feels both humble and deep, rustic and refined, and temporary and eternal. Later tea masters built on Rikyu's work and made different styles of tea rooms that looked at different parts of tea room design. Some added more windows to let in more light. Some people tried out different materials or proportions, but they all stuck to the main idea. A tea room should be its own world, a place where beauty becomes a way to connect with the divine. The way tea rooms were designed had an effect on the way other types of buildings were built. The Sukiya style that came from tea architecture used its ideas in house design, such as using natural materials, making rooms that are the right size for people instead of grand displays, and paying close attention to texture and light. Exposed wooden ceilings, alcoves for display, and sliding paper screens are all things that are now thought of as typically Japanese. They all come from tea room architecture. As you get ready to sleep, picture yourself in a tea room at dusk. The rain is falling outside, making a soft sound on the roof. You can barely see the garden through the small window. The stones and moss are getting darker because of the moisture. The host just made tea with careful, practiced movements. The tea bowl is in front of you, and its rough surface feels warm in your hands. In this small space, the whole universe has shrunk to this moment. The taste of tea, the sound of rain, and the way the light is fading. The room has everything it needs, and nothing it doesn't. In its own quiet way, it's perfect. Japan had been closed off from the rest of the world for over 200 years, but in the middle of the 19th century it opened up. The meeting changed Japanese architecture in ways that were both exciting and confusing. Suddenly, a building style that had developed over hundreds of years to reflect certain cultural values and deal with certain problems had to learn how to use completely different architectural languages from Europe and America. People who were used to wooden buildings with paper screens and sliding doors must have thought that the first Western-style buildings in Japan were very strange. Buildings made of stone or brick with glass windows, multiple stories with stairs inside, rooms that were only for one thing, and furniture that couldn't be moved or changed, all showed a very different idea of what buildings were and how people should live in them. The Meiji government wanted Japan to become a modern nation-state, so they actively promoted Western architecture as part of that process. They hired architects from other countries to design government buildings, banks, train stations and other buildings that needed to look modern and strong. These buildings intentionally copied Western styles, like Victorian Gothic, Renaissance Revival, and French Baroque. Sometimes they did this in a way that was so mixed up that it was hard to tell where one style ended and another began. It must have been strange to walk through central Tokyo during the Meiji period. There were brick banking houses with Corinthian columns next to traditional wooden temples and machiya. Buddhist temples had roofs that curved, while government buildings had roofs that sloped down like European roofs. There was an architectural clash without synthesis, with different building styles living in the same city, but not yet learning how to talk to each other. Japanese architects who had studied in Europe and America had an interesting problem to solve: how to make modern Japanese architecture that used Western building technology, but still stayed true to traditional aesthetic values. Architects would spend the next 100 years thinking about this question, and it may still have an effect on Japanese architecture today. One of the first things people did was add Japanese decorative elements to Western building styles. You could have a brick building with European proportions and a Japanese-style tiled roof, or a stone building with towers that look like pagodas. These hybrids often looked strange, like someone wearing a business suit with traditional sandals. Each part was fine on its own, but together they were uncomfortable. Tokyo Station, which was finished in 1914, is a good example of the architectural goals of this time. The station was a huge red brick building with European Renaissance style, including domes, arches, and detailed brickwork. It was designed by Tatsuno Kingo, who had studied in London. It was supposed to show that Japan had become a modern country with infrastructure that could compete with any Western power, but you could see that Japanese sensibilities were at work in the way it was built and the way it looked. But the changes that were happening in residential architecture were more interesting than the big public buildings. Middle-class Japanese homes started to mix Western and Japanese styles, making hybrid spaces that showed how lifestyles were changing while still keeping traditional comforts. A house might have one Western-style room with chairs, tables, and hardwood floors. This room was usually used for business or to welcome guests. The rest of the house would be traditional Japanese with tatami mats and sliding screens. This wasn't just about how things looked or how they were worn. Different kinds of activities really worked better in different kinds of buildings. If you wore Western clothes, you wanted chairs and tables that were Western heights. But when they were at home, a lot of Japanese people liked to take off their tight Western clothes, put on a yukata or kimono, and sit on tatami the old-fashioned way. You could live in both modes because you had both kinds of spaces. You could choose the right one for each activity. The engawa, a space between the inside and outside that looked like a porch, was a big part of traditional Japanese architecture. In Meiji period homes, it took on a new form. Sometimes it had glass windows around it, making it look like a sunroom that kept the weather out but still let you see the gardens. This change showed how traditional building parts could change to use new materials and technologies while still doing their main job. Japanese architects who were studying abroad started to notice something interesting. While they were learning how to build in the West, Western architects were becoming interested in Japanese design. People were amazed by the Japanese pavilions at international exhibitions. Western architects and designers started to collect Japanese prints, study Japanese gardens, and use Japanese design ideas in their own work. Japan wasn't just getting architectural ideas, it was also giving them. This back and forth would eventually lead to more complex syntheses. Frank Lloyd Wright's Imperial Hotel in Tokyo, built in the 1920s, tried to mix Western ideas about space with Japanese ideas about beauty and attention to materials. Wright wasn't Japanese, but his ideas for architecture showed how to honour both traditions without having to choose between them. The terrible Great Kanto earthquake of 1923 destroyed much of Tokyo and Yokohama, but it also opened up new opportunities. Rebuilding the city made it possible to use modern building methods on a larger scale, such as reinforced concrete, steel framing, and modern utilities. But it also made people think about what traditional architecture had lost, and what should be kept. Some architects started to talk about a more careful way to modernise. They didn't want to just copy Western styles or keep traditional architecture the same to protect it. Instead, they wanted an architecture that used modern materials and building methods, but still understood and respected traditional Japanese ideas about space. This wasn't just about making things look nice on the outside. It was about deeper ideas like how buildings fit into the landscape, how spaces could be flexible and changeable, and how to use natural materials and light in creative ways. In the early 1900s, modernist architecture spread around the world. It focused on clean lines, honest use of materials, and combining indoor and outdoor spaces. Surprisingly, this style of architecture had a lot in common with traditional Japanese architectural values. Both traditions valued simplicity over decoration, honest materials over surface decoration, and fluid connections between buildings and their surroundings. Japanese architects started to see that some of the ideas behind modernism weren't completely new to them. In some ways, they were similar to ideas that their own tradition had been working with for hundreds of years. A steel and glass building with clean lines and little decoration wasn't that different from a traditional tea room, which used natural materials and didn't add extra decoration. Both were examples of aesthetic philosophies that put value on essence over decoration. and clarity over confusion. This understanding would ultimately result in some of the most groundbreaking architecture of the 20th century, as Japanese architects employed contemporary materials and methods to convey traditional spatial ideas in novel manners. But that's a story for the next chapter when we get to the present. As you settle deeper into sleep, picture Tokyo in the 1920s. It was a city that was rebuilding itself and full of contradictions and possibilities. This is a traditional wooden house with one room that looks like it belongs in the West. A concrete office building is trying to look like a French palace. You can still see the roofs of the temples in the distance, but they are now surrounded by buildings that would have been unthinkable just a few decades ago. It's a mess, but it's also exciting, uncomfortable, and full of promise. A civilization is going through a huge change and trying to figure out how to stay the same while becoming something else. Japan's cities were ruined by World War II. Bombing had mostly destroyed Tokyo, Osaka, and Nagoya. In the immediate aftermath of the war, all that was needed was to put roofs over people's heads with whatever materials were on hand. When people were living in temporary shacks and old military buildings, architectural philosophy seemed like a luxury. But even in this dire situation, some architectural elements remained the same. People still took off their shoes before going into homes. They still liked to sit on the floor when they could. The basic ideas about space in Japanese architecture, flexibility, connection to nature, and the importance of threshold spaces stayed the same, even though the buildings themselves were rough and temporary. As Japan's economy got better and then exploded in the 1950s and 1960s, a group of amazing architects came along who would change how people thought about modern architecture. These architects had grown up with traditional Japanese buildings and learned about Western architectural principles. Now, they had to make buildings that were right for modern Japan. Their ideas would change architecture all over the world. Kenzo Tang could be the most well-known person from this generation. His buildings were a mix of the brutal honesty of modernist concrete construction and ideas about space that came from traditional Japanese architecture. The Hiroshima Peace Memorial Museum, finished in 1955, raised its main structure on pillars, which made a covered space underneath that was like the open ground floors of traditional storehouses and let light and air flow through the building. Tang's work showed that modern materials like reinforced concrete could show traditional Japanese ideas about space, like the mixing of inside and outside, the use of modular structural grids, and the focus on horizontal rather than vertical lines. His buildings looked very modern, but their layout and relationship to the site and landscape made them feel Japanese in some way. The metabolist movement, which started in the 1960s, had an even more radical idea. These architects saw cities as living things that could grow and change, with residential units that could be added to permanent infrastructure. Most of their biggest dreams never came true, but their ideas about flexibility and adaptability took traditional Japanese ideas about reconfigurable space and applied them to cities and technology. The Nakagin Capsule Tower by Kisho Kurokawa, which was finished in 1972, was an example of metabolist ideas in architecture. The building was made up of prefabricated modules, which were basically small apartments that were attached to concrete cores. This was done so that capsules could be moved around or replaced as needed. It looked like science fiction, but it was based on the traditional Japanese idea that buildings are made up of parts that can be rearranged instead of being permanent monuments. At the same time, residential architecture was changing in less obvious ways. After the war, Japanese homes started to have more Western features, like real kitchens with running water, bathrooms with tubs and showers, and central heating. But the way things were arranged in space often stayed very Japanese. A lot of homes still had at least one traditional tatami room with sliding fusuma panels, a tokonoma alcove, and a door that led to a small garden. This wasn't just nostalgia or conservatism. It was a real preference for being able to move around and connect with traditional styles. At night, a tatami room could be a bedroom. During the day, it could be a living room. For special meals, it could be a dining room. And for guests, it could be a space. The Western-style rooms with furniture that couldn't be moved around couldn't do this. Some architects started to look into how they could use modern materials and building methods to express traditional ideas. Tadao Ando, who became famous in the 1970s, built buildings out of smooth concrete, glass and steel that still had a traditional Japanese feel to them. His buildings have enclosed courtyards, carefully framed natural light, and a peaceful quality that reminds one of temple and tea room architecture. Ando's Church of the Light, which was finished in 1989, is a great example of this combination. It's a small concrete chapel with a cross that shines. The cross was made by taking away things, not adding them. The wall has a cross-shaped opening that lets light in. The room is very simple and serious, but it also has a lot of spiritual energy. It looks modern, but it also feels like it comes from the same design tradition that made tea rooms hundreds of years ago. The idea of ma, which we talked about earlier as charged empty space, was used in a new way in modern Japanese architecture. Architects designed buildings with holes and gaps that weren't just empty space. They were important parts of the design. These empty spaces made the rhythm of the buildings, let light and air in, and gave people a place to rest their eyes and think. The connection between architecture and nature, which is so important to Japanese culture, continued in new ways. Architects couldn't always make traditional gardens, especially in cities with a lot of people, but they found ways to add natural elements, like a single tree in a courtyard, a water feature, or even just views of the sky that were carefully framed. These gestures recognized the human necessity for a connection with nature, even within entirely urban environments. Small urban homes became a very interesting type of architecture. Because land was so expensive in Japanese cities, many residential lots were very small, less than 50 square meters in some cases. Architects who had to work with these limits came up with new ways to make spaces more livable, by adding light, air, and sometimes surprising spatial experiences. These small homes often had courtyards inside, skylights, spaces on more than one level, and smart ways to store things. These small houses kept the traditional Japanese way of building homes, which was to make rich spatial experiences within small physical limits. A traditional tea room showed that you don't need a lot of room to make a whole world. Modern tiny houses took this idea further by showing that careful design could make even the smallest spaces feel full and welcoming. Modern engineering's earthquake-resistant building methods were added to Japan's traditional knowledge of how to make structures that can bend. Modern buildings in Japan often have advanced dampening systems, flexible joints, and extra structural support that let them sway with seismic forces instead of fighting them. This high-tech method is similar to the old idea of building wooden structures that could move with the earth. As you start to feel sleepy, picture yourself walking through modern Tokyo. This is an old temple with wooden buildings that have been well cared for. Next to it is a modern building made of glass and steel. Its ground floor opens completely to the street, making the line between inside and outside less clear. This is a very modern take on a traditional idea. A small house, across the street, has a tree growing through the middle of it, bringing nature into the middle of a busy city. The city is like a palimpsest, with layers of history and new ideas all in the same place. The buildings from each time period seem to talk to each other. By the end of the 20th century, something amazing had happened. Japanese architecture had become influential all over the world in ways that went far beyond just unique details or surface beauty. Architects all over the world were looking at Japanese buildings, spatial ideas and design philosophies to find ways to solve modern architectural problems that Western traditions hadn't fully dealt with. Japanese aesthetics had a big impact on the minimalism that became so popular in architecture around the world starting in the 1990s. The Japanese had been refining the ideas behind clean lines, limited colour palettes, carefully chosen materials, and empty space as a positive design element for hundreds of years. Japan had been doing what the West thought was a radical new style since the 16th century, when tea masters started doing it. The open floor plans that are now popular in Western homes are similar to the ideas that Japanese homes have had for hundreds of years. Japanese architecture had these ideas long before they became popular in other parts of the world, that spaces could be flexible and serve more than one purpose, that rooms could flow into each other instead of being separated by walls, and that a home should adapt to the needs of its occupants instead of forcing them to adapt to fixed rooms. The focus on natural materials that are honestly displayed, rather than painted over or hidden behind decorations, became a defining feature of modern high-end architecture around the world. Architects started leaving concrete unpainted so that the wood structure showed through, and they used stone in ways that showed off its natural beauty. This method wasn't taken directly from Japan, but the Japanese architectural tradition of honest material expression did have an effect on how architects around the world thought about materials and surfaces. The relationship between the inside and outside that Japanese architecture had always stressed became more and more important in modern architecture around the world. In modern design, people wanted buildings with walls that could open all the way, rooms that led into gardens, and threshold spaces that were neither fully inside nor outside. The traditional Ngawa had changed into modern terraces, balconies, and transitional spaces that made buildings more interesting for people to experience. Japanese architects had an impact on the world as well. In 1995, Tadao Ando won the Pritzker Prize, the first of many Japanese architects to win the most prestigious award in the field. Kazuyo Sejima and Ryue Nishizawa's company, SANAA, built buildings that were incredibly delicate and spatially complex, and their work had an impact on architects all over the world. Shigeru Ban was the first to use paper tubes and other unusual materials in buildings that were both structurally innovative and socially responsible. It wasn't obvious that these architects built buildings that looked like traditional Japanese ones. Their work didn't have pagoda roofs or torii gates, but their buildings had spatial ideas, material sensibilities, and connections to sight and light that were more connected to traditional Japanese architecture. They showed that tradition isn't just about copying old styles, it's also about understanding and building on basic ideas. The idea of wabi-sabi, which means finding beauty in things that aren't perfect, don't last, or aren't finished, became part of the global design vocabulary. It may have been overused in Western design circles, where it was sometimes seen as just a style instead of a complicated philosophical stance. But at its best, the world's love of wabi-sabi showed a real appreciation for Japanese aesthetic values that were different from the Western focus on permanence, perfection, and completion. The design of Japanese gardens had a bigger and bigger effect on gardens around the world. From California to England, modern gardens showed how to use natural materials, how to make spaces for thinking, and how to make small versions of larger landscapes. The notion that landscape design could be an art form as sophisticated as architecture, a belief rooted in Japanese tradition, garnered broader acceptance. The best Japanese architecture was very aware of the environment. It paid attention to natural ventilation, used local materials, and was carefully oriented to the sun and wind. These were all things that became important in architecture around the world. Japanese architecture has always been sustainable because it had to be. Contemporary architects learned from these traditions how to build buildings that are better for the environment. The Japanese idea that architecture is not a permanent monument, but something that can be changed and rebuilt, challenged Western ideas about architecture in interesting ways. The 20-year rebuilding cycle of the Is Shrine, which we talked about a long time ago, was a whole new way of thinking about preserving architecture. Instead of trying to keep buildings the same, it meant keeping tradition alive through constant renewal. This idea changed how people thought about cultural continuity and architectural sustainability. Japanese culture had a big impact on the way people saw small-scale, carefully detailed architecture. Not every building had to be a big deal or a big statement. In small urban houses or tea rooms, where every detail had been carefully thought out, the most beautiful architecture could happen. This recognition of small-scale excellence changed how architects around the world thought about residential and small-scale projects. Japanese architects combined traditional building techniques with modern materials and methods. This gave other countries ideas for how to keep traditional building crafts alive, while also making modern buildings. Japanese architectural craft was known for its careful joinery, attention to surface qualities, and respect for materials. These things still affect how buildings are detailed and built. As we near the end of our journey through Japanese architectural history, we come to the present. What we see is not a complete preservation of tradition, or a complete break from the past, but rather a creative conversation between historical principles and modern needs that is still going on. There is a fascinating tension in modern Japanese architecture. Japan is still one of the most architecturally innovative countries in the world. Architects there build buildings that are very creative and technically advanced. On the other hand, traditional building types like temples, shrines, tea rooms, and even some types of homes are still used today, not just as museum pieces. In Kyoto, you'll see master carpenters still teaching apprentices how to do traditional joinery that doesn't use any nails. These craftsmen aren't putting on historical reenactments. They're keeping temples and shrines that are still used for religious purposes up to date using the same methods that their ancestors used hundreds of years ago. The knowledge is passed down from master to apprentice in an unbroken chain. Each generation learns not from books but by working with tools and materials. There are definitely problems with these old crafts. Fewer young people want to spend years learning how to do temple carpentry or thatched roofing. The economic problems are real, but the tradition lives on, thanks in part to cultural pride, religious necessity, and a growing understanding that these skills are irreplaceable knowledge about materials and construction. At the same time, modern Japanese architects are still pushing the limits. They build buildings that are incredibly delicate, with walls that seem to dissolve and spaces that flow into each other like water. They try out new materials and technologies while still keeping in touch with old ideas about space. Su Fujimoto is one of the younger architects. He makes buildings that blur the lines between architecture and nature, inside and outside, and building and landscape. Sometimes his buildings look more like abstract sculptures or natural formations than regular buildings, but they are perfectly livable spaces. They're a modern evolution of traditional Japanese ideas about how buildings and nature interact. Kengo Kuma's work is very modern, but it also clearly draws on traditional Japanese architecture. He wants to know how modern methods can be used with traditional materials like wood, stone, and paper to make buildings that feel like they come from the past without copying old styles. His buildings often have fancy wooden screening systems that are modern versions of traditional features that control light, give people privacy, and make rich visual textures. There is an endless stream of new houses being built in Japan because people there are still interested in small, well-designed homes. Tokyo is full of tiny lots where architects have to work within very strict limits to make amazing spatial experiences. These houses are in line with the Japanese tradition of making a lot out of a little, by carefully designing them instead of just making them big. These small modern homes often have features that are similar to traditional homes, like an internal courtyard that lets light and air into the middle of the building, a threshold space that separates the street from the home, and a special room or alcove for thinking and showing off. But they use modern materials and building methods, which makes the buildings feel both new and traditional. Japan has a unique way of keeping its old buildings in good shape. Preservation doesn't mean trying to keep buildings the same over time. Instead, it usually means rebuilding them every so often using traditional methods and materials. This keeps not only the buildings themselves, but also the knowledge and skills needed to build them. It's preservation through practice, not through museums. The Japanese people as a whole stay connected to traditional architectural spaces by practicing tea ceremonies, going to temples and shrines, and sometimes even in their own homes. A lot of modern Japanese homes and apartments still have at least one tatami room. This is a place where people can connect with traditional aesthetics and practices even when they are in a modern setting. More and more, Japanese architecture is being shaped by environmental concerns. Building practices that are strong and long-lasting are important because the country is prone to earthquakes, typhoons, and other natural disasters. Modern Japanese architecture often uses both high-tech and traditional methods. For example, it might use advanced seismic dampening systems and energy-efficient mechanical systems, as well as natural ventilation, careful solar orientation, and local materials. Japanese architecture is always trying to find a balance between old and new. Other cultures can learn from this as they try to find ways to honour the past, while also meeting modern needs. Japan's example shows that tradition isn't just keeping things the same, it's a living practice that changes while still being true to its core values. As you drift off to sleep, think about all the Japanese architecture we've seen tonight. The ancient forests where it all began, the Shinto shrines that mark sacred places, the Buddhist temples that reach for enlightenment, the palaces that open up to gardens, the castles that rise from stone foundations, the Edo townhouses that make city life possible, the tea rooms that find infinity in small spaces, the Meiji experiments with new forms, the post-war innovations, and the modern explorations that are still going on today. Every time period built on what came before it and adapted to the needs of the time. There was no time that was frozen, but there was no time that was completely lost. The tradition lived on because it kept changing and adapting while still holding on to threads of continuity that go back hundreds of years. The House You Build in Dreams, an epilogue. As you finally fall asleep, your mind might build fake buildings out of all the architectural parts we've looked at tonight. Maybe you're walking through a house that has parts from different times, like a tea room that opens up to a garden from the Edo period, or a high-end palace with flowing spaces made from modern materials, or a castle that looks strong but is softened by modern transparency. This dream architecture doesn't mix things up or contradict itself. It's completely fine because Japanese architecture has always been about bringing together different influences and needs into a cohesive whole that serves human life while respecting deeper, aesthetic and philosophical ideas. The lessons from the history of Japanese architecture apply to more than just Japan. They remind us that buildings are more than just places to live. They are also ways for us to show how we want to live, what we value, and how we see our place in the natural world. They show that tradition and innovation are not opposites, but partners in a creative conversation that never ends. Japanese architecture teaches you to be patient, to think carefully about every detail, to choose materials carefully, and to let designs grow through repeated refinement. It values restraint, which means that knowing what to leave out is often more important than knowing what to put in. It accepts that everything is temporary, just like all buildings and other things made by people are temporary parts of nature's longer story. Japanese architecture teaches us that the way spaces are set up can change how we feel. The light in a room, the feel of a wall, the connection between the inside and the garden, and the size of a space all affect how we feel, think, and interact with other people. Architecture isn't just about building places for people to live. It's also about making places where people can thrive. When you wake up tomorrow, you might see your own living space in a new way. That window's connection to the light in the morning, the line that separates rooms, the things and textures that are around you, the existence or non-existence of natural components. These aren't just things that are useful, they're also chances to make daily life more beautiful, thoughtful, and connected. You don't have to live in a traditional Japanese house to learn from Japanese architecture. The rules can be used anywhere. Less is more, quality over quantity, connecting with nature, spaces that change to fit your needs, honest materials that get better with age, paying attention to light and shadow, and the power of empty space. You might put one flower in a special place, making your own small version of a tokonoma. You might move things around in a room to let in more natural light. You might just stop and take in the architectural details of the places you live in every day. These little things keep the tradition alive in your own way. It's not just about buildings in far-off places or things that happened in the past that make up the history of Japanese architecture. It's a living tradition that keeps changing, and you take part in it every time you think carefully about the places you make and live in. The master carpenters of ancient Japan, the tea masters refining aesthetic principles, and the modern architects looking for new ways to build all contribute to an ongoing discussion about how people should live on the planet. As sleep takes over, let your last conscious thoughts rest in a place of perfect peace. Imagine yourself sitting in a cosy chair by a crackling fire, ready to hear about a man who never meant to be Scotland's greatest folk hero. William Wallace didn't come into the world with a crown on his head or a plan for the battlefield in his hand. He was born around 1270 as the second son of a minor Scottish noble. This meant that he was going to live a quiet life that history tends to forget. You might picture young William growing up in Renfrewshire and getting into the usual kinds of trouble that boys do, like climbing trees he shouldn't, tracking mud through, his mother's clean hall, and learning to swing a sword that was still too heavy for his skinny arms. Malcolm Wallace, his father, owned some land around Elderslie. It was enough to make them respectable, but not enough to make them rich. It's like being the family that lives on a quiet street but has the nicest house. It's not like living in a castle, but it's nice. It wasn't William's birth or his money that set him apart. It was the time he was born. He was born and raised in Scotland during a time when things were really bad. King Alexander III died in 1286, leaving behind a mess that would make today's family inheritance fights seem like polite dinner conversations. The Scottish nobles were fighting over who should be the next king, like kids fighting over the last piece of cake. But this cake was a whole kingdom. Edward I of England came along. He was as subtle as a sledgehammer and as patient as a hungry cat watching a mouse hole. Edward saw the political chaos in Scotland and thought, "This looks like a great chance to add another kingdom to my collection." In 1296, when William was probably in his mid-20s and more interested in taking care of his family's land than in politics, Edward decided to invade Scotland with the same excitement as someone moving furniture around in a house that wasn't theirs. The invasion wasn't just a military victory, it was a planned humiliation. Edward took away Scotland's symbols of independence, like a tourist taking home a huge souvenir. He took the Stone of Destiny away. He put English officials in charge of Scottish affairs and acted like the worst kind of micromanaging boss you've ever had. Except this boss was in charge of your whole country. For William, who lived in the Scottish lowlands, Edward's job probably felt like having strangers move into his neighbourhood and tell him how to paint his fence. The new English rulers made people pay taxes, set their own rules, and didn't care about Scottish customs any more than you would care about a crumpled grocery list. Every day was full of small annoyances and big problems that built up over time, like pressure in a kettle. You can almost picture William going about his business, managing his small estates, dealing with English tax collectors, and watching English soldiers swagger through Scottish towns. You can also picture him feeling that special kind of anger that comes from being told you're not good enough to run your own affairs. He wasn't planning a revolution yet. He was just a man watching his country slowly fade away under the rules of someone else. But here's the thing about quiet people who reach their breaking point. When they finally lose it, they don't just make noise, they write history. William Wallace was about to learn that the heroes who are most afraid to act are the ones who make the biggest difference, because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore. His change from a small landowner to a famous rebel was still to come, like a storm gathering on the horizon. You might be wondering what makes a fairly peaceful landowner into Scotland's most famous rebel. Like most turning points in life, the answer came down to something very personal and annoyingly small. William Wallace was called to testify in May 1297 before William Heselrigg, the English sheriff of Lanark. Historians still argue about why this happened, just like people argue about what really happened at a family reunion years ago. Imagine this. You have to meet with someone who embodies everything you've come to hate about your current situation. Heselrigg was one of those English officials who liked to remind Scots that they were now subjects instead of citizens of their own country. He was like every annoying interaction you've ever had with the government, but this bureaucrat could have you killed if he wanted to. Depending on which story you believe, what happens next is different. However, they all end the same way. Heselrigg is dead, and Wallace is suddenly Scotland's most wanted man. Some people say it started because of taxes, others say it was because of land disputes, and still others say it had to do with a woman Wallace cared about. The specifics don't matter as much as the outcome. William Wallace crossed a line that couldn't be uncrossed in a fit of rage. It wasn't the same as accidentally breaking a vase at someone's house to kill an English sheriff. This was like setting fire to a police station in the Middle Ages. There was no way to explain it away, no way to say sorry, and no way to go back to your quiet life of managing estates and complaining about taxes. Wallace was with about 30 friends in Lanark that day, and all of a sudden they were all criminals, like the most important crime spree in history. But here's where the story gets interesting. Wallace didn't panic or run away to hide in the Highlands like smart criminals would have. Instead, he did something that surprised everyone, even himself. He began to get more followers. Word spread through Scotland faster than gossip in a small town. William Wallace had finally stood up to the English. You need to know how badly people wanted to hear this kind of news. For months, Scots had been watching foreigners change their country, ignore their traditions, and either kill their leaders, send them into exile, or work with the occupiers. Then, out of nowhere, there was this minor nobleman who seemed to have made up his mind that he would rather be a dead rebel than a living collaborator. Wallace found out he was good at something he'd never done before, getting people to fight when it seemed like there was no hope. Men began to arrive at his camp. Farmers brought pitchforks, young noblemen brought swords, craftsmen brought hammers, and a lot of people brought nothing but anger and a desire to use it. It was like watching a snowball roll down a hill, but this one was picking up Scots who were armed and angry. At the same time, the English government was having its own bad day at work. One minute they're running a conquered territory like any other occupying force, and the next minute some nobody from Renfrewshire has killed a sheriff and become a magnet for all the unhappy Scots in the lowlands. Edward I was not the kind of king who liked surprises like this. Within a few weeks, Wallace had gone from being a wanted criminal to the head of a group that was starting to look a lot like a rebellion. He was probably learning faster than he wanted that there is a big difference between being angry enough to kill a sheriff and being ready to lead a war against the strongest military force in Britain. But sometimes life doesn't give you enough time to get ready for the part you have to play. Imagine trying to explain to someone why you chose to fight the medieval version of the Pentagon with a group of farmers, craftsmen and younger sons who couldn't inherit their father's land. This was basically William Wallace's situation in the summer of 1297. If he had been the type of person to make smart choices, Scottish history would have been much shorter and less interesting. Wallace had accidentally become the leader of what military historians politely call an asymmetric conflict, which is academic speak for David versus Goliath. Except Goliath has professional soldiers, and David has a lot of people who are really, really angry. The English army that was coming to Scotland was everything a medieval military force was supposed to be: well-trained, well-equipped, experienced in conquest, and led by commanders who knew what they were doing. On the other hand, Wallace's army looked like what happens when you tell people at a bar that drinks are free and then give them guns instead of beer. Most of his followers had never been in a real battle, many didn't have the right armour, and their plan was to hit the English with whatever you've got until they go away. It wasn't a very promising situation. Wallace did have two advantages that weren't obvious right away. First, his men were fighting for their homes, which is a strong motivation that is hard to match when you're a professional soldier, fighting for someone else's goals. Wallace also had a natural understanding of what we now call guerrilla warfare, though he probably would have called it practical fighting. This is the second, and maybe more important point. Wallace didn't want to fight the English in formal pitched battles where better training and equipment would win. Instead, he kept his troops moving. They attacked English supply lines quickly, then vanished before reinforcements could get there. They made life hard for the occupying forces who were trying to control a hostile countryside. Imagine being pecked to death by ducks in the Middle Ages, but these ducks had swords. The English commanders had been trained in traditional warfare, but they were up against an enemy that didn't follow the rules of war. Wallace's troops would attack a garrison, disappear into the countryside, and then reappear somewhere else, like the most dangerous game of whack-a-mole in the world. By September 1297, Wallace had caught the eye of Andrew Moray, another young Scottish noble who was leading his own rebellion in the north. When they worked together, they made something that scared English commanders a lot more than two angry Scots groups. They made a unified resistance with real strategic coordination. The partnership worked because Wallace and Moray were a perfect match for each other. Moray brought noble connections and political legitimacy, while Wallace brought charm and a growing reputation for making English soldiers very nervous. They were part of a Scottish resistance that hadn't existed since Edward's invasion. It looked like it might actually do something besides get its members killed. The English government used the tried-and-true method of sending a huge army to fix the problem by using overwhelming force. The Earl of Surrey was sent north with orders that probably came down to find these troublemakers and show them why rebellion is not a good career choice. What Surrey didn't fully appreciate was that he was about to face an opponent who had spent months learning how to turn military disadvantages into tactical opportunities. Wallace had been studying the English army like a chess player studies an opponent's best moves, looking for patterns and weaknesses that someone willing to try something new could take advantage of. No one knew it at the time, but the stage was set for what would become the most famous battle in Scottish history. September 11th, 1297, began like any other day, but it would soon become one of the most famous dates in Scottish history. The people who woke up that morning had no idea they were about to see something that would be talked about for hundreds of years. The Earl of Surrey led the English army, which was camped on the south side of the River Forth near Stirling. They could see what looked like a medium-sized Scottish force on Abbey Craig across the water. If you've ever had to choose between the safe choice and the dramatic choice, you can understand how Surrey felt that morning. The safest thing to do was to cross the river at the ford several miles upstream. This would give his whole army time to get ready before fighting the Scots. The dramatic choice was to cross at Stirling Bridge, which was so narrow that his troops would have to cross in small groups, making them easy targets. Surrey picked the bridge because he was sure of himself since he had never lost a battle to Scottish rebels. To be fair to him, this probably seemed like the right choice because his army was bigger, better trained and better armed. What could possibly go wrong with crossing a narrow bridge to attack farmers with pitchforks? Wallace and Moray, who were watching from Abbey Craig, were probably feeling the mix of fear and excitement that comes with putting everything you have on a single desperate bet. They had carefully placed their troops, but their whole plan depended on the timing being just right. If they went too early, the English army would go back across the bridge. If they waited too long, there would be too many English soldiers to deal with. You can picture Wallace watching English soldiers march across the bridge in neat lines, counting heads, and trying to figure out the exact moment when there would be enough enemies across for the attack to be worth it, but not so many that his troops would be overwhelmed. It was like trying to time jumping onto a moving train. If you miss by a second in either direction, the whole thing goes wrong. Wallace gave the signal when the English had gotten about half of their army across. From the Scottish point of view, what happened next was the best kind of chaos. The Scots charged down from Abbey Craig with all the anger of people who had been waiting months for this chance. They hit the English forces at the worst possible time, when they were spread out along the bridge and couldn't move. Wallace's plan was brilliant because it turned the English army's strengths into weaknesses. It didn't matter that they were better trained if there wasn't enough space to use it. They had better gear, but it didn't help them when they couldn't get into battle formations. Their numerical advantage didn't matter when only a small part of their troops could fight at any given time. The narrow bridge turned into a trap instead of a way to get across. Scottish forces had the upper hand and were moving quickly, while English soldiers were stuck between them and their own army, which was still trying to cross behind them. People who had already crossed couldn't go back without fighting their own reinforcements, and people who were still waiting to cross couldn't help without making the traffic worse. Surrey watched as his well-planned military mission turned into what looked like a very costly disaster. The Earl of Surrey had probably fought in dozens of battles, but he'd never seen anything like this. A carefully planned attack turned into a nightmare of medieval traffic management. The English lost thousands of men, including Hugh de Cressingham, Scotland's treasurer. Scots celebrated his death with the same kind of excitement they usually save for big holidays. Wallace and Moray had done something that seemed impossible just hours before. They had beaten a professional English army with a group of rebels that most military experts would have thought was a joke. The win at Stirling Bridge showed that the English weren't as safe in Scotland as everyone thought, and it made William Wallace famous all over Britain, but probably not in the way he had planned when he decided to kill the Sheriff of Lanark. William Wallace found out that being a famous military hero is very different from being a minor landowner after the Battle of Stirling Bridge. People in Scotland started to look at him like he might have answers to questions he had never thought of before, like, what do we do now that we've shown we can beat the English? And how do we run a country when half of it is still occupied? Wallace was smart enough to know that beating one English army didn't mean Scotland was free, even though the victory had made him feel great. It meant that England would send a bigger army, probably led by someone much better than the Earl of Surrey, who'd gone home to tell Edward VI how he had lost a battle against some farmers who were acting up. Sadly, Andrew Moray was hurt at Stirling Bridge and died soon after. This meant that Wallace had to deal with the political fallout from their success, mostly on his own. This was like winning the lottery and then finding out you have to run the whole financial system yourself. It sounds exciting in theory, but it's a lot harder in practice. Wallace was made Guardian of Scotland, which sounded great but came with duties that no one had told him about. He was now supposed to run parts of Scotland, talk to other countries, set up defences against the inevitable English retaliation, and somehow turn a successful rebellion into a working government. Wallace's life was probably at its most strange during the winter of 1297 to 1298. In just a few months he went from being a wanted criminal to the de facto ruler of Scotland. Now he had to figure out how to do the job. He spent time trying to get the world to recognise Scotland's independence. He sent people to France and Rome, like someone in the Middle Ages trying to get their startup noticed by big investors. Edward I was reacting the way you would expect a man to react after seeing his men lose a battle to people he thought were barely more civilised than sheep. People called Edward Longshanks because he was tall and Hammer of the Scots, because he didn't want Scotland to be free. He saw the loss at Stirling Bridge as a personal insult that needed to be fixed right away and in a big way. Wallace probably expected and feared the English response. Edward put together an army that was bigger and better organised, and led by him instead of subordinates, who might make tactical mistakes that would make him look bad. This time, smart positioning and good timing wouldn't be enough to beat out better numbers and equipment. Wallace worked for months to get Scotland ready for what was coming, but he didn't have many resources and knew that his last victory was as much about English mistakes as Scottish brilliance. He couldn't count on his enemies to make the same mistakes twice, especially since they were now being led by a king who had personally conquered Wales and had no plans to let Scotland slip out of English control. Wallace had a problem that was almost impossible to solve. How do you protect a country with few resources from an enemy with almost unlimited ones? It was like trying to keep a wildfire from getting to your house with just a garden hose and your willpower. Wallace was very determined, but determination alone isn't enough to stop professional armies. By the summer of 1298, it was clear that Scotland was about to be invaded in a way that would make Edward's last conquest look like a warm-up. Wallace had done the impossible once, but now he had to do it again in much worse conditions, with everyone watching to see if the hero of Stirling Bridge could pull off another miracle. Someone who had never asked to carry the weight of a whole country's hopes was now aware that this time clever tactics might not be enough. Wallace probably dreaded the summer of 1298, since it would be the time of reckoning after his victory at Stirling Bridge. Edward I had put together an army that was bigger, more professional, better supplied, and led by a king who saw military failure as a personal challenge to his ability. Wallace was in the position of trying to do a miracle again, which is hard to do even when things are going well. The tactical advantages that made Stirling Bridge possible, English overconfidence, good terrain and perfect timing, were not available for a second performance. Edward wasn't going to lead his army across a narrow bridge into a trap that had been set up just for them this time. The Battle of Falkirk on July 22nd, 1298, was not like the Battle of Stirling Bridge. Wallace didn't attack an enemy that was disorganised and stuck in an impossible situation. Instead, he faced a coordinated attack by professional soldiers who had learned from the mistakes of their predecessors. Edward's army had heavy cavalry, professional infantry, and Welsh longbowmen who could kill Scottish soldiers from far away, which made close combat tactics useless. Wallace had put his troops in defensive formations called schiltroms, which were basically circles of men with spears pointed out like medieval porcupines. This was a good way to stop cavalry charges, and at first the English knights couldn't get through these walls of spear points. But Edward had brought those longbowmen from Wales for just this kind of thing. Arrows started to fall on the Scottish formations with deadly accuracy, and spears aren't very good at defending against things that come from above. The schiltroms, which had successfully fought off cavalry attacks, became easy targets for archers who could hit them from a distance that no Scottish weapons could reach. You can imagine Wallace watching his carefully planned defences fall apart in the storm of arrows, and realising that this battle was going to be very different from the one at Stirling Bridge. Instead of using traditional tactics that worked well for the Scots, the English learned to use their technological advantages. The loss at Falkirk was complete and very discouraging. Wallace's army didn't just lose, it was no longer able to fight. Wallace barely made it out alive, but thousands of Scots died. After Stirling Bridge, people called the man Scotland's saviour, but now he was on the run again, this time without an army to lead and no clear way to build one back up. After Falkirk, Wallace stepped down as Guardian of Scotland. He probably realised that he was no longer useful as a regular military leader. The nobles who had backed him started looking for other options, such as talking to Edward instead of continuing a fight that seemed more and more pointless. Wallace, on the other hand, couldn't or wouldn't accept that Scotland's fight for independence was over. Instead of going into exile or trying to make peace with Edward, he spent the next few years acting as a diplomat and a guerrilla fighter. He tried to get support from other countries for Scottish independence, while also attacking English positions in Scotland. This was probably the most frustrating time in Wallace's life. He was well known in Europe as the man who had beaten an English army, but being famous doesn't mean you can get help from the military. It was easy for foreign courts to meet with the famous William Wallace, but giving him troops or money to fight England was a more complicated political decision. Wallace spent time in France, where people treated him with the respect due to someone who had embarrassed the King of England. However, he didn't get much real help. He went to Rome to get the Pope's support for Scottish independence, which is like trying to get the world to recognise a political cause. The war went on in Scotland without him, though. Other leaders joined the fight, and sometimes they won, and sometimes they lost. Wallace had become more of a symbol than an active participant in his country's struggle, which was probably not how he had imagined his career would go when he killed the Sheriff of Lanark. When he finally got back to Scotland around 1303, he found a country that had been fighting for years and was getting more and more tired of it. Edward's strategy of constant pressure and harsh retaliation was working. The Scottish resistance was weakening, and many nobles were starting to think that giving up was better than more destruction. Wallace, on the other hand, was still committed to a cause that was starting to look hopeless. William Wallace had become something more and less than what he had planned to be by the year 1305. He was no longer the leader of Scotland's resistance. That job had gone to other people who were better at dealing with the complicated politics of medieval warfare. But he had become something that could be more dangerous to English interests, a symbol of Scottish independence that couldn't be beaten by normal military means. Edward the Divine knew how powerful symbols could be, which is why he made such a big deal out of taking Scottish regalia like the Stone of Destiny after he conquered the country. It was easier to move a stone to Westminster Abbey than to stop a living legend. William Wallace's freedom meant that Scottish resistance could always start up again. It was probably only a matter of time before Wallace was caught near Glasgow on August 1305. He had been working without a solid base of support, depending on a network of allies who were getting more and more pressure from English authorities. The man who had once led armies was now forced to move quietly through the countryside, where anyone who helped him was in great danger. The way the English reacted to Wallace's capture showed how much Edward I had been bothered by this small Scottish landowner who didn't want to accept defeat. Wallace wasn't just killed as a rebel. He was put on trial and punished in a way that would destroy not only the man but also the symbol he had become. Wallace was charged with treason, but this was legally murky because he had never sworn loyalty to Edward. The trial wasn't so much about finding out who was guilty, as it was about making a public spectacle to show how pointless it was to fight English rule. Edward wanted Wallace's death to be a warning to anyone else who might want to do the same thing. Wallace was put to death in London on August 23rd, 1305, in the kind of cruel way that medieval authorities used to punish people they wanted to make examples of. The execution was meant to be as public and scary as possible, to show what happened to people who went against English rule in Scotland. But Edward the I made a mistake that many rulers have made in the past. He thought that killing a symbol would destroy what it stood for. Wallace's execution, on the other hand, turned him from a failed rebel into a martyr for Scottish independence. He was more of a threat to English interests after he died than when he was alive. William Wallace's story didn't end when he died. It became something that was part history, part legend, and completely Scottish. Robert the Bruce took up the cause of Scottish independence a few years after Wallace was killed. He eventually reached the goal that Wallace had died fighting for. Bruce's success was built on the resistance that Wallace had started, and the inspiration that his death gave him. Wallace became a symbol of not only Scottish independence, but also the idea that regular people could stand up to powerful forces over the years. His story was told again and again, with more details added, made more romantic, and changed to fit the political needs of different times. But the main idea stayed the same: a man who chose to fight instead of giving up. The irony of William Wallace's legacy is that he was a quiet landowner who never meant to lead a rebellion, but he ended up inspiring rebellions and movements for independence all over the world. His life served as a paradigm of how personal bravery could confront seemingly insurmountable authority, and his demise illustrated how martyrdom could possess greater political significance than military triumph. When you hear the name Wallace today, you're hearing about a person who is somewhere between history and legend. He is both what really happened in medieval Scotland and what people have needed that history to mean. The man who killed the Sheriff of Lanark because he couldn't stand foreign occupation had become immortal in the same way that would have shocked and probably amused him the most. His story reminds us that sometimes the heroes who don't want to be heroes and never plan to change history end up leaving the biggest marks on it. This is because they reach a point where they can't stand to watch anymore and decide to do something about it, no matter what the consequences. Helen Keller began her life against a backdrop of Reconstruction-era Alabama, a place where social norms were frayed and family legacies weighed heavily on each new generation. Born on June 27, 1880, in Tuscumbia, she was part of a region still grappling with the aftermath of the Civil War. Her father, Arthur Keller, had served as a Confederate officer, and though the war was over, its echoes shaped the household's underlying sense of pride and anxiety. From the start, Helen's life was bound by both the contradictions of her time and a family quietly nursing unspoken wounds of history. Her earliest memories were, of course, coloured by a devastating change that came when she was just a toddler. Sometime before she turned 2, an unidentified illness, often described as brain fever, robbed her of sight and hearing. In many retellings, this moment is painted as a heart-rending tragedy, yet for Helen herself, it was a shift in perception. She never spoke of it in purely sorrowful terms later in life, perhaps because she was too young to fully process what she had lost. In essence, the deprivation of 2 key senses simply rearranged her experience of the world. The Keller family, on the other hand, was plunged into a haze of uncertainty, forced to adapt in ways they were hardly prepared for. The household was a swirl of tension, a child with no means of communication, save for raw gestures and the occasional shriek, tested everyone's limits. Helen's mother, Kate, wrestled with both heartbreak and determination, searching frantically for some method to reach her daughter. The era offered little guidance. Doctors gave vague, sometimes contradictory advice. Neighbours whispered about God's will or nature's cruelty. Many believed that being both deaf and blind was a lifelong sentence of isolation. Yet Kate Keller refused to surrender to that conventional wisdom and began a tireless journey that would eventually take her to experts in distant cities. Within the walls of Ivy Green, the family's homestead, Helen's days were filled with tactile explorations. She felt the sun in the courtyard, the rough bark of trees near the garden, and the lingering vibrations of household chores. She could sense footsteps' vibrations on wooden floors and followed faint scents in the breeze to understand who was nearby. Though it sounds romantic to modern ears, to young Helen it was purely survival. She used every tool she had: taste, touch, smell, the delicate tremors of movement, and discovered how to navigate a chaotic environment. Still, such adaptation wasn't enough to give her a vocabulary or a means of expression beyond basic wants. She would throw tantrums to convey frustration, grabbing at objects she desired or wailing at moments of confusion. Her parents walked on eggshells, never knowing when their daughter's frustration might explode into yet another outburst. Occasionally, distant visitors from the family's circle of acquaintances arrived, but few had hope for Helen's future. One or two suggested asylums, most simply stared, polite smiles masking pity. These moments of external doubt only spurred Kate Keller to keep searching. Perhaps the less talked about aspect of Helen's early life is how her father and extended relatives perceived her condition. While some recounted that Arthur Keller doted on his daughter, more nuanced family letters indicate a father caught between love and a certain resignation. He harboured paternal hopes, but also carried the baggage of his sense of masculinity. He was an ex-soldier, a newspaper man, a man who prided himself on discipline. He struggled to reconcile his own sense of masculinity with the demands of a disabled daughter, whose needs he struggled to meet. Family lore points to occasional rifts between Arthur and Kate regarding what next steps to take. What rarely gets mentioned in simplified biographies is the emotional terrain they navigated, the nights of hushed debates, the fleeting moments where blame seeped in. In these formative years, Helen became a puzzle to many, and she likely felt her sense of disconnection. She was aware of other people's presence in the house, but had no structured way to relate to them. She had glimpses of old social cues, laughter without understanding what triggered it, scolding tones with no context for her wrongdoing. Every day stretched like an unsolvable riddle. The present was not a tidily packaged sad prologue, but an emotionally complex time, a swirling mix of curiosity, friction, and fleeting moments of joy. Among the lesser-known anecdotes is the story of how Helen once attempted to mimic the actions of someone reading a newspaper. She had felt the crisp pages and sensed her father's engagement with the words. With no framework for reading, she simply crumpled pages in her hands, straining to extract meaning from the tangles of paper. These silent acts of longing spoke of a mind desperate to connect and share in what everyone else seemed to experience so naturally. The tragedy was not simply her lack of senses, but her isolation within a household unsure of how to decode her yearnings. Despite this gloomy vantage, seeds of determination were embedded in these early years. Helen did not wilt into passive acceptance. Instead, she pored at the mysteries around her, employing every sense left at her disposal. It was raw, unrefined perseverance. Kate Keller, fueled by maternal resolve, carried on her quest to find someone, anyone, who could unlock her daughter's tilatwut, sightless world. The combination of a stubborn child and a mother determined to persevere paved the way for a significant transformation that would eventually become legendary. In time, that shift would arrive, and the name Helen Keller would be uttered across the globe in awe and admiration. But as we shall see, the full story was never as tidy as popular lore would have it. Anne Sullivan stepped onto the scene in 1887 as a slender, serious-minded young woman with her litany of difficulties. A product of poverty, with limited sight herself, Sullivan had recently graduated from the Perkins School for the Blind. Many accounts portray her as a saintly figure with near-miraculous teaching powers. Yet, if we peel away the veneer of hero worship, we find a fiercely practical individual who approached Helen not merely with compassion but with a no-nonsense determination. She did not see a pitiable child but a human being aching to connect, and she was well aware that her struggles, from an impoverished childhood to surgeries that had partially restored her vision, armed her with empathy for Helen's condition in ways a more privileged teacher might never grasp. Their introduction didn't spark instant harmony. The Kellers were sceptical about a single young woman's ability to manage their turbulent daughter. Helen herself was accustomed to controlling the household through tantrums. During the initial week, the teacher and the student engaged in a furious battle that could have resulted in catastrophe if Anne had given in. Instead, Sullivan insisted on establishing boundaries. She famously demanded to stay alone with Helen in a small cottage on the estate, away from indulgent family members, so that real instruction could begin. It is often recounted that Helen's breakthrough came at the water pump, where Sullivan spelled W-A-T-E-R into Helen's palm as water rushed over her other hand. Stage and screen have replicated that scene to the point of cliché. However, the dramatic flash of realization Helen felt wasn't a single moment in isolation. It was part of a chain reaction. Sullivan had been systematically spelling words into Helen's hand for weeks, patiently associating objects with finger-spelled letters. The water pump incident was simply the tipping point when Helen at last understood that everything around her had a label, that language itself was possible, and that she was not trapped in some private bubble, but living in a shared, nameable reality. Less celebrated moments peppered this learning journey. For instance, Anne would demonstrate the concept of cool by pressing Helen's hand to a window pane on a chilly day. She illustrated soft by letting Helen stroke the fur of a nearby cat, and then spelled the corresponding letters. It wasn't about memorizing discrete items, it was about teaching a conceptual framework of the world. Helen began to realize that there was a logic to everything she touched, that each texture and object had its identity, and that these identities could be conveyed through symbolic letters traced onto her hand. The social dimension of this breakthrough is perhaps the most profound. Before Anne arrived, Helen had been a solitary figure in a family that couldn't truly speak her language. Suddenly, an entire universe of relationships opened up. She could inquire, albeit at a basic level, about what her mother was doing in the kitchen. She could express frustration in ways that might be understood, rather than erupting in physical outbursts. The blossoming of Helen's curiosity was immediate and intense. She demanded the names of everything: furniture, cutlery, flowers, the horse in the stable, and even more abstract terms like love. Indeed, the lesson on love was pivotal, how to convey an intangible concept to a child who had thus far only learned words anchored to physical things. Anne tried to explain that you can feel the warmth of love just as you can feel the warmth of the sun, even though you cannot hold it in your hand. The struggle to grasp intangible ideas would shape Helen's future explorations of philosophy, religion, and ethics. Yet the real significance goes beyond the novelty of a once silent child learning to communicate. Helen's transformation signalled a subtle rearrangement of the household's dynamics. The friction between teacher and parents over discipline, for instance, highlights how Anne stood firm in not treating Helen as a fragile curiosity. She insisted on correcting Helen when she made mistakes and guiding her towards self-reliance. Those who witnessed Anne's methods might have called her strict, perhaps even harsh at times. But the results were undeniable. Helen was evolving from a wild, misunderstood child into a student who recognized there were rules, processes, and consequences in life. An intriguing anecdote rarely highlighted is how Helen would sometimes mimic the attitudes or behaviours of Anne herself. Because so much of Helen's learning was through touch, she picked up on subtle cues like Anne's posture or even the way Anne's face set in determination. It was as if Helen, by constantly holding on to Anne's hand, was also absorbing her teacher's worldview. The two grew interdependent. Anne found a renewed sense of purpose and fought her insecurities through Helen's progress, while Helen drew mental nourishment and discipline from Anne's guidance. This era, therefore, marked the dawn of Helen Keller's social and intellectual awakening. She quickly surpassed the rudimentary fingerspelling lessons and delved into Braille, then speech lessons, and eventually more advanced academic pursuits. But the foundation wasn't just scholastic, it was relational. The bond between Anne Sullivan and Helen Keller formed the emotional matrix that made further education possible. Without Sullivan's firm hand and shared, battle-scarred empathy, Helen might never have discovered the unstoppable curiosity that came to define her. By the time Helen reached her adolescence, her thirst for knowledge had surpassed the capacity of anyone in her immediate circle to predict. She devoured each lesson like a person parched for water. It wasn't just about reading or writing, she seemed driven to understand the machinery of the world. She became fascinated by the ways different people navigated life, and she asked endless questions about concepts that most teenagers rarely pondered: philosophical puzzles, the nature of ethics, why wars happened, and what it meant to be just in an unjust society. Her formal education became a patchwork of experiences. Although Helen studied at the Perkins School for the Blind for a while, and later at the Wright Humason School for the Deaf, her mainstay remained Anne Sullivan's tireless instruction. Eventually, the two set their sights on something even more ambitious: preparing Helen for college. At a time when few women pursued higher education, let alone women with multiple sensory disabilities, this ambition was close to revolutionary. This necessitated the creation of new pathways in adaptive instruction. as Anne had to constantly innovate by converting textbooks into Braille, spelling out lectures, and accompanying Helen to classes. Their collaboration blurred the lines of teacher, translator, and companion in ways uncharted by conventional educational practices. During this time, an oft-overlooked aspect of Helen's development was her emotional blossoming. She wasn't merely an academic machine, she navigated the usual teenage swirl of insecurities, mild rebellions, and curiosity about romance and friendship. Family letters, rarely cited in popular biographies, reveal that Helen wanted to understand how relationships worked, why people courted, how love flourished and sometimes fizzled, and the role of marriage in a woman's life. She read voraciously, exploring everything from Shakespearean sonnets to newly published novels, gleaning insights into the emotional tapestry of human relationships. One particularly striking incident revolves around Helen's experiment with speech. After mastering fingerspelling and Braille, she yearned to communicate verbally. Speech lessons for the deaf-blind were still rudimentary, and progress could be excruciatingly slow. Under the guidance of Sarah Fuller at the Horseman School for the Deaf, Helen spent hours positioning her lips and tongue to replicate sounds she could not hear. She placed her sensitive fingertips on her teacher's face to feel the vibrations of spoken words. Over months of painstaking effort, she managed to form spoken phrases that were intelligible to those who knew her well. But the triumph was bittersweet. Her speech would never be as fluid or comprehensible to strangers, and it required relentless practice to maintain. Yet, in typical Helen fashion, she refused to see this limitation as defeat. It was merely another dimension of communication to explore. Socially, these teenage years also brought Helen under the spotlight in ways both thrilling and uncomfortable. The media caught wind of a miracle child who was deaf and blind, yet flourishing academically. Journalists occasionally visited to watch her articulate a few words or to see her read entire passages in Braille. Some articles were sympathetic marvels, others bordered on the sensational, depicting Helen as a curiosity or wonder. The term wonder child, in fact, appeared so frequently that Helen later expressed mixed feelings about it. She feared it reduced her to an oddity, rather than recognizing her as a young woman with complex intellect and emotions. However, the publicity had its advantages. It introduced Helen to networks of educators, philanthropists, and activists who took an interest in her future. She began corresponding with notable intellectuals of the era, forging connections that would seed her later involvement in social activism. Mark Twain was one such figure. He was captivated by her wit and breadth of knowledge, and their letters showed a mutual admiration that transcended her disabilities. In an era when conversation itself was often limited to those within one's immediate circle, Helen was forging relationships across continents, guided by Sullivan's interpreting hands. Not everything was straightforward. By her late teens, Helen grappled with the perennial adolescent tug-of-war, independence versus reliance. Anne Sullivan was both guardian angel and gatekeeper. The closeness they shared sometimes led to friction. Helen wanted more autonomy, some space to make mistakes, to be alone with her thoughts, to test her boundaries. Anne, for her part, recognised that without her intervention, Helen could become overwhelmed in new environments. This tension rarely escalated into open conflict, but it simmered, foreshadowing later complexities in their relationship. One revealing episode took place when Helen visited the ocean for the first time. She eagerly waded beyond her comfort zone, enthralled by the sensation of waves crashing against her body. Anne, worried about Helen's safety, yanked her back. This encounter illuminated the risk inherent in discovering the world through her partial senses. Each new experience was exhilarating to Helen, but her sense of danger was limited by her lack of sight and hearing. Her teacher and companion felt the weight of constant vigilance. It was a dance of trust and caution, exploration and safeguarding, one that would colour Helen's life for decades to come. In many ways, these teenage years were an incubator for the fierce intellect and strong will that the world would come to know. She was no longer the tantrum-prone toddler, nor simply a novelty act. She was a growing scholar and a burgeoning thinker, laying the groundwork for her adult pursuits. Every day, she discovered more about the labyrinth of human experiences, determined to map it out with whatever sensory tools she could muster. The next frontier would be college, a world of lectures, syllabi, social clubs, and new ideas that would both excite and challenge her in ways she had yet to imagine. Helen Keller's enrolment at Radcliffe College in 1900 had a profound impact. She was the first deafblind person to undertake a full course of study at one of the nation's most rigorous academic institutions. From the outset, it was clear that neither the college nor her fellow students quite knew what to expect. Though Radcliffe was more progressive than many, the logistics of accommodating Helen's needs were unprecedented. At times, professors struggled to organise their lectures for a student who was unable to see the board or hear their explanations. Fortunately, Helen's unstoppable curiosity and Anne Sullivan's support filled in many gaps. Sullivan attended lectures with her, translating the spoken material into rapid-fire fingerspelling. When the course load proved overwhelming, a small circle of classmates pitched in, helping to transcribe reading assignments into Braille. Still, it was an arduous process. Helen joked privately that it felt like reading everything twice, once in real time as Anne spelled it into her hand, and again in Braille to fully comprehend the text. She also cultivated friendships that challenged her to think beyond the usual limits of a special needs student. Many of her new peers were ambitious young women, eager to discuss literature, art, the suffrage movement, and current events over tea. Helen found herself at the centre of intellectual discourse, no longer a mere curiosity on the fringes. It was during this period that Helen encountered the works of great philosophers, Plato, Spinoza, Kant, and wrestled with abstract concepts in a way that surprised even her instructors. She was particularly taken with Kant's ideas about innate structures of the mind, finding a parallel in her quest to conceptualize the world despite missing two key senses. The result was a unique perspective on knowledge itself. Helen believed, even then, that much of learning came from inside, an internal scaffolding onto which experiences could be attached. When classmates debated the nature of reality or the possibility of knowing truth, Helen's contributions had a resonance that came from living in a realm so different from the norm. Socially, Helen refused to let her disabilities define her interactions. She attended student gatherings, though she relied on interpreters to follow conversations. She tried, however awkwardly, to engage in the typical banter of undergraduates, complaining about heavy workloads, arguing about politics, swapping opinions on novels. Some classmates found it intimidating to speak with her, worried they might say something offensive or fail to communicate properly. Helen, accustomed to these hesitations, frequently introduced herself with sharp humour. She'd eavesdrop on petty gossip by laying her hand on a conversation partner's lips to feel the vibrations of their whispered words, then would interject a witty remark. This approach, though startling at first, earned her a circle of devoted friends who cherished her candour and intelligence. An underexplored angle is how this phase of Helen's life further shaped her political consciousness. Through her coursework and conversations with radical-minded classmates, she became increasingly aware of social inequalities, class struggles, and the limitations placed on women. This environment undoubtedly laid the seeds for her later activism in socialist movements and suffrage campaigns. She no longer simply read about these issues, she encountered them in the flesh. Fellow students worried about tuition, or suffragists protesting in Boston streets, or editorials in newspapers calling for changes in labour laws. Helen was struck by the disparity between the privileged gates of academia and the harsh realities experienced by many outside them. Reading the works of H.G. Wells and other forward-thinking authors who challenged the status quo escalated this tension. She corresponded with some of these writers, forging a network of ideas that far surpassed the typical college pen-pal relationships. Most people know of her friendship with Mark Twain, but fewer realise she also exchanged letters with reformers like Jane Addams, discussing not only disability rights but also broader social reforms. Her identity began to crystallise around the idea that her life was not just about personal triumph, but also about dismantling the obstacles, social, economic and political, that held others back. Amid all these intellectual pursuits, daily life at Radcliffe was still physically exhausting. Helen's health sometimes wavered due to the enormous strain of reading, writing, and deciphering a deluge of new material. Anne Sullivan too felt the pressure. She was effectively auditing the entire curriculum while juggling her role as interpreter, companion and caretaker. The two had to invent coping mechanisms, like scheduling strict breaks to rest Helen's fingers and avoiding marathon reading sessions late into the night. However, neither woman was willing to compromise, and they persevered in pursuit of excellence. By the time Helen graduated with honours in 1904, she had set a precedent that would serve as an inspiration to numerous others. She demonstrated that a deaf-blind individual could excel in a challenging academic setting, provided they had the appropriate rebonders and determination. She broadened her philosophical and political perspectives, leaving college with convictions that would soon transform her from a resilient figure into an activist with a distinct purpose. However, it's important to acknowledge that her academic achievements were only one aspect of her evolving character. Underneath the public accolades and personal milestones, Helen was quietly evolving into a thinker with a passionate commitment to justice, forging a path few in her era could have predicted. After completing her formal education, Helen Keller entered the public sphere, serving not only as a symbol but also as a conscience-driven voice. Most mainstream biographies concentrate on her championing of disability rights, which is undeniable. She worked tirelessly to improve Braille systems, broaden educational opportunities, and secure funding for schools serving the visually and hearing impaired. But that's only a fraction of her story. Helen's convictions led her to join the Socialist Party in 1909, at a time when socialism was highly controversial in the United States. She believed that the same forces that marginalized disabled individuals also oppressed workers, immigrants, and women. This stance brought her to the forefront of disputes and political rallies. She wrote letters to newspapers, penned essays in socialist periodicals, and even participated in public events to advocate for fair wages, universal suffrage, and better working conditions. While most people lauded her philanthropic efforts for the blind, her radical politics made some of her admirers deeply uncomfortable. Suddenly, the miracle child was speaking out in favour of labour strikes and critiquing capitalism. Sponsors withdrew support, and newspapers that once hailed her as an American hero now labelled her as misguided or manipulated. Helen remained undeterred. She wrote in one editorial, "I cannot reconcile my admiration of universal equality with the toleration of a system that perpetuates privilege for the few," capturing a moral clarity that resonated among the working classes. In parallel to her political forays, she continued an active schedule of lectures, tours, and fundraisers for the American Foundation for the Blind. Helen travelled extensively, accompanied by Anne Sullivan, who became Anne Sullivan Macy after marrying John Macy. They toured not just the United States, but also ventured internationally, meeting with educators, activists, and even heads of state to advocate for improved conditions for the visually and hearing impaired. In each locale, Helen took note of broader social issues: colonial exploitation, systemic poverty, or the denial of women's voting rights. These observations only fortified her belief that disability rights could not be divorced from the global fight for justice. One lesser-known anecdote involves Helen's visit to Japan in the 1930s. There, she met with scholars and community organisers who were exploring ways to integrate blind workers into the local economy. While she was deeply impressed by aspects of Japanese culture, she also noted the undercurrents of militarism that would soon lead to heightened tensions. In her private diaries, she lamented the seeds of aggression, comparing them to the imperialistic attitudes she had witnessed elsewhere. Such prescient reflections seldom make it into standard retellings, as they don't fit the neat narrative of an inspirational figure, but they reveal a woman engaged with the geopolitical complexities of her time. Her activism wasn't confined to socialist causes. She was a fervent supporter of women's suffrage and later championed birth control, aligning with figures like Margaret Sanger. These stances, too, sparked controversy. Religious groups that had once invited her to speak turned away from her when she supported reproductive rights. Some critics accused her of being ungrateful to the social and religious institutions that had facilitated her education. Yet Helen's sense of justice was holistic, refusing to compartmentalize disability advocacy from broader social reforms. She argued that women, especially those with disabilities, had the right to control their bodies and reproductive choices, a stance that was leagues ahead of its time. Helen's engagement with the eugenics movement of the early 20th century, a stance that reveals her own internal complexities, is another aspect rarely featured in highlight reels. In her youth, she showed some sympathies with eugenic ideas, influenced by the era's scientific and cultural climate. However, with time and further reflection, she distanced herself from these perspectives and advocated a more inclusive view of human potential. This shift was gradual and underscores that Helen Keller was not a static icon, but a person capable of evolving her viewpoints as she absorbed new information and criticisms. Throughout these years, Anne Sullivan remained her closest collaborator, though their relationship had its strains. The strain of constant travelling led to a decline in Anne's health, yet the teacher-pupil bond had evolved far beyond its original form. They were co-conspirators in activism, confidants in personal matters, and mutual sounding boards for each other's moral dilemmas. If friction arose, it was often because Helen's activism demanded a pace that Anne struggled to sustain, or because Anne sometimes worried about the backlash Helen's radical stances invited. But ultimately, they faced the spotlight together. Helen as the unstoppable champion, and Anne as the essential, if often overshadowed, pillar. By the mid-1920s, Helen Keller was no longer just a household name, but a force in civic discourse, challenging norms and expanding the conversation on disability rights, labour conditions, women's liberation, and beyond. Yet in popular imagination, these achievements paled beside the sanitised image of a girl who learned to speak and read. Media outlets and charitable organisations often preferred the simpler tale, finding her radical zeal complicated to market. But Helen pushed on, convinced that an unexamined stance on social issues was a betrayal of her own personal journey. For her, each victory over adversity served as a call to transform society, ensuring that others would not have to endure the same struggles. In the decades following her emergence as a public figure, Helen Keller became something of an international phenomenon. She gave lectures around the globe, always with an interpreter by her side, initially Anne Sullivan, and later Polly Thompson when Anne's health worsened. Large audiences gathered to see how a deaf-blind individual could stand on stage, attempt spoken words, and then communicate more fully through hand signals, braille, or the vibrant expressiveness of her face and body language. Though there was a measure of spectacle in these events, Helen's substance often transcended the curiosity factor. She was unabashed in calling out injustices, whether addressing colonial practices in India or the plight of European refugees fleeing warfare. One memorable tour took her to South America, where she visited schools for the blind in Brazil and Argentina. Unlike some Western travellers of her day, Helen didn't confine herself to upscale reception halls. She insisted on meeting local activists and workers, even venturing into factories and impoverished neighbourhoods to speak with those whose lives rarely intersected with the privileged. While she couldn't hear the noise of machinery or see the cramped living conditions, she felt the vibrations and gleaned details through incessant questioning. She touched the walls, the worn tools, the battered tables, and spelled questions into her companion's hand, refusing to remain insulated from the realities outside the lecture circuits. In each new place, Helen encountered both adoration and a bewilderment. Some officials tried to dissuade her from delving into political matters, hoping she'd stick to safe topics about overcoming adversity. But Helen had outgrown that sanitized script. She understood that her personal story, often trivialized into a feel-good narrative, had the potential to create opportunities, and once those opportunities presented themselves, she did not hesitate to confront oppressive systems. In private diaries, she noted the contradictions. "I am the invited guest, brought here to display my fortitude, yet I see how fortitude might serve us all if we only broadened our sense of responsibility." During these travels, Helen also experienced poignant human connections. In one instance, she met an indigenous leader in Peru who communicated with her through an interpreter, describing the region's social stratification and the exploitation of local resources. Helen, through her interpreter, conveyed solidarity and drew parallels between being marginalized due to disability and being marginalized due to ethnicity or economic status. Such encounters reinforced her core belief that different struggles against oppression shared the same roots. The scope of her activism expanded as World War II loomed. Although Helen had long held pacifist leanings, influenced by her reading of Tolstoy and her own moral convictions, the rise of fascism tested her ideals. She publicly denounced Hitler's regime, condemning its persecution of disabled individuals, among others, and wrote scathing editorials about book burnings that had included her works. Yes, Nazi Germany had burned some of Helen Keller's writings, seeing them as emblematic of degenerate values. Simultaneously, she denounced the idea of forced American isolationism and advocated for international solidarity against tyranny. This stance wasn't universally popular. Some isolationists believed that Helen was meddling in political affairs beyond her scope, but she saw it differently. In a letter, she wrote, "When a state turns upon its most vulnerable, it reveals its moral bankruptcy for all to see. Who better to speak against these actions than someone who knows what it is like to rely on the conscience of society?" Despite the rigorous travel and public engagements, Helen found time to pursue cultural interests. She was fascinated by music, though she could not hear it in the conventional sense. She would place her fingertips on a piano surface to feel the vibrations, or rest her hand on a singer's throat to sense the changes in pitch. She called it an intimate ballet of my fingers, describing how the tactile impressions formed patterns in her mind, allowing her a unique kind of musical experience. She also became enamoured with world literature, seeking translations in Braille from Russian classics to Japanese poetry. This intellectual breadth often surprised those who expected her to remain confined to topics of disability rights. Another rarely discussed dimension of Helen's journey was her evolving spirituality. Raised in a Christian household, she later explored various philosophical and religious traditions. She read translations of the Bhagavad Gita, delved into the teachings of Emanuel Swedenborg, and even sampled the writings of Islamic scholars. These explorations didn't produce a dramatic conversion story, but rather a composite view of faith. She saw spiritual teachings as a kind of universal language speaking to shared moral imperatives: kindness, justice, humility. This viewpoint steered her toward a more inclusive activism, one that recognised spiritual impulses across cultural barriers. All the while, her personal life was subject to speculation. People wondered if Helen had romantic attachments or yearned for marriage and children. Some whispered rumours about relationships with male companions, journalists, activists, or interpreters. She rarely addressed these speculations publicly. In private correspondence, she alluded to fleeting affections but seemed to prioritise her mission above all else. She once wrote to a friend, "My life is guided by a sense of duty, not a longing for domestication. I find my solace in the broad love of humanity." Whether the statement was a genuine expression of contentment or a protective stance in a world that doubted the sexuality and agency of disabled individuals is open to interpretation. By the end of her global tours, Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of. She was no longer just an American icon, she was an international advocate, connecting threads of activism, philosophy, and personal determination. The seeds planted during these travels would germinate long after she returned home, setting the stage for the final chapters of her extraordinary life, chapters that reveal both the triumphs by the end of her global tours. Helen Keller had significantly influenced global affairs, a fact that many were unaware of, and a legacy that shapes any human life. Helen Keller's later years often get overshadowed by the recounting of her childhood miracle and her global tours, but they were marked by both measured tranquility and relentless engagement with causes she deemed vital. As Anne Sullivan's health declined and eventually led to her passing in 1936, Helen faced a profound personal loss. Anne had been her teacher, translator, confidant, and, most importantly, a steadfast ally in all her endeavours. Although Polly Thompson and later Winnie Corbally assisted Helen, none could replace the nearly mythical bond she shared with Anne. In private letters, Helen described feeling like a part of her had gone silent. Yet even amid this grief, she pressed on, translating sorrow into continued activism and public service. She intensified her outreach to injured veterans during World War II, as many of them returned from the front lines with newfound disabilities. She visited hospitals, showcasing how Braille and other adaptive methods could provide access to education and employment opportunities. For these men, witnessing Helen Keller, a figure known worldwide for transcending sensory barriers, offered tangible hope. She didn't sugarcoat the challenges. Instead, she conveyed the message that resilience was a discipline, something cultivated through consistent, determined effort bolstered by supportive communities. By this point, her anti-fascist stance was unequivocal, and she frequently linked the fight against oppression abroad to the fight for equality at home. In the post-war years, Helen remained a champion for disability rights, but she never abandoned her broader social convictions. She supported the burgeoning civil rights movement, drawing parallels between the marginalization of people of colour and that of disabled individuals. She wrote letters to leaders like W.E.B. Du Bois, voicing her unwavering support, and she cited the same moral logic she'd relied on throughout her life, that society cannot claim progress when entire groups are systematically denied basic rights. While she was not as visible in civil rights actions as younger activists, her public statements lent moral weight to the cause. Meanwhile, her personal reflections matured. In a series of essays, she lamented the ways her socialist views had been either ignored or glossed over by organisations eager to use her image for fundraising. She recognised that she'd become a symbol, often an inspirational one, yes, but also a convenient caricature that overshadowed her nuanced political beliefs. She wrote, "The world likes to see a triumph, but it becomes uneasy when that triumph calls for a radical shift in consciousness." These essays never garnered the attention of her earlier achievements, partly because they challenged readers to confront deep-seated prejudices about both disability and class. As she moved into her 70s, Helen's pace slowed somewhat, though she refused to slip quietly into retirement. She still travelled across the United States, visiting schools for the blind, giving lectures at universities, and meeting public figures who sought her endorsement. Hollywood occasionally came calling, wanting to dramatise her life for the umpteenth time. Despite her appreciation for the renewed interest, she was cautious about repetitive storytelling that reduced her to a mere child at the water pump. She often insisted that any portrayal include her advocacy work and her worldview, though producers weren't always receptive. She also kept she was writing, producing articles, letters and reflections that hammered home her belief in humanity's interconnected destiny. Helen's passing on June 1st, 1968, brought tributes from around the globe. Obituaries lauded her as the miracle worker's miracle, a phrase that, while meant to honour her, only reinforced the simplistic narrative she had wrestled with all her life. Yet behind the public memorials, there was a rippling acknowledgement that Helen Keller had been far more than a figure of pity or even of personal triumph. She had been a thinker, an activist, a woman of conviction whose reach extended into issues of class struggle, international peace, women's rights, and racial justice. In the decades since her death, historians and activists have laboured to resurrect the parts of Helen's story that mainstream culture brushed aside. New scholarship highlights her political essays, her critiques of capitalism, her commitment to civil rights, and even her flirtations with various global philosophies. Disability rights advocates often point to her as an early champion, who recognised that the fight for equal education and social inclusion was fundamentally linked to broader societal reform. While some might still cling to the hagiographic tale of a little girl saved by a saintly teacher, an increasing number of people have come to appreciate the full tapestry of her life, nuanced, sometimes contradictory, but always deeply engaged with the moral imperatives of her era. Helen Keller wasn't just the child at the pump or the smiling woman on stage demonstrating how she spoke. She was an impassioned, imperfect, evolving figure whose challenges didn't simply end when she learned her first word. That victory merely marked the beginning of a lifetime of struggles, fights for her personal self-expression and for a society that valued all forms of existence and potential. Helen Keller's legacy surpasses the common belief that one can achieve anything through hard work. It reaches toward a more profound truth. Empathy for others, combined with the courage to challenge injustice, can reshape how society understands both its strengths and its responsibilities. In this light, Helen Keller stands not merely as a testament to perseverance, but as a clarion call for any generation that seeks to reconcile the gulf between lofty ideals and real-world inequalities. She reminds us that what begins as a personal struggle can flower into a collective cause, a cause that demands continuous effort, relentless curiosity, and above all, unwavering humanity. The bell chimes through the night like a furious blacksmith's hammer, immediately awakening you despite your body's strong desire to act otherwise. That's Tudor England for you, even though it's still completely dark outside. At 4 a.m, the sun has more important things to do than help you. You step on something cold and squishy as soon as you roll out of your narrow straw mattress, which you share with 2 other servants. You've learned not to look too closely in a household of 40 people, with dubious hygiene habits, so hopefully it's just mud from yesterday's rain. Some mysteries are better off remaining unsolved. You have precisely 1 hour before the master and mistress expect their morning warmth, so your first task is to light the fires throughout the manor house. There is no pressure at all. After gathering your tinderbox, kindling, and any remaining self-respect from the previous day's mishaps, you start the well-known dance of igniting steel and flint that will not go out. First up is the kitchen hearth, a stone and iron beast that could likely roast an entire ox if necessary. Getting it hot enough to boil water without releasing smoke into the room is today's more modest objective. Your eyebrows are still growing back from the incident with the green wood last month, and you've mastered this particular skill through months of trial and error, mostly error. You can hear the house gradually coming to life as you work. Voices that are muffled, footsteps above, and the sporadic sound of someone stubbing their toe on furniture in the dark. As its crew gets ready for yet another day of lavish social theatre, the Tudor manor house creaks and moans like a great wooden ship. The next fireplace in the spacious hall has personality, meaning it is temperamental and appears to take pleasure in making your life difficult. Over the months, you've gotten to know this hearth, and you talk to it in soothing, low voices while you carefully arrange the kindling. You know better than your fellow servants, who believe you've gone a little soft-headed. Kindness, or at least imaginative swearing in languages you've learned from the foreign traders who come here, will activate this fireplace. Your back hurts from carrying logs, and your hands are blackened with soot by the time you light the third fire, this one in the master's private chamber. However, witnessing the flames ignite and spread, turning cold stone into warmth and light, is incredibly fulfilling. One spark at a time, you're bringing the house to life rather than merely starting fires. As you complete your rounds, the morning light is just starting to peek through the heavy shutters. In the Tudor countryside, dawn arrives slowly, like wine soaking into linen, rather than with a big splash. You've been working for more than an hour, and just as your day is starting, you realise it's actually morning. In the kitchen, you take a moment to warm your hands over the now jolly fire and steal a piece of bread from the basket on the table from yesterday. It's difficult enough to make someone understand, but it's nearly edible when dipped in the hot milk the cook left steaming by the fireplace. Even small victories make a big difference when your life is defined by the tasks you accomplish and the penalties you avoid. Now that the house is completely awake, you can hear the sounds of Tudor morning chaos starting upstairs. Demands for hot water, clean linens, and precisely the right temperature for breakfast will soon arise. For now, however, you give yourself permission to enjoy the warmth and the silent fulfillment of a job well done during this fleeting interval between the lighting of fires and the start of actual chaos. One fire at a time, today feels manageable, but tomorrow will bring the same routine. In a Tudor home, fresh water is like gold, only heavier and more prone to spill unexpectedly down your front. Your arms are already objecting to the idea of carrying bucket after bucket from the courtyard well to different locations throughout the house for your next task. Your ancestors would have likely worshipped the well as a minor deity because it is an engineering marvel. You cannot see the bottom because it is so profound. When you release the bucket, it disappears into the darkness with a gratifying splash that resembles an underground cheer. Pulling it back up without losing half the water due to physics and your incompetence is the true challenge. Over the months, you've honed a method for this that combines prayer, dance, and careful gravity negotiation. When the bucket is properly full, the rope has a certain feel to it, and you've mastered the art of reading its weight. If the bucket is too light, it didn't fill properly. If it's too heavy, water will slosh over the rim and down your sleeves, quickly getting you damp. The first delivery is always made to the master's chamber, where it is anticipated that hot water for washing will magically materialise. You carefully balance the heavy bucket as you ascend the narrow servants' stairs, trying not to consider the consequences of slipping. The stairs, which are narrow, steep, and seem to move slightly each time you use them, were obviously designed by someone who never had to carry water up them. You're exactly on time because Master Thomas is already stirring when you get there. As far as Tudor gentlemen go, he's a decent sort, but he has the odd habit of talking to himself while shaving. Not strange chats, mind you, but lengthy discussions about crop rotation and estate management that imply he's either losing his sense of reality or is extremely committed to his job. As you fill his washing basin with water and lay out his clothes for the day, you've learned to ignore these soliloquies. The mistress of the house needs a completely different strategy. The warmth of a summer afternoon in Lady Margaret's early years, which seems to exist only in her memory, and your increasingly desperate attempts to recreate it, is precisely what she has in mind when she talks about the temperature of water, neither too hot nor too cold. By testing each bucket with your wrist and making small adjustments until the water reaches that fabled ideal temperature, you've created what you privately refer to as the Goldilocks technique. Her chambers are a maze of delicate objects that seem to multiply when you're not looking. Servants with buckets of water could easily topple the jewellery boxes, silk cushions and silver mirrors, all of which were placed at precisely the right height and angle. You navigate this obstacle course with the focus of a cat pursuing a mouse, ensuring that each step is meticulously planned and executed. The kitchen, being the hub of the home, naturally requires the most water. Water is necessary for everything from washing vegetables to preparing the day's bread, according to the cook, Agnes, a formidable woman who rules her realm with an iron ladle and a vocabulary that would make a sailor blush. She's also picky about her water sources, using rainwater to wash delicate herbs, well water for cooking and drinking, and what she enigmatically refers to as soft water for the best pastries. By your fourth visit to the well, your hands have grown new calluses to match the old ones, and your shoulders are complaining formally. The walk to the courtyard, the sound of the bucket hitting the water, and the steady rhythm of the rope passing through your hands all possess a meditative quality. It's the kind of honest work that, at the end of the day, leaves you feeling content but exhausted. You can smell breakfast starting to take shape in the kitchen as the sun rises higher, bathing the courtyard stones in warm golden light. You can now look forward to the next part of your day, which is helping to prepare the food that will sustain this small army of nobles, servants and hangers-on through another day of Tudor life. As your morning water duties are almost complete, you've learned that if you want to survive, you must stay out of Agnes's way while still being useful enough to avoid her famous wooden spoon to the rear. Agnes, the cook, manages her kitchen like a general leading troops. The kitchen is a unique environment that serves as a workshop, a battleground and a sanctuary, enabling the family to eat with remarkable efficiency and minimal disturbance. Your task for the morning is to assist in making breakfast, which in a Tudor home entails preparing enough food to feed a small village. Although the gentry may eat sparingly, they eat frequently, and each meal must showcase the family's abundance and wealth. There is no pressure at all. You start with the bread Agnes made before dawn, when you wanted to sleep more. It is your responsibility to slice it into appropriate portions that are uniform enough that no one feels cheated by their portion size, thin enough to demonstrate refinement, and thick enough to absorb meat juices. It seems easy until you realise that you're dealing with a knife that has seen better days and bread that could be used as a weapon. Watching Agnes perform her magic with the morning's meat course is the true source of entertainment. She's cooking a beef joint that appears to be big enough to have been from a very hopeful cow, and she tackles it with the laser-like focus of a marble sculptor. Her knife work is poetry in motion, accurate, effective, and sometimes laced with commentary about the origins of the meat that you're pretty certain isn't supported by science. When you consider that Tudor eggs are produced by Tudor chickens, who apparently see laying eggs as a personal favour they are performing for humanity, you realise that your assignment to egg duties seems innocuous. These eggs have personalities, some are just plain, some have odd shapes, and occasionally you come across one that challenges all of your preconceived notions about chickens. It's your responsibility to classify them as better used for throwing at travelling performers, normal and slightly suspicious. Agnes has committed every minute of the meticulously planned kitchen schedule to memory. Just as the meat enters the oven, the bread exits. The vegetables are chopped according to the cooking time. Depending on what is being prepared, different kinds of wood are fed into the fire. Pine for when Agnes is feeling especially inventive with her swearing, apple wood for flavour, and oak for consistent heat. You've learned to read the kitchen's moods by watching Agnes's movements. The food will be amazing, and everything will be fine when she's humming to herself. Minor catastrophes are brewing, but are likely to be contained when she's muttering to herself. Make yourself useful somewhere else until the storm passes, during which time she's completely silent except for the piercing sounds of violent chopping. With its pricey seasonings that cost more than most servants make in a month, the spice cabinet is Agnes's personal treasure trove. She measures out exact amounts with the solemnity of a priest making communion wine, guarding these spices like a dragon guarding gold. After learning this lesson the hard way, after inadvertently knocking over a container of imported pepper, which took Agnes 3 months to replace and forgive, you're permitted to observe but are strictly prohibited from touching. The sounds of orderly chaos and the aromas of cooking fill the kitchen as the morning wears on. Pans sizzle, pots bubble, and Agnes guides the symphony with commentary that varies from uplifting to vividly descriptive. As you chop vegetables in time with Agnes's directions, stir pots in time with her humming, and join in on the daily dance in the kitchen, you discover yourself slipping into the rhythm of it all. The servant's breakfast happens in stolen moments between tasks. A quick bite of bread here, a taste of porridge there, always with one eye on Agnes to make sure you're not slacking off when there's work to be done. Even if you didn't contribute much, there's a certain satisfaction in eating food you helped prepare. It's not a glamorous dining experience. By the time the gentry's breakfast is ready, you have developed a healthy appetite and a profound admiration for Agnes's talent. Even though you know better, she makes feeding 40 people seem effortless. Every great meal requires years of practice, hours of preparation, and the occasional miracle when everything works out in spite of unreliable ingredients and temperamental ovens. In a Tudor manor house, serving breakfast is similar to performing in a play, where everyone knows their part except for you, and forgetting your lines has more serious repercussions than just embarrassment. The family and their guests have gathered in the magnificent hall for the morning's meticulously planned exhibition of wealth and sophistication, and you carry the first platters inside. With its high ceilings, enormous wooden beams, and tapestries that most likely cost more than your entire village made the previous year, the magnificent hall is built to impress. The room is dominated by the long oak table, which has been polished to a sheen that reflects the morning light coming in through the tall windows. This family is rich, tasteful, and sensible enough to show it. After weeks of practice and a few mishaps that have become family legends, you have committed the serving protocol to memory. Never reach across someone, serve from the left, clear from the right, and never ever spill anything on Lady Margaret's morning gown. A story about you, a pitcher of cream, and a dress that was more expensive than most people's homes led to the creation of that final rule. Master Thomas and his steward are already deep in conversation at the head of the table about tenant rents and crop yields. You've learned to respect his ability to talk about grain prices while eating a fantastic deal. He eats breakfast like someone who has never worried about food, but it could feed his family for a week. Lady Margaret, who was born to command attention, oversees the meal with grace. You've always thought it should be impossible for her to look elegant while eating, but it turns out that all it takes is the correct breeding and enough practice. Her discussion ranges from London fashion news to local rumours to scathing remarks about the conduct of different servants, which undoubtedly includes you. A revolving cast of local gentry, travelling merchants and distant relatives who have come for visits of unknown duration make up the table's guests. Each brings their quirks and requirements. Sir William always prefers to have his meat cut into small enough pieces so that his remaining teeth won't have to work as hard. The merchant's wife needs her bread trenchers to be perfectly square. Serving the visiting Yorkshire cousin is a diplomatic smile exercise, because she maintains that everything north of the River Trent is better than everything south, even the water. Refilling wine cups, swapping out empty platters, and attempting to blend in with the background noise while under constant scrutiny, you move through the room with practiced efficiency. Being present enough to anticipate needs while remaining discreet enough for your employers to act as though you don't exist when it suits them is the art of excellent service you've learned. Politics, the weather, your neighbours, and the perennial Tudor preoccupation with who is marrying whom, and why are all topics of conversation that swirl around you like a river around stones. You learn tidbits of information that depict a world far bigger than the manor house, including news from the continent, stories about events in London, and rumours about the royal court that seep through social strata like rain through leaves. Sometimes, when the formal performance falters and genuine affection is evident, you can see glimmers of warmth between family members. When their oldest son mentions a persistent cough, Lady Margaret expresses genuine concern. Master Thomas makes his wife laugh with a private joke, and the younger kids momentarily lose their table manners as they get excited about the afternoon's plans. With several meat courses, fresh bread, preserved fruits, cheese that smells like it could rouse the dead, and wine that flows more freely than water in most homes, the meal itself is a marvel of abundance. Every napkin is folded with mathematical accuracy, every cup is filled to the exact level, and every dish is presented exquisitely. It's a daily demonstration that this family has not only survived but thrived in a world where such success is never guaranteed. You start the delicate task of clearing the table as breakfast comes to an end, without interfering with the ongoing conversations. For this, you need timing, patience, and the ability to discern when someone is actually done with a dish rather than just stopping to point out grain tariffs. You've honed your intuition for these instances, recognizing the subtle cues that signal when it's appropriate to grab an empty plate. You've walked miles around the wonderful hall, balanced a gazillion dishes, and managed to avoid any major disasters by the time the family scatters off to their different morning activities. Although they may seem small, victories are important in a world where your livelihood depends on not dropping things on important people. You'll take success wherever you can find it. Every surface in the manor house, whether it needs it or not, gets attention during the massive cleaning campaign that follows breakfast. You have brushes, rags, and a bucket of water that was hot when you began, but it has now cooled to the ideal temperature for reflecting on your life decisions. After breakfast, the Great Hall needs extra care, and you tackle this chore with the methodical attention to detail of a military operation. You start by sweeping the floor's rushes, which have gathered a remarkable assortment of trash from the morning's events. Throwing food scraps to the dogs is a part of Tudor dining, and occasionally the aim is not quite perfect. The rushes themselves are a constant source of mild horror and fascination. In addition to providing a soft surface for walking on and absorbing spills, they also hold on to insects, smells, and enigmatic stains that, if they could speak, could reveal secrets. Those are stories you would rather not hear. The secret is to replace them frequently enough to preserve basic hygiene, without wasting money on spending materials. The magnificent table, which has seen more life than most people and bears the scars of it, is the next piece of furniture you polish. When properly cared for, the wood still shines with a deep richness despite being scarred by knives, stained by wine, and worn down by years of use. Your reflection wavers in its surface like a funhouse mirror, distorted but recognizable. The tapestries present the true difficulty, requiring close attention and a thorough comprehension of which ones are genuinely cleanable and which are held together by dirt and obstinacy. The hunting scene on the east wall is especially troublesome because Lady Margaret demands that the threads be kept dust-free despite the fact that they are so delicate that breathing on them too forcefully could seriously harm them. You've mastered the art of delicately brushing and fervently praying to whatever patron saint is in charge of household textiles. While Agnes prepares the afternoon feast, you have a quick break at noon to eat your meal in the kitchen with the other servants. In the servants' table, rank is less important than who gets the bread first, and who dares to ask for seconds when Agnes is upset. Practical topics dominate the conversation, such as which rooms require the most attention, who has been tasked with maintaining the North Wing's temperamental chimney, and whether the master's visiting nephew will ever learn how to use a chamber pot correctly. Breakfast appears to be a light snack, as the afternoon serving responsibilities start with dinner, the day's main course. The kitchen sends forth a parade of dishes that would challenge the organisational skills of a Roman legion. Multiple meat courses, elaborate pies, vegetables prepared in ways that disguise their humble origins, and desserts that are more architecture than food. You can tell how long a meal will take, and how hard it will be by listening to the noise level and the wine consumption rate from the servant's entrance. Formal service and a keen eye for detail are necessary for a quiet, restrained meal. There will be more wine, more stories, and a lot more clean-up after a boisterous, joyous dinner. The conversation is lively but polite. The wine is flowing but not overflowing, and the guests appear more focused on the food than on making memorable mishaps. Today's meal is in the middle. You move through your duties with the smooth efficiency that comes from months of practice, anticipating needs before they are expressed, and solving small problems before they become large ones. Through necessity and repeated practice, you've learned how to refill wine cups without disrupting crucial conversations. When someone reaches the point in their story where dramatic gestures are required, it takes precise timing, silent movement, and the capacity to temporarily disappear. You now know which patrons take service interruptions well, and which view them as personal slights. You find yourself slipping into the well-known service rhythm as the afternoon wears on, and the meal continues its leisurely progression. Watch, anticipate, act, retreat, repeat. It's hard work that needs continuous focus, but there's a sense of accomplishment when you do it well, and contribute to the efficient operation that keeps the manor house running like a well-kept machine. The warm afternoon light pouring through the windows slowly fills the dining room, illuminating everything with golden hues that impart the most ordinary chores a magical touch. You occasionally gain a glimpse of what makes this life bearable in these moments, between the pressure to be perfect and the demands of service. The daily miracle of abundance in a world where such plenty is far from guaranteed, the small community of fellow servants, and the quiet pride of work done well. Your role changes from servant to defender of domestic order as the afternoon turns into evening, and the manor house starts to transition from daytime productivity to nighttime comfort. Although the evening meal, known as supper, is usually lighter than dinner, it is just as significant in Tudor social life. You start by getting the Great Hall ready for the evening's events, which could range from sombre business talks to spontaneous musical performances by visitors who might or might not be truly talented. The furniture is set up to promote the proper kind of socialising. The candles and oil lamps are lit and placed to provide both illumination and atmosphere, and the rushes are replenished where necessary. You've mastered the art of lighting the evening lamps via a great deal of trial and error. Insufficient light causes everyone to squint and trip. Excessive light produces harsh shadows that make even the friendliest visitors appear to be plotting rebellion. The ideal lighting creates a cosy, welcoming ambiance that enhances everyone's appearance and encourages frank conversation and loose purse strings. The formal choreography of dinner calls for a different approach than supper service. Delicate pastries, carefully chosen cheeses, fruits preserved in honey and spices that cost more than a servant's monthly salary, and wine that has been chosen especially to promote clever conversation and beneficial business deals are all examples of food that is meant to enhance wine and conversation rather than take centre stage. Like weather patterns, you've learned to read the social undercurrents in the room and know when a seemingly casual conversation is really a negotiation, when laughter signals genuine amusement versus polite obligation, and when it's time to make sure some wine cups are refilled more often than others. These small adjustments to comfort and ambiance frequently determine how well the evening goes. During evening activities, the house kids pose their own special difficulties. The estate's heir, young Master Edmund, is in that delightful stage of life when he feels too old to act like a child, but isn't disciplined enough to refrain from it on a regular basis. It is concerning that his sister Catherine has taken to posing pointed questions about why servants are illiterate and whether God truly intended for some people to live in luxury while others work as chamber pot emptiers. These discussions need to be carefully steered and strategically redirected toward less philosophically problematic subjects. As the evening wears on, your responsibilities go beyond providing service, to include preserving the fragile social ecology that keeps the home running efficiently. This entails handling the delicate logistics of seating arrangements, making sure that particular guests avoid striking up conversations with particular other guests, and occasionally generating diplomatic diversions when conversations veer into areas that could cause resentment or undermine honour. The visiting merchants need special consideration because they offer the chance for lucrative trade as well as the possibility of catastrophe if they are offended by perceived slights or poor hospitality. Bristol's wine merchant has brought samples of his best imports for tonight, and the success of the evening could mean the difference between the household's wine cellar being restocked with excellent vintages or having to settle for local substitutes that taste like they were aged in boots. When Sir William pulls out a lute that has seen better decades and starts what he optimistically refers to as singing, music naturally starts. Since he is a knight, he cannot be directly dissuaded from sharing his artistic talents, even though his voice has all the melodic charm of a cart with ungreased wheels. To help other guests deal with uncontrollable musical experiences, you've learned to strategically place yourself close to the wine. The evening's conversation flows through topics both weighty and trivial. News from London, speculation about the harvest, detailed discussions of neighbours' romantic scandals, and the eternal Tudor fascination with who's rising in royal favour and who's falling from grace. You take in bits and pieces of this knowledge while preserving the appearance of invisible efficiency, creating a mental map of the wider world outside the walls of the manor. The social energy gradually turns toward reflection and getting ready for sleep as the night grows darker and the candlelight fades. Though these initial departure announcements usually come at least an hour before the actual departure, the guests start making polite noises about early mornings and long rides home, followed by more conversation, final toasts, and repeated thanks for the hospitality of the day. Facilitating graceful endings is your responsibility during these closing ceremonies. You must make sure that departing guests have their belongings, that their horses are ready, that they have travelling provisions, and that their last impressions of the hospitality of the household are favourable enough to encourage them to return and to provide positive reports to their own social circles. Like an elderly dog settling into its favourite spot by the fire, the house becomes quiet in the evening. As the last guests leave and the family withdraws to their private quarters, leaving the pleasant remnants of a successful day of hospitality, your last tasks of the day begin. After a day of meals, meetings and social events, you start the evening clean-up in the Great Hall by working by lamplight to bring order back to the mild chaos. Every cup needs to be gathered and cleaned, every platter needs to be scraped and scrubbed, and every surface needs to be wiped down and ready for the repeated use tomorrow. This task calls for methodical attention. There are opportunities and responsibilities associated with the leftover food. In a Tudor home, where the threat of poor harvests and uncertain times makes every food scrap valuable, nothing edible is wasted. The excess from tonight will be eaten by the servants tomorrow, and what's left over will be fed to the pigs, dogs, and eventually the compost pile that will nourish the garden the following year. It's a cycle of conservation and plenty that reflects the common sense of those who realise that success is never assured. You work alongside your fellow servants in the comfortable silence of shared labour, each person focused on their particular tasks but aware of the other's movements and needs. Compared to the hurried efficiency of daytime service, this evening work has a different rhythm that is more laid back and reflective, and allows for the occasional quiet joke or commentary on the day's events. Agnes comes out of her kingdom in the kitchen to look over the day's events, her critical eye documenting every step of the clean-up. She demands that her domain be adequately prepared for the campaigns of the future, but she also gives out a lot of praise when the work satisfies her high expectations. She acknowledges your efforts tonight with a nod of approval, and adds that fresh bread and cheese have been prepared for the servants' evening meal, high praise indeed from the undisputed king of the kitchen. Thereafter, the serving rooms need to be cleaned, so you make your way up the well-known stairs once more with new linens, and the other items required to get the family's private areas ready for the evening. It is necessary to lay out Master Thomas's bed linens and replenish his washing water in his chamber. More intricate arrangements are needed in Lady Margaret's rooms. Her clothing needs to be hung correctly, her jewellery fastened, and her ornate hairpieces set up for use the next day. There are particular difficulties in the children's rooms. Young Master Edmund has made it a habit to conceal a variety of treasures beneath his mattress, forming lumps that would prevent anyone who is not as committed to protecting his hidden collections from sleeping comfortably. One of the household's small mysteries is who a 10-year-old girl might be writing to, but his sister Catherine has started what seems to be a lengthy correspondence with someone. As you complete these evening chores, you discover that you enjoy the more subdued rhythms of working at night. Instead of rushing to the next commitment, there is a sense of bringing the day to a satisfying end, less pressure, and more time to notice details. At night, the house seems different, more cosy, more serene, with the comforting sounds of stone and wood cooling from the heat of the day. At the end of a long day, your chamber, which you share with 2 other servants, seems more inviting than ever. Now, the straw mattress that felt so uncomfortable this morning stands for the possibility of relaxation and the chance to rest weary muscles. Even though they are few, your possessions are waiting for you right where you left them. A tiny bit of privacy in a life that is mostly devoted to meeting the needs of others. You pause before bed to consider the day's minor triumphs and doable setbacks. Your efforts to be helpful resulted in the timely lighting of the fires, the safe transportation of water, the serving of the meals without great embarrassment, and the absence of any serious injuries. These may appear to be small achievements in the context of Tudor England's intricate social structure, but they mark the successful conclusion of another workday in a society that values competence and dependability. The same routine will be followed tomorrow: the early bell, lighting the fires, carrying the water, and the never-ending cycle of maintenance that keeps the manor house running smoothly and its occupants comfortable. But tonight, you provide yourself permission to enjoy the small pleasures of a day well lived, one little task at a time, while you are wrapped in the quiet satisfaction of having finished your work and fulfilled your obligations. Thanks in part to your efforts and those of your fellow servants, the house around you falls asleep, its occupants safe and comfortable. It's honest work in uncertain times, and while it may not lead to immense fortune or lasting fame, it provides something equally valuable: the steady rhythm of purposeful days and the quiet dignity of contributing to something larger than yourself. Sleep comes naturally to weary bodies and contented minds, and the problems of tomorrow can wait until morning. For now, the act of simply closing your eyes and allowing the day's struggles to melt away into the cosy darkness of well-earned sleep is the definition of rest and tranquility. You know how some kids collect baseball cards or spend hours perfecting their video game scores? Well, young Musashi collected bruises and spent his time perfecting the art of hitting things with sticks. Born around 1584 in a small village that probably had more rice paddies than people, Musashi didn't exactly have what you'd call a traditional childhood. Picture this. While other 7-year-olds were learning their letters, Musashi was already convinced that wooden swords were far more captivating than books. His father, Munisai, was a respected martial artist, which meant their household conversations probably went something like, "Pass the rice," and "Oh, remember to keep your guard up during dinner." The funny thing about Musashi's early years is that he wasn't born some sort of sword-swinging prodigy. He was more like that kid in your neighbourhood who practiced basketball shots in their driveway until their parents had to drag them inside for dinner. Except instead of basketball, it was swordplay, and instead of a driveway, it was anywhere he could find space to swing a piece of wood without breaking something valuable. When Musashi turned 13, something shifted in his world like a puzzle piece finally clicking into place. He decided he was ready for his first real duel. It was not a practice session with wooden swords, nor a friendly sparring match, but an actual, honest-to-goodness duel with a grown man named Arima Kihei. Now, you might be thinking this sounds like a terrible idea, and you'd be absolutely right. But Musashi had that particular brand of teenage confidence that makes you believe you can conquer the world armed with nothing but determination and a powerful stick. The duel took place in front of what was probably the entire village population. All 47 people, including Mrs. Tanaka's chickens. Arima Kihei, being a reasonable adult, likely expected this to be over quickly. After all, what could a 13-year-old boy possibly do against someone with years of experience? Well, as it turns out, quite a lot. Musashi won that duel, not through some mystical samurai magic, but through pure, stubborn determination and what was probably the first glimpse of his unconventional thinking. While Kihei followed all the traditional forms and expected moves, young Musashi fought like someone who hadn't read the rulebook, mainly because he hadn't. This victory did something important. It taught Musashi that sometimes the best way to win isn't to do what everyone expects you to do. It's a lesson that would follow him like a faithful dog for the rest of his life, though it would take him decades to fully understand what it meant. After this first taste of success, Musashi developed what you might call an addiction to proving himself. He began seeking out opponents the way some people seek out good restaurants, with enthusiasm and a willingness to travel considerable distances. His teenage years became a series of challenges, duels and victories that built his reputation one wooden sword strike at a time. But here's where the story gets interesting in that quiet human way that makes legends more relatable. Despite his growing reputation, Musashi was still just a kid trying to figure out his place in the world. He'd win these duels and then probably wonder what to do next, like finishing a really challenging puzzle and realizing you still have to find somewhere to put it. By the time Musashi reached his late teens, he had developed what modern people might call wanderlust, though his version involved significantly more sword fighting than your typical gap year. He decided to embark on what he called his warrior pilgrimage, basically a cross-country tour of Japan where the main attractions were people who wanted to fight him. Imagine being 20 years old and deciding your career path involves walking from town to town, asking if anyone wants to have a sword fight. It sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but for Musashi this made perfect sense. He was like a travelling salesman, except instead of selling vacuum cleaners, he was selling the opportunity to test your sword skills against someone who had never lost a duel. During these travels, Musashi began developing his famous two-sword technique. Most samurai used one sword, following centuries of tradition and training. But Musashi looked at this situation and thought, you know what might be better than one sword? Two swords. It was the kind of logic that probably made traditional swordmasters shake their heads, but it worked. The thing about fighting with two swords is that it's incredibly difficult. It's like trying to write your name with both hands simultaneously while riding a bicycle. Most people who attempted it ended up looking like they were conducting a very violent orchestra where all the musicians were playing different songs. But Musashi had that rare combination of natural ambidexterity and stubborn refusal to accept that something was impossible just because it was really difficult. His two-sword style wasn't just about having more weapons, it was about confusing his opponents. When you've trained your entire life to fight against someone with one sword, suddenly facing someone with two is like showing up to a chess match and discovering your opponent is playing three-dimensional chess while juggling. Your brain takes a moment to recalibrate, and in sword fighting, a moment is often all your opponent needs. But Musashi's travels weren't all successful duels and growing fame. There were plenty of nights when he slept under bridges, mornings when he woke up hungry, and days when he walked for hours without finding anyone interested in testing their skills against a wandering swordsman. Fame doesn't pay for in-rooms or meals, and Musashi learned that being legendary doesn't automatically make you wealthy. These lean times taught him resourcefulness that would serve him well later. He learned to find food in places where others might starve, to create shelter from materials that others would overlook, and to entertain himself during long, solitary walks across the Japanese countryside. He became someone who could be content with very little, as long as that little included the opportunity to perfect his craft. During one particularly memorable period, Musashi spent several months in the mountains, not because he was on some spiritual quest, but because he'd gotten thoroughly lost after a duel and was too proud to ask for directions. He later claimed this time of solitude was crucial to his development as a warrior, which is probably true, though it started as a simple case of poor navigation skills. The mountain experience taught him patience in a way that formal training never could. When you're alone with your thoughts for months, carrying only your swords and whatever food you can find or catch, you learn to slow down. You start noticing things like the way morning light moves across valley floors, or how the sound of your footsteps changes depending on whether you're walking on rocks or pine needles. When Musashi was around 21, he heard about someone named Sasaki Kojiro, who was considered one of the finest swordsmen in Japan. Kojiro was famous for his technique called tsubame geishi, or swallow cut, which could supposedly cut down a swallow in flight. Whether or not he actually performed this feat is debatable, but it made for excellent marketing in the world of professional sword fighting. Kojiro was everything Musashi wasn't. Refined, traditionally trained and employed by a powerful clan with a steady income. He was like the difference between a classically trained pianist performing at Carnegie Hall and a street musician who learned to play by ear. Both might be incredibly talented, but they represent completely different approaches to their craft. The challenge was arranged to take place on Ganryu Island, a small piece of land in the strait between Honshu and Kyushu. The choice of location was significant. Islands have a way of making everything feel more final. There's something about being surrounded by water that suggests this isn't the kind of appointment you can simply walk away from if you change your mind. On the morning of the duel, Kojiro arrived precisely on time, as any properly trained samurai would. He was immaculately dressed, his sword was perfectly maintained, and he probably had the kind of confidence that comes from years of structured training and consistent victories. He was ready for what he undoubtedly expected to be another successful defense of his reputation. Musashi, on the other hand, was late. Not fashionably late, not strategically late, but genuinely problematically late. He had overslept. Here was one of the most important duels of his career, against one of Japan's most skilled swordsmen, and Musashi had somehow managed to sleep through what was essentially his job interview. When he finally arrived, rowing a small boat to the island, Kojiro had been waiting for hours. If you've ever been stood up for an important meeting, you can imagine Kojiro's state of mind, except instead of rescheduling a business lunch, he was waiting to fight for his reputation and possibly his life. But here's where Musashi's unconventional thinking showed itself again. During his boat ride to the island, instead of panicking about being late or worrying about the duel ahead, he had used the time to carve a wooden sword from one of the boat's oars, not because his regular swords were inadequate, but because he had realized something. Kojiro's sword was longer than his own, which gave Kojiro a reach advantage. The wooden sword Musashi carved was longer than Kojiro's steel blade, neutralizing that advantage. It was practical problem-solving disguised as either confidence or disrespect, depending on your perspective. Kojiro probably saw it as an insult. Showing up late and then fighting with a piece of boat seemed like the ultimate dismissal of his skills and status. The duel itself was brief, as most real sword fights were. Despite what movies suggest, skilled swordsmen don't engage in lengthy, choreographed battles. They circle each other, looking for an opening, and when that opening appears, the contest is usually decided in moments. Musashi won, but the victory came at a cost that would follow him for years. Kojiro was not just defeated, he died on that island. For all of Musashi's previous duels, death had been a possibility, but this was the first time that possibility became reality in such a definitive way. The aftermath of the duel marked a turning point in Musashi's life. He had proven himself against one of Japan's most respected swordsmen, but the victory felt different from his previous wins. There's a weight to taking someone's life that changes you, even when it happens in the context of an agreed-upon duel between skilled opponents. After the duel with Kojiro, something shifted in Musashi's approach to life. He didn't immediately retire or give up sword fighting. but he began to think more deeply about what it meant to be truly skilled. It's like the difference between someone who can run fast and someone who understands the art of running. Technique versus mastery. Musashi began studying things that had nothing to do with sword fighting. Painting, calligraphy, sculpture, and poetry. To outsiders, this might have seemed like a strange career pivot for someone who had built his reputation on being outstanding at sword combat. But Musashi was beginning to understand something that many specialists never grasp. Excellence in one area often comes from understanding principles that apply across multiple disciplines. When he picked up a brush to paint, he discovered that the control and precision required was similar to sword work, but the patience needed was entirely different. You can't rush a painting the way you might rush a sword strike. Each brushstroke has to be deliberate, considered, and committed to once it touches the paper. It taught him about permanence in a way that sword fighting, which is all about split-second decisions, never could. His calligraphy practice became almost meditative. The repetitive nature of forming characters and the focus required to make each stroke both beautiful and readable gave him a different kind of discipline. It was like strength training for his mind, building muscles he didn't know he needed. During this period, Musashi also began developing his thoughts about strategy and technique into what would eventually become his famous book, The Book of Five Rings. But that was still years away. At this point, he was simply a man who had realized that being the best sword fighter wasn't just about being good with swords. It was about understanding how excellence worked in general. He started accepting students, which presented an intriguing challenge. How do you teach someone to think unconventionally? How do you impart knowledge gained from years of trial and error, from sleeping under bridges and getting lost in mountains? Traditional martial arts schools had curricular and structured lessons, but Musashi's approach was more like, let me show you some things I've figured out, and then you can figure out how to make them work for you. His teaching style was probably frustrating for students who wanted clear step-by-step instructions. Instead of saying, hold your sword like this, he might say, find the way that feels like an extension of your arm, and then watch while his students struggled to interpret what that meant. But for the students who understood this approach, it was probably incredibly liberating. One of the most important things Musashi learned during this period was the art of not fighting. For someone whose career hinged on combat excellence, this may seem contradictory, but it's actually an essential skill. Knowing when not to engage, when to walk away, and when to let someone else prove their point without making it your problem. These are advanced techniques that require just as much mastery as any sword movement. He began to understand that true strength often looks like doing nothing at all. When you're confident in your abilities, you don't need to constantly prove them. You can let smaller challenges pass by without feeling diminished, saving your energy for situations that truly matter. By his 30s, Musashi had developed into something rare, a warrior who was equally skilled as an artist. He wasn't just dabbling in painting and sculpture as hobbies, he was approaching them with the same intensity and dedication he had brought to swords fighting. His paintings, particularly his bird and flower studies, showed a sensitivity and attention to detail that might surprise people who only knew his reputation as a duelist. There's something beautiful about watching someone apply warrior discipline to creating art. The same focus that allowed Musashi to analyze an opponent's stance in combat helped him observe the way morning light fell across a crane's wing. The patience he had developed through years of training enabled him to wait for the perfect moment to make a brush stroke, just as he had waited for the perfect moment to strike in duels. His sculptures were particularly captivating because they required a completely different kind of physical engagement. Instead of the quick, decisive movements of sword fighting, sculpture demanded sustained effort over long periods. You might spend days carefully removing tiny bits of wood or stone, making gradual progress toward your vision. It was like the difference between sprinting and marathon running. Both require athleticism, but they develop different kinds of endurance. During this period, Musashi also began to write more seriously about his understanding of strategy and combat. But unlike many martial arts treatises, which focused on specific techniques or traditional forms, Musashi's writing was more philosophical. He was trying to capture the thinking behind effective action, rather than just describing the actions themselves. He developed what he called the way of strategy, which was essentially a comprehensive approach to conflict resolution that could apply to anything from sword fighting to business negotiations to personal relationships. Preparation, understanding, and psychological positioning determine the outcome of most conflicts before the physical confrontation even starts. One of his most important insights was about timing. In sword fighting, timing isn't just about moving fast, it's about moving at exactly the right moment. Too early, and you reveal your intentions before your opponent is vulnerable. If you act too late, you will completely miss your opportunity. This principle, Musashi realized, applied to almost everything in life. He also wrote about what he called the spirit of the thing itself, which was his way of describing the importance of understanding the essential nature of whatever you're dealing with. Whether you're fighting an opponent, painting a landscape, or trying to solve a problem, success comes from seeing clearly what's actually happening, rather than what you think should be happening, or what happened in similar situations before. His students during this period included not just aspiring swordsmen, but also artists, craftsmen, and even merchants who wanted to understand his approach to strategy. Musashi had begun to attract people who were less interested in learning to fight, and more interested in learning to think clearly under pressure. Teaching changed Musashi in ways he probably didn't expect. When you have to explain something to another person, you discover gaps in your understanding that you didn't know existed. Students ask questions that force you to examine assumptions you've never questioned, and their mistakes help you see problems from entirely new angles. Musashi found that his best students weren't necessarily the most naturally talented ones. Often, they were the ones who struggled with traditional approaches and had to find their ways of making techniques work. These students forced him to think more creatively about instruction, to discover new ways of explaining concepts that he had internalized so thoroughly that he barely thought about them anymore. One of the challenges of teaching unconventional methods is that they don't translate easily into rules and procedures. Traditional martial arts schools could give students a clear progression: learn this stance, then this movement, then this combination, and so on. But Musashi's approach was more like jazz improvisation than classical music. There were underlying principles, but the expression had to be personal and spontaneous. He began to develop teaching methods that were more about creating conditions for discovery than about direct instruction. Instead of showing students exactly how to hold their swords, he might offer them a series of exercises that would naturally lead them to discover effective grips on their own. It was slower than traditional instruction, but it produced students who truly understood what they were doing, rather than just copying movements. During this period, Musashi also began to understand the importance of what modern people might call work-life balance, though he wouldn't have used that terminology. He realized that constant intensity, whether in training or in teaching, was ultimately counterproductive. Excellence required periods of rest and reflection, times when you weren't actively trying to improve, but were simply maintaining what you had already achieved. He started incorporating more variety into his daily routines. A morning might include sword practice, followed by painting, writing, then a long walk with no particular destination. This wasn't procrastination or lack of focus. It was a recognition that different types of thinking required different mental states, and creativity often emerged from the spaces between focused activities. During this period, his reputation shifted from being seen as a dangerous duelist to a wise teacher, although he remained fully capable of being the former when circumstances required it. People started seeking him out not because they wanted to challenge him, but because they wanted to learn from him. It was a more sustainable way to live, and probably much better for his long-term stress levels. As Musashi entered his later years, he began working on what would become his most lasting contribution to the world, the Book of 5 Rings. But calling it a book about sword fighting is like calling Moby Dick a book about whaling. Technically accurate, but missing most of the point. The 5 rings, ground, water, fire, wind, and void, weren't just different sword-fighting techniques. They were different ways of approaching any challenge, different modes of thinking that could be applied to everything from military strategy to personal relationships to artistic creation. The ground ring was about fundamentals, the basic principles that everything else was built on. Musashi had learned that you couldn't build lasting excellence on shaky foundations, whether you were learning sword fighting or trying to run a business. Most people wanted to skip the boring foundational work and jump straight to the advanced techniques, but Musashi had seen too many promising students fail because they hadn't mastered the basics. The water ring was about adaptability, flowing around obstacles rather than trying to smash through them. Water always finds a way to its destination, whether that means going around a rock or wearing through it over time. Musashi learned this lesson through years of encountering opponents who were stronger, faster, or better trained than he was, and finding ways to win anyway. The firing was about intensity and decisive action. There are moments when gradual progress isn't enough, when you need to commit everything you have to a single effort. But the trick is knowing when those moments are. Use fire tactics too often, and you burn out. If they are used too infrequently, important opportunities may be missed. The wind ring was about understanding what others were doing, seeing clearly without being distracted by your preferences or expectations. Most conflicts are lost because people fight against what they think their opponent is doing, rather than what their opponent is actually doing. This requires a kind of mental emptiness that most people find uncomfortable. You have to set aside your plans and reactions long enough to really see what's happening. The void ring was the most difficult to explain, because it was about the space between techniques, the pause between thoughts, and the moment of potential before action. It was what happened when you stopped trying to control everything and allowed your training and intuition to guide you. Writing these ideas down was probably one of the most challenging things Musashi had ever done. He had spent decades developing these insights through direct experience, learning them in his muscles and bones before he understood them intellectually. Translating that kind of embodied knowledge into words was like trying to describe the taste of water to someone who had never been thirsty. In his final years, Musashi retreated to a cave in the mountains near Kumamoto to complete his writing and reflect on his life's work. This wasn't the dramatic hermit withdrawal that popular culture sometimes portrays, but more like the decision of a senior professor to take a sabbatical to write the book he had been contemplating for decades. The cave provided the kind of uninterrupted solitude that's almost impossible to find in normal life. No students asking questions, no visitors wanting to test their skills against his reputation, and no daily obligations beyond the basic requirements of staying alive. It was like having a completely clear desk for the first time in years, where you can finally focus on the projects that matter most. In this setting, Musashi completed not just the Book of Five Rings, but also a work called Dokodo, or The Way of Walking Alone. This was a much shorter piece consisting of 21 principles for self-reliant living. Reading it today, it sounds remarkably modern in some ways. Advice about not depending on others for your happiness, not accumulating unnecessary possessions, and treating all things with respect but not attachment. But The Way of Walking Alone wasn't a guide to hermit living or antisocial behaviour. It was more about psychological independence, the ability to remain centred and purposeful, regardless of external circumstances. Musashi had learned through decades of wandering that your inner state was the only thing you could truly control, and that everything else was essentially weather, sometimes pleasant, sometimes difficult, but always temporary. During his cave years, Musashi also created some of his most celebrated artwork. Without the distractions of teaching or the pressure of maintaining his reputation, he could paint purely for the joy of capturing something beautiful. His late paintings have a quality of serene confidence that's different from his earlier work. The brushstrokes are more economical, but somehow more expressive, like someone who has learned to say more with less. The mountain setting probably influenced his art as well. When you're surrounded by the same landscape day after day, you begin to see it in incredible detail. The way shadows move across rock faces throughout the day, the subtle differences in how pine trees respond to wind, the dozens of different sounds that mountain silence contains. This kind of intimate observation shows up in the precision and sensitivity of his late paintings. Musashi died in 1645, at the age of about 61, having never lost a duel, and having created a body of work that would influence people for centuries. But perhaps his most interesting legacy isn't his undefeated record, or even his artistic achievements. It's the example he set of someone who refused to be limited by conventional categories. In a society that valued specialization and clearly defined roles, Musashi insisted on being both a warrior and an artist, a teacher and a student, and a man of action and a philosopher. He proved that excellence in one area doesn't require ignorance of others, and that the deepest understanding often comes from seeing connections between seemingly unrelated disciplines. His approach to learning was particularly revolutionary for its time. Instead of accepting traditional methods simply because they were traditional, Musashi tested everything against his own experience and kept only what actually worked. This wasn't disrespect for tradition. It was a deeper respect for the principles that made traditions valuable in the first place. Modern readers often find Musashi's writing surprisingly relevant, not because sword fighting has made a comeback, but because his insights about strategy, timing, and clear thinking apply to contemporary challenges. Whether you're dealing with a difficult work situation, trying to master a new skill, or simply attempting to live with greater purpose and effectiveness, Musashi's principles offer practical guidance. His life also demonstrates something important about the relationship between discipline and cruelty. Rather than stifling imagination, Musashi's rigorous training in martial arts seemed to enhance his artistic abilities. The same attention to detail that made him a formidable swordsman made him a sensitive painter. The patience required for mastering combat techniques transfers to the patience needed for creating beautiful calligraphy. Most importantly, Musashi demonstrated that one can fully commit to excellence without becoming rigid or closed-minded. He remained curious and experimental throughout his life, always willing to reconsider his assumptions and try new approaches. This combination of dedication and flexibility is rare, and it's probably what allowed him to continue growing and improving well into his later years. As we come to the end of Musashi's story, it's worth considering what this man from 4 centuries ago might teach us about living well in our time. His life offers several lessons that transcend the specific circumstances of medieval Japan. First, there's the importance of developing your own approach rather than simply copying what others do. Musashi's two-sword technique worked for him not because it was inherently superior to single-sword fighting, but because it matched his particular strengths and way of thinking. In your life, the most effective solutions are often the ones you develop for yourself, based on your unique combination of abilities and circumstances. Second, Musashi demonstrates the value of cross-training between different disciplines. His martial arts informed his art informed his writing, and his writing clarified his understanding of martial arts. In our age of hyper-specialization, there's something refreshing about someone who refused to stay in a single lane, who understood that breadth of experience could deepen rather than dilute expertise. Third, his willingness to start over and keep learning throughout his life is particularly relevant. Musashi did not reach his peak in his 20s and then rely solely on his reputation. He continued taking on new challenges, developing new skills, and refining his understanding well into his 60s. In a world where careers increasingly require constant adaptation and lifelong learning, Musashi's example is both inspiring and practical. There's also his approach to dealing with failure and uncertainty. Musashi made mistakes. He got lost in mountains, overslept on the day of important duels, and probably had plenty of moments when he questioned his life choices. But he seemed to treat these setbacks as information rather than disasters, using them to adjust his approach rather than as reasons to give up. His later focus on teaching and writing suggests something important about how to create lasting value. Physical accomplishments, no matter how impressive, are ultimately temporary. However, your ideas, insights, and influence on others can endure long after your passing. Musashi's dueling record is historically intriguing, but his books are still helping people solve problems today. Finally, there's his integration of action and reflection, his ability to be both a doer and a thinker. Too often, we divide the world into people who act and people who contemplate, as if these were mutually exclusive approaches to life. Musashi showed that the most effective people often combine both. They're willing to jump into challenges and take risks, but they also spend time thinking deeply about what they've learned and how they can improve. As you prepare for sleep tonight, perhaps there's something comforting in the story of Musashi Miyamoto, not the fearsome duelist of legend, but the more human figure we've explored together. A man who started as a boy swinging sticks with unusual enthusiasm, who spent years walking the roads of Japan looking for worthy opponents, and who eventually learned that the most important battles are often the ones we fight with ourselves. Musashi's life serves as a reminder that growth is rarely linear. He had periods of intense activity and periods of quiet reflection, times when he pushed himself to his limits, and times when he stepped back to consolidate what he had learned. This rhythm of effort and rest, challenge and recovery, is something we can all relate to, regardless of our particular pursuits. There's also something deeply satisfying about the way his story integrates seemingly contradictory elements. He was both a warrior and an artist, both a loner and a teacher, and both someone who sought out conflict and someone who eventually understood the value of peace. Perhaps that's a useful way to think about our own complex lives. The image of Musashi in his mountain cave, completing his life's work in solitude but with full engagement, offers a peaceful note on which to end our time together tonight. Here was someone who had experienced enough of the world's excitement and challenges to know their true value, who had learned to find satisfaction in simple things done well, and who understood that the most profound victories are often the quietest ones. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about the wooden sword Musashi carved from a boat oar. transforming a simple tool into an instrument of victory through nothing more than clear thinking and careful work. There's something encouraging about that image. The idea that we all have access to the raw materials of success, that creativity and determination can often matter more than perfect equipment or ideal circumstances. Sweet dreams, and remember, sometimes the most unconventional path is the one that leads exactly where you need to go. Imagine yourself seated at your kitchen table on a Tuesday morning in October 1929, perhaps enjoying coffee from your beloved mug, the one that hasn't yet developed a chip in its handle. You're flipping through the newspaper, probably complaining about something perfectly mundane, like how the neighbour's dog keeps digging up your petunias. Life feels predictable, even a little boring. Then the phone rings, or maybe you hear it on the radio. The stock market has crashed. The stock market has not merely faltered or experienced a difficult day, but it has plummeted completely and catastrophically. Within hours, everything you thought you knew about your comfortable little world starts shifting beneath your feet like sand. Now you might be thinking, what does Wall Street have to do with my dinner table? Get ready to learn that everything is connected in ways that will make your head spin. Before the crash, American kitchens were experiencing a period of prosperity. Electric refrigerators replaced the old ice boxes that required actual blocks of ice. Consider how you might explain that to someone today. Yes, dear, a man came by twice a week with frozen water. No, we couldn't make our own. Cooking became easier with the newfangled appliances, and grocery stores brimmed with an abundance of options that would have left your grandmother dizzy. Families were eating beef roasts on Sundays, fresh vegetables from local farms, and desserts that didn't require a mathematical equation to figure out sugar ratios. Bread was white and fluffy, not because it was healthier, but because it felt fancy and modern. The poor ate brown bread, but America was far from impoverished. But here's the thing about prosperity. It's often built on a foundation that's more wobbly than anyone wants to admit. Banks were lending money recklessly, individuals were purchasing stocks with funds they lacked, and farmers were producing more food than the nation could consume. It was like a giant game of Jenga and someone was about to pull out the wrong block. When that crash came, it wasn't just rich investors in fancy suits who felt it. The ripple effect spread faster than gossip in a small town. Banks closed their doors, taking people's savings with them. Factories shut down, sending workers home with empty pockets. Suddenly, the cosy middle-class way of life you'd been relishing vanished. The concept vanished as swiftly as ice cream on a sweltering summer day. The cruel irony was that there was still ample food available for cultivation. Farms across America were still producing wheat, corn, vegetables, and livestock. The problem wasn't that food had disappeared, it was that nobody had money to buy it. It's like being locked outside your house with the keys sitting right there on the kitchen counter, visible but completely out of reach. This is where our story really begins, because when people can't afford food, they get creative. By creative, I mean they learn to create meals using ingredients that would make modern food bloggers cry. Forget your artisanal this and organic that. People were about to discover that survival cooking is its kind of art form, though not necessarily one you'd want to Instagram. So there you were, perhaps still sitting at that same kitchen table, but now instead of casually reading the newspaper, you're studying it like it holds the secrets of the universe. Which ads are offering work? What stores are having sales? And most importantly, how can you feed your family on what feels like pocket change? The adventure was just beginning, although nobody referred to it as such at that time. They were too busy figuring out how to stretch a dollar until it screamed, and wondering how something as basic as putting food on the table had suddenly become the most challenging puzzle they'd ever faced. You know how today you might spend 20 minutes deciding between 17 different types of pasta sauce, weighing the merits of organic versus regular versus the store brand? Well, imagine if your entire grocery budget was less than what you now spend on a single lunch out, and suddenly those choices become a lot more focused. By 1932, the average family was spending about $15 a week on groceries, which sounds ridiculously cheap until you realise that's in 1932 dollars, and most people were lucky to have any dollars at all. It's as if someone handed you Monopoly money and instructed you to use it until next Thursday. Your grocery shopping strategy had to become more sophisticated than a military operation. First, you'd check every pocket, purse, and couch cushion for loose change. Discovering a nickel felt like unearthing a hidden treasure. Then you'd sit down with a pencil and paper, no fancy smartphone apps for budget tracking, and plan your shopping trip with the precision of a NASA mission. Every purchase had to serve multiple purposes, and luxury items like fresh meat or white sugar were carefully weighed against necessities like flour and potatoes. The grocery stores themselves started looking different too. Gone were the abundant displays and cheerful abundance of the Roaring Twenties. Shelves became sparser, and storekeepers started extending credit to long-time customers, keeping handwritten ledgers of who owed what. It was like a neighbourhood favour system, except the favours were keeping families from going hungry. You learned to think like a pioneer, even though you lived in town. Bulk purchases made sense when you could afford them. A large sack of flour might cost more up front, but it would last longer and cost less per pound than buying smaller amounts. Of course, such an arrangement required actually having enough money for bulk purchases, which was often a catch-22 situation that would make your head hurt if you thought about it too much. Shopping became a social activity in ways it had never been before. Women would compare notes on which stores had the best prices, share recipes for making meals stretch, and sometimes even pool their money for bulk purchases they'd divide up later. It was like having a very practical book club, except instead of discussing literature, you were debating whether potatoes were cheaper per pound at Miller's Market or Thompson's grocery. The butcher became both your trusted companion and your greatest obstacle. While meat was costly, bones were inexpensive, and a quality soup bone could serve as the basis for numerous meals. You would request the cuts that were previously intended for pet food, and the butcher would frequently include surplus fat at no cost, which you would then cook and utilise in ways that would shock contemporary nutritionists, yet ensured your family's sustenance. Seasonal shopping took on new meaning. Summer meant fresh vegetables and fruits when they were cheapest, but it also meant thinking ahead to winter. Canning became less of a hobby and more of a survival skill. Your kitchen might fill up with mason jars like a general store, each one representing a meal saved for the months when fresh food would become even pricier. Store credit evolved into a delicate balance between dignity and desperation. Storekeepers knew their customers personally. They knew your family, your situation, and your history of payment. Getting credit wasn't just about financial reliability. It was about being part of the community. But using that credit meant admitting you needed help, which was harder for some people than others. The psychology of shopping changed too. You'd find yourself calculating not just price per pound, but meals per dollar. A bag of dried beans might be boring, but it could feed your family for a week if you knew how to cook them right. Meanwhile, that fresh apple that looked so appealing might represent an entire day's budget for luxury foods. Your bags may have been lighter when you got home, but your mental load was definitely heavier. You weren't just carrying groceries, you were carrying the responsibility of making every ingredient count, every meal matter, and every dollar stretch as far as humanly possible. And you were about to learn that creativity in the kitchen wasn't just nice, it was absolutely essential. Here's something that might surprise you. Before the Great Depression, leftover food was often just thrown away. Can you imagine? Families would actually toss perfectly delicious food because it was a day old or didn't look as appealing as when it was fresh. If you told someone from 1935 that people in the future would throw away food because it was approaching its expiration date, they'd probably think you were describing some kind of fantasy world. But once money became scarce, leftovers transformed from kitchen waste into precious resources. Every scrap of food became the star of its own potential meal, and home cooks developed an almost supernatural ability to resurrect yesterday's dinner into something that felt new and exciting, or at least edible. Take bread, for example. In better times, day-old bread might have been tossed to the birds or used for kindling. But during the Depression, stale bread became the foundation of entire meals. Bread pudding wasn't just a dessert, it was a way to use up every last crust. Breadcrumbs extended meatloaf, and bread soaked in milk became a filling breakfast that cost almost nothing. The art of the leftover soup became so refined that it was practically a science. You'd start with whatever scraps of meat remained from Sunday's dinner, maybe just some gristle and bones that today would go straight into the trash. Add some wilted vegetables that were past their prime, throw in yesterday's mashed potatoes for thickness, and suddenly you had a new meal that could feed the whole family. Every kitchen developed its own leftover ecosystem. People saved meat drippings and used them to flavour vegetables. Vegetable cooking water became the base for soups because throwing away anything with potential nutrients felt almost criminal. Even coffee grounds got reused, sometimes multiple times, until they were producing something that barely resembled coffee, but still provided a hot, caffeinated beverage. The psychology of leftovers changed completely. Instead of being considered somehow inferior to fresh food, leftovers became challenges to creativity. A good cook could take completely unrelated remnants and somehow make them work together in harmony. It was akin to performing as a culinary DJ, combining various ingredients to create a dish that exceeded its individual components. Casseroles emerged as the ideal way to utilise leftovers, even though they weren't referred to as casseroles in the past. They were simply anything we could combine in one pot. Have some leftover chicken, mix it with yesterday's vegetables and top with whatever starch you could manage. Although it was unrefined, it provided a substantial meal, was cost-effective and effectively utilised all items that could have otherwise been discarded. The transformation of leftovers also changed how families thought about meal planning. Instead of planning individual meals, you started thinking in terms of food chains, how Sunday's roast chicken would become Monday's chicken salad, Tuesday's chicken soup and Wednesday's chicken and dumplings. It was like meal planning chess, thinking several moves ahead. Children grew up with an entirely different relationship to food waste than their parents had. Not only was leaving food on your plate considered bad manners, but it also represented a significant waste of family resources. Kids learned to clean their plates not because of starving children in far-off countries, but because that leftover bite might be tomorrow's lunch. The creative leftover culture led to some surprisingly tasty discoveries. Combinations that seemed weird on paper actually worked well together. Leftover mashed potatoes mixed with flour became potato pancakes. Yesterday's vegetables mixed with eggs became frittatas before anyone knew what to call them. In ways that would influence American cooking for generations, necessity became the driving force behind invention. Storage became an art form too. Without reliable refrigeration in many homes, keeping leftovers safe required timing, temperature control, and a bit of luck. Root cellars, cool pantries, and even outdoor storage in winter became part of the leftover management system. You had to eat things in the right order to prevent spoilage, which meant planning your leftover consumption as carefully as your original meals. Looking back, this leftover revolution created cooking skills that modern Americans have largely lost. These skills, such as the ability to look at random ingredients and see potential meals, to stretch food beyond its obvious uses, and to waste absolutely nothing, were not just survival skills from the Depression era. They were the foundation of a more sustainable and creative approach to cooking that we could probably learn from today, even if we never want to have to rely on it quite so desperately. Imagine opening your pantry today and discovering that half the ingredients you normally use for cooking have disappeared. They were not spoiled or sold out at the store. They were just completely unavailable, or so expensive that they might as well have been made of gold. That's essentially what happened during the Great Depression, when basic ingredients became luxury items and home cooks had to become kitchen chemists, figuring out how to create familiar flavours and textures using whatever they could actually afford. Sugar was one of the first casualties. Real white sugar became so expensive that it was rationed out like precious gems. Families used honey when they could, molasses when they couldn't, and sometimes corn syrup or sugar substitutes made from their own beets. Desserts took on entirely different flavour profiles. Less cloyingly sweet, more complex, and sometimes earthy. Your grandmother's cookies probably tasted nothing like what you'd expect biscuits to taste like today. Butter virtually disappeared from many family tables, replaced by whatever fat was cheapest and available. Occasionally it was lard, which at least provided richness and flavour. Sometimes it was vegetable shortening, which was cheaper but didn't taste like much of anything. And sometimes families learned to cook with no fat at all, creating dishes that were healthier than they realised, but probably a lot less satisfying than what they remembered from better times. Meat substitution evolved into a complex game of culinary fantasy. People extended ground meat with breadcrumbs, oatmeal, or any spare grain, resulting in meatloaf that contained more filler than actual meat. Sometimes families made entire meals that were designed to taste like they contained meat, but were actually made from beans, vegetables, and creative seasoning. It was like culinary theatre. Everyone pretended it was the real thing, and occasionally the pretending was so good that it almost worked. Coffee was another heartbreaker. Real coffee became so expensive that families started mixing it with chicory, dandelion root, or whatever else could provide a bitter hot beverage that felt like coffee in the morning. Some substitutes weren't terrible. Chicory actually has a pleasant, earthy flavour. Others were more about the ritual than the taste, because starting the day with a hot cup of something was psychologically important, even if that something bore only a passing resemblance to actual coffee. Vanilla extract, which today you buy without thinking, became a luxury item that required creative substitution. Families learned to use almond extract sparingly, or to make their own flavourings from whatever was available. Some learned to make vanilla from scratch, though the process was time-consuming and the results were hit or miss. Baking became an exercise in making desserts that tasted good, without relying on the flavour enhancers that had become too expensive. Milk was often watered down or substituted entirely. Powdered milk, when available, was mixed thinner than recommended to make it last longer. Sometimes families made milk from other sources. Nut-based beverages weren't trendy health choices, but desperate substitutions for something that had become unaffordable. Children grew up thinking that thin, slightly off-tasting milk was normal, not knowing they were drinking a diluted substitute for the real thing. Even salt, something we take completely for granted today, sometimes required substitution. Families learned to use herbs, vinegar, or other flavour enhancers to improve food taste without relying on salt they couldn't afford. Gardens became medicine cabinets and spice racks, with families growing whatever they could to add flavour to otherwise bland meals. The psychology of substitution was complex. On one hand, it was practical and necessary. You used what you had because you didn't have choices, but it was also a way of maintaining normalcy and dignity. Calling a bean and grain patty a meatloaf wasn't just about flavour. It was about preserving the feeling that your family was still eating recognisable traditional meals. Some substitutions worked so well that they became permanent parts of American cooking. Others were abandoned as soon as better times returned, though they remained in family memories as reminders of when creativity wasn't just helpful. It was essential for survival. The substitute culture also created a generation of cooks who understood ingredients in ways that modern cooks often don't. They knew how fats behaved in cooking, how sweeteners affected texture and taste, and how to balance flavours without standard ingredients. They became masters of working with what they had rather than the recipes they assumed they could buy. This ingredient flexibility created a uniquely American approach to cooking that valued resourcefulness over authenticity, creativity over tradition, and making do over giving up. It was always creative and fed families when they otherwise would have gone hungry, even if it wasn't tasty. You've probably seen those perfectly manicured suburban lawns, right? Every blade of grass precisely the same height, not a dandelion in sight, maintained with the dedication usually reserved for religious practices. During the Great Depression, those immaculate lawns would have been viewed as the epitome of wasteful foolishness. Every square foot of available land became potential food production, and families learned that vegetables were a lot more valuable than ornamental grass. The transformation of American yards happened almost overnight. People who had never grown anything more challenging than houseplants suddenly found themselves studying seed catalogues like they were textbooks, trying to figure out how to turn their backyards into miniature farms. It wasn't exactly like the trendy urban gardening movement you see today. This wasn't about being eco-conscious or eating locally. This was purely a matter of survival. Your garden planning had to be strategic in ways that modern gardeners can barely imagine. You had to plant what would yield the most calories per square foot, store well through winter, and grow reliably in your specific soil and climate. Potatoes became the backbone of many family gardens because they were filling, nutritious, and could be stored for months. Beans were popular because they added protein to the diet and improved the soil for future crops. The seed situation was its kind of economics lesson. Due to the high cost of good seeds, families learned to save seeds from their best plants, forming informal seed banks that neighbours and relatives shared. Trading seeds became a social activity. You might trade your extra tomato seeds for someone else's extra bean seeds, creating a community network that helped everyone increase their food security. Tools were another challenge. A good shovel or hoe was an investment that many families couldn't afford, so tool sharing became common. Neighbours would coordinate their gardening schedules so they could pass tools back and forth, or families would make do with improvised tools, old kitchen spoons for planting seeds or homemade watering systems created from tin cans with holes punched in them. The process of learning was steep and unforgiving. Modern gardeners can look up solutions to their problems online, but Depression-era gardeners had to rely on neighbours, library books, and trial and error. If bugs devoured your beans or your tomatoes succumbed to blight, it not only represented a gardening setback, but also a family food emergency. Pressure to succeed made every gardening decision feel crucial. Preservation became just as important as growing. Producing a bumper crop of vegetables was futile if they spoiled before they could be consumed. Families learned canning, pickling, root cellaring, and drying, preservation techniques that turned a summer's worth of vegetables into winter sustenance. Your kitchen might be filled with mason jars lined up like soldiers, each one representing security against future hunger. urban gardening took on new meaning when every available space was pressed into service. Rooftops, vacant lots, and strips of land beside railroad tracks, anywhere that could support plant life, became potential sites for food production. City dwellers learned to grow vegetables in containers, window boxes, and any patch of soil they could claim or borrow. It was like an entirely different relationship with urban stone space, where every square foot was evaluated for its food-producing potential. The social dynamics of gardening changed too. Gardening knowledge became valuable currency. The neighbour who could successfully grow vegetables became someone worth knowing, and successful gardeners often found themselves teaching others, sharing not just seeds and tools, but knowledge and techniques. Gardening clubs weren't just social organisations, they were survival networks. Children learned to garden out of necessity, not as a relaxing family activity. Kids today spend their summers weeding, watering and harvesting, instead of at camp or playing video games. It wasn't always fun, but it gave them skills and an understanding of where food comes from that most modern children never develop. The psychological impact of growing your food was significant. In a time when so much felt out of control, jobs, money, the future, having a garden provided a sense of agency and self-sufficiency. While you might not have control over the economy, you could manage the watering of your tomatoes. The act of planting seeds was inherently optimistic, a statement of faith that the future would arrive and you'd be there to harvest what you'd planted. Some families discovered they actually enjoyed gardening, and continued even after their economic situations improved. Others abandoned their gardens as soon as they could afford to buy all their vegetables again. But for a generation of Americans, the experience of growing their food created a different relationship with vegetables, with land, and with the connection between human effort and sustenance that influenced how they thought about food for the rest of their lives. People's ability to unite during difficult times is a characteristic of humanity. You've probably witnessed this during natural disasters or community crises, where neighbours who previously barely spoke suddenly come together to organise relief efforts and share resources. During the Great Depression, this instinct for mutual aid extended to food in ways that were both heartwarming and heartbreaking, creating community systems that kept people fed when individual families couldn't manage on their own. Community kitchens started appearing in churches, schools, and any building large enough to accommodate cooking for crowds. These weren't trendy communal dining experiences or social experiments in group living. They were practical solutions to the simple problem that many families couldn't afford food, but communities could sometimes pool resources to create meals that would feed everyone. The logistics were complex, the dignity was carefully preserved, and the social dynamics were unlike anything most communities had experienced before. The unspoken rules of community kitchens were intricate and important. Nobody discussed who could afford to contribute ingredients and who couldn't. Nobody kept track of who ate more than they brought. Everyone contributed something, even if it was just labour. Peeling potatoes, stirring pots, cleaning up afterward. It was a careful dance of maintaining pride while acknowledging need, of helping without making it obvious who was helping whom. Potluck dinners took on new meaning when families genuinely couldn't afford to feed themselves, let alone contribute to community meals. The mathematics of potluck became creative. One family might bring a giant pot of soup made mostly from vegetables and water, while another might contribute a small but precious amount of meat or seasoning. Together, these contributions created meals that were more substantial and varied than any individual family could have managed alone. Recipe sharing became an act of generosity that went beyond just culinary tips. When someone discovered how to make a filling meal from inexpensive ingredients, sharing that knowledge was like sharing wealth. Women would write down recipes on whatever paper they could find, creating informal networks of survival cooking that passed from kitchen to kitchen and neighbourhood to neighbourhood. The psychology of eating together changed when eating alone meant not eating enough. Community meals provided not just nutrition, but social connection, during a time when people felt isolated by their economic circumstances. Children who might have felt embarrassed about their family's financial situations discovered that many other families were experiencing the same challenges. Adults discovered that sharing meals also meant sharing the emotional burden of difficult times. Church basement dinners, neighbourhood soup kitchens, and informal meal-sharing arrangements created a parallel food distribution system that operated alongside and sometimes instead of traditional commerce. These weren't charity operations in the way we might think of them today, because the line between helper and helped was often blurry. Families might host a community dinner one week and depend on someone else's community dinner the next week. Seasonal community cooking made sense in ways that individual cooking didn't. When someone's garden produced more tomatoes than one family could use, it made sense to turn that abundance into sauce or preserves that could feed multiple families. Large-scale food preservation required equipment, space and knowledge that individual families often lacked, but communities could organise canning operations that benefited everyone involved. The economics of community cooking were fascinating and complex. Buying ingredients in bulk for community meals was more economical than individual family shopping, but it required coordination, trust, and some kind of informal accounting system to ensure fairness. Some communities used trading systems where labour was exchanged for meals or where families contributed different types of resources. Some provided ingredients, others provided cooking space, and still others provided labour. Children growing up in these community food systems learned different lessons about sharing, cooperation, and social responsibility than children who grew up in purely individual family units. They saw adults working together to solve problems, witnessed the practical mechanics of mutual aid, and understood that community survival sometimes required setting aside individual pride in favour of collective action. The end of community kitchen culture came gradually as economic conditions improved and families could afford to return to individual cooking and eating. Some communities maintained these traditions as social activities rather than survival necessities, but for most, the community kitchen period was remembered as a time when neighbours became family out of necessity, and when the simple act of sharing a meal carried weight and meaning that extended far beyond nutrition. Looking back, these community food systems created social bonds and survival skills that influenced how communities responded to future challenges. They proved that Americans could organise mutual aid systems when necessary, and that sharing resources didn't require government programs or formal charity, just neighbours willing to help neighbours and communities willing to take care of their own. The end of the Great Depression didn't happen like a light switch being flipped. It was more like dawn slowly breaking after the longest night anyone could remember. Families didn't wake up one morning to find their economic troubles over and their refrigerators magically restocked. Instead, prosperity gradually returned, permanently altering Americans' relationship with food. World War II played a strange role in ending food scarcity for some families, while creating new types of rationing for others. Defense jobs provided financial stability, but the implementation of wartime rationing often limited the amount of meat, sugar, and coffee that even the most affluent families could purchase. It was like having money, but being told you could only spend some of it, which was frustrating and forced continued creativity in the kitchen. The transition back to abundance was psychologically complex. You'd think that people who had to stretch every ingredient would waste food once they could afford it, but that's not what happened. Many families continued Depression-era cooking habits for years, decades, or even the rest of their lives. Once you've learned to see potential meals in food scraps, it's hard to unlearn that skill, even when you don't technically need it anymore. Children who had grown up during the Depression carried forward different attitudes about food than their parents had originally possessed. They knew how to cook from scratch, how to substitute ingredients, how to make meals stretch, and how to waste nothing. These skills served them well during future economic downturns, but they also influenced American home cooking in ways that lasted for generations. The grocery store experience transformed as abundance returned, but it never quite went back to the carefree shopping of the 1920s. People who had lived through the Depression maintained habits of price comparison, bulk buying when items were on sale, and stocking up against future shortages that might never come. The psychological scars of scarcity created shopping behaviours that persisted long after scarcity ended. Restaurant culture slowly returned, but it was different too. The casual throwing away of restaurant food that had been common in the 1920s was replaced by more careful eating, taking leftovers home, and appreciation for meals that someone else had prepared. The experience of not being able to afford to eat out made dining out feel more special and less routine when it became possible again. Food technology advanced rapidly in the post-war years, partly in response to lessons learned during the Depression about food preservation, nutrition, and efficient cooking. Frozen foods, improved canning techniques, and new appliances were developed with an understanding of how families actually cooked and ate during difficult times, not just during prosperous ones. The social aspects of food sharing evolved too. Potluck dinners, community meals, and neighbour-to-neighbour food sharing didn't disappear when they were no longer necessary for survival, though they became more about social connection than economic necessity. Communities that had learned to eat together during hard times often continued eating together during good times, maintaining bonds that had been forged over shared meals and mutual aid. Garden culture persisted in modified forms. Many families continued growing vegetables, not because they had to, but because they wanted to. The skills they'd learned during necessity became hobbies, and the victory gardens of the Depression era evolved into the recreational gardening that became a suburban staple in later decades. The recipes and cooking techniques developed during the Depression became part of American culinary tradition. Desperately created dishes became comfort foods associated with family, tradition, and resourcefulness. Casseroles, hearty soups, and creative uses of leftovers remained popular long after they stopped being economically necessary. Perhaps most importantly, the Great Depression created a generation of Americans who understood the difference between wanting food and needing it, between eating for pleasure and eating for survival. This distinction influenced how they raised their children, how they thought about waste, and how they appreciated abundance when it returned. The legacy of Depression-era food culture wasn't just about specific recipes or cooking techniques. It was about resilience, creativity, and the understanding that survival sometimes requires reimagining your relationship with basic necessities. Families learned that they could adapt to the unexpected, that communities could support each other through mutual aid, and that meals could be satisfying and meaningful even when they weren't elaborate or expensive. As you drift off to sleep tonight, maybe in a kitchen stocked with more food choices than Depression-era families could have dreamed of, it's worth remembering that the ability to adapt, to create something from nothing, and to find satisfaction in simplicity aren't just historical curiosities. They're human capabilities that remain available to us, skills that our grandparents and great-grandparents developed out of necessity, but that represents something valuable about human creativity and resilience. The Great Depression taught America that food is never just about food. It's about community, creativity, survival, and the remarkable human ability to make the best of whatever circumstances life serves up, even when those circumstances are nothing like what anyone ordered.